All right, what's going on, everybody? Happy Saturday night. Welcome to the pub. Hope you all are doing well. Who do we have? RW, good to see you, man. Thanks for being here. Just Stevo, what is up? Howdy, homebow. Good to see you, man. Yeah, all right. We've got plenty of things to talk about. The cheese vault in the house. What is up? I know. Good to see you all. Definitely have some interesting conversation to go over tonight. Audio okay? Cool. Good deal. Yeah, just standard things here in America. People agree, people disagree. Seems to be a lot of division, and let's deal with that. Get people's opinions on things. And like most of the time, the division is happening more or less along party lines, which is pretty bog standard for us here. Johnny Grammaticus, what's up, bro? Good to see you. Thanks for being here. Guitar session, sure. We can pull that off. I have to make a few quick adjustments. Had some audio issues the last time I tried guitar with the new laptop. It might, yeah, right. It's like it was fairly expensive for the size of it, but yeah, it's a little guy. And I have it on a composite. It's on a composite shim and a clamp. That's how it works. All right. You want that? Then that is what ye shall have. Thank you. All right. I have to adjust some settings here to try to get this right. Test. All right. Let's see. Topple, good to see you. Yeah, it's a clamp, C clamp. How's that sound? Clear? All right. And if I leave here tomorrow, would you still remember me? 'Cause I must be traveling on now, and the birds you cannot change. Free bird. All right, you want to hear blues? Yeah, you can do blues. Hey, what's up? All right. All right, all right, all right, all right. Cool. Everyone's doing well. And we'll get this thing rolling shortly. No Last Dance. Interesting. He is probably having a carrot. Thanks, man. Appreciate that. All right, let's readjust for sound quality and glare. He's a highwayman. I'll just keep X open in case he wants to DM me. How are you?
Oh, I'm good, man. It's nice to have music back on the table.
Thanks. Appreciate that.
And if I'm the first elder that joins the show, we're in trouble.
Yeah, I mean, you might be it. Who knows? Could be a
There's
slow.
no way. There's no way.
It could be a slow night. I know. You never know. So we'll just go with it.
Well, let's go with it. I'm curious what's on your mind for the week. I'm hosting a family friend, so I've kind of been out of the internet waves, and since Charlie Kirk last week, I don't really know if anything's held a candle to that.
No, nothing's held a candle to that. The big thing seems to be the talk of, first and foremost, the murder of those police officers in Pennsylvania. That was terrible.
Direction, yeah. I saw the press release for that. That was a very detailed, interesting press release.
I did not see it.
They went into a lot of detail. My biggest concern or question of the event is they went into a home where the door was compromised. It was unlocked.
Uh-huh.
And there was 3 investigators that just opened the door to go in, and they were ambushed and basically shot down on site.
Right.
And
from the inside,
they died. They basically got dropped.
Wow.
And my question is, if they had gone in hot, if they would have had a chance, or it wouldn't have made a difference.
Yeah. If he was set up with an AR pointed right at them, probably would have saved a life or maybe 2. I'm sure one of them would have taken some hits to the vitals.
Yeah.
But being if they just sort of walked in, not like a felony warrant serve, they might have, they probably weren't prepared at all. I mean,
it was strange to me. In my mindset, if I was walking into compromised territory, I would be very on edge.
You would think they'd all have level 4 armor and a shield that could stop a rifle. That probably would have saved all of them.
Right.
But sadly, you can't second guess it after the fact. You can just say, I guess you wish that things would have been different, because I'm assuming now that they had families and whatnot.
Of course. It sounded like they were elders, so they had a lot of family.
Damn, it's terrible.
So I don't know what will come out of that. I mean, the perpetrators
were they detectives? Were they?
Yeah.
They were. Okay.
I believe there was 4 detectives and 1 sheriff deputy. I could be wrong on that. Don't hold me to it, but it's close. Hey, what's up, Welshman? Welcome back, dude.
Nope. I can do that.
Okay.
I've just got to open the YouTube tab.
I was hoping to hear about your escapades last week, Welshman, because I saw you were out there with Banksy, or at least you saw him somewhere along the way, sitting in the rain at times and whatever, and watching the protests live in action. It seemed rather peaceful. So you did do a follow-up video in your car, so I did watch that, but I'm sure more questions will pop up, and I'm just curious to hear, once you get in here, if you can still hear me now, if you think it made any change for your nation to see that historic volume of turnout for patriotic beliefs, if it made a difference, or it was just an event people showed up to and it's all done and dusted.
me get this in there for him so he can answer you.
Yeah.
And it's pinned now too. So it's pinned, Welshman. Momentarily he'll be clicking on that. But yeah, it looked like quite a turnout for sure.
Oh yeah,
Which-
dude. And they were totally politicizing the numbers. There's like, oh, there's 100,000 people out, and you're like, there's so much more than that, dude. Not even a realistic lie.
I don't know how to judge numbers like that.
Good evening, everyone.
Hey man,
How you doing, man? Quite a spectacle you fellas put on over there.
Yeah,
Good stuff.
yeah. Basically, it was just an organic sort of protest, and then it was promoted by. We did no one knew how many were going to turn up. But we all knew it was going to be big numbers, to be fair. But the numbers that did turn up was extraordinary in the sense that a lot of people came from all different directions. So there was large portions of Greater London that was at a standstill, either with the roads being blocked off or just the overflow of the amount of people. So I went to I went to the protest immediately, and I went with Banksy, and I said to Banksy, "We need to get out of here. Are you going to stay here?" I said, "Because I'm not interested, because I know what's going to happen. We're going to get crushed in here. Been in this scenario, the same protest like Whitehall's in this street. It's all confined." I was like, "No, I'm not staying here for like 3-4 hours.
Yeah.
I'm going to go wandering around Greater London and, check out I was going to go to Trafalgar, which is up and around because they wouldn't let you walk through."
Yeah.
So anyway, it was crazy. The police completely lost control, and in multiple times. I've got lots of footage I haven't released.
you were saying the lost control just because of the pressure of bodies pushing against each other past the barrier.
Well, their tactics were completely wrong. Like the police tactics are always completely wrong dealing with this. It's never about de-escalation. It's always about escalation. It's one of the first things in training is to de-escalate. They never do it with us.
I'm saying like it wasn't like the crowd was getting rowdy. It was just like there's so many people.
Yeah.
They push barriers because there's nowhere for them to go.
Okay, so I wouldn't say most Americans, but hopefully some Americans would know Westminster Bridge, Parliament, and Big Ben. Now they're together. So you've got the bridge, and then you've got Parliament, say, on the left, and you've got Big Ben on the left as well. Well, there's a road called the Embankment that runs down the embankment to the Thames, and that's where Scotland Yard is. And they blocked that road off for everyone from and what happened was where we were coming via Westminster Bridge with Parliament on the left and Big Ben on your left, and we were walking over Westminster, and then we wouldn't take the first right into the embankment. We'd take the second right into Whitehall. That's where the protest was. But it backed so far up the protest. It'd come out of Whitehall, it'd gone into Parliament sort of Square, and taken a right past Big Ben again and over the bridge. The bridge was solid of people.
Yeah,
So
I saw that picture of the bridge. It looks like a pretty good sized bridge. Just
oh yeah, and what happened?
Loaded with people.
And what happened was the police had blocked off the embankments, but the sheer numbers of people that couldn't go straight on because you were walking like a penguin, 1 foot in front of another foot in front of another foot. Everyone then sort of pushed to the right. So that was literally the biggest problem they had, because what happened then was there was a whole lot of patriots walking up the river, and they were to get to Trafalgar from the side entrance. So that's when there was a big problem. But the police tactics were really bad. They were completely outnumbered. There's so much footage of the police being outnumbered and being really nasty on the truncheons and the tear gas. I was pepper sprayed. I put it on my community posts. Yeah, I got pepper sprayed. I did.
I didn't even realize it got that bad. I don't remember seeing anything like that.
Yeah, I mean, it's in my community post. It's got me like throwing milk over my eyes, and I was in the vicinity. I was in the vicinity, maybe between. I wouldn't want to be in the front, but I'm certainly the first 5%, 10% there. But I must have been about 5, 6, 7 rows back when I got pepper sprays, and
Do you think that it made a difference? The turn up, the
yeah,
spectacle?
I mean, they lied saying 100,000, 110,000 or whatever. The numbers are far more than that.
But if it made a difference, what do you expect to see different?
Well, what? So I've been involved in that movement for a while, the Patriot movement in the UK. The table's turned. It's turned for the last 6 months. I've said this to a lot of people. We now have, like, you would get like a local protest, and you'll see many sort of pensioner women there, or lots of women in general, and they've all said the same thing. Things like, "Oh, I'm supposed to be racist or a Nazi because I'm worried about 200 undocumented males."
So
my
Johnny Grammaticus says, "Yeah, Baldrick had a cunning plan." What does that refer to?
Yeah, Blackadder, a comedy series in the UK, but there's no cunning plan. It's pretty organic. People have just had enough now. They don't care if you want to call me this because I've got concerns.
Right.
The vast majority of the public are going down that right route, and the reason why on certain subjects is because they haven't been listened to, and it's glaringly obvious to people. Really.
So you believe that the politicians themselves are now speaking a different language?
Well, of course they're talking about deportations and stuff. They're all talking about it. The Greens, they're all
Right.
they're all literally talking about it now.
If you
Because they know.
You know who's
Sorry,
one of
but
the great leaders is that I think is going to make a great example, and I hope some of her bleeds into the UK is Giorgia Meloni from Italy. She is something else.
I don't know enough about her. She's done some good stuff, but I also heard that he's pressured, by the EU tremendously because Italy are in a huge debt to the EU.
Possibly.
Huge,
but I mean,
money.
What I've heard from the left media over here is, number one, that it was a far right demonstration rally, which I think is a misrepresentation. It's more of a rally of frustration as I see it. It's not.
Yeah.
It's just people are pissed. It's not far right. And a second thing I heard, there was quite a bit of talk over here about correct me if I'm wrong, is it the King George flag, the single red cross on a white background?
Yeah.
And that one media outlet was saying, now, if you have that on the day of a football match, it's fine, it's nothing. But if you're flying that at a rally, it has different connotation, which to me sounds like the most ridiculous.
Absolute bollocks.
Right? I mean, how silly can you get, man? So, can you explain a little bit about that flag?
The George Cross, is a Christian symbol anyway.
Right.
So that's the first thing. And just because nationalists in the 70s and 80s used the George Cross, well, what flag were they going to use? Come on, Steve and RW. What flag would British or English nationalists use to promote their ideas? Would it be the English flag, the George Cross, or would it be the fucking Pride flag or the Dutch flag? No, it'd be the fucking
flag.
What about the what do you call the one you have on your avatar? Union Jack.
So yeah, it's called the Union Jack on a Navy vessel, but it's actually officially called the Union flag.
Okay.
But a lot of people say the Union Jack. So yeah, that's the Union. That's all. That's all of us.
I call it the Mark of Anu.
So the George flag is more just Wales and.
No, it's just England. We got the dragon.
Okay, I see.
But
so as a Welshman were there in support of England.
No, I was in support of Wales.
Of Wales, okay.
It's a union, Steve. So England, Scotland, Wales, and Northern Ireland.
Of course.
It's together to make the United Kingdom. So there were Scottish flags there for the Scottish people that turned up.
I see. Okay.
You would never get a Scottish person flying a George Cross.
I got you.
ever, and you would same for the Welsh, and the same for everyone concerned. Yeah, but like
The
that's why you were
majority would be
seeing a
England flag, though,
mixture of
probably.
flags there because they were, obviously you got the Scottish flag, got the Northern Ireland flag, and then
Yeah.
you would get some Polish that would turn up. You would get so it was quite international in a lot of ways, but
Yeah,
yeah,
which
there
is
was no
better.
Mickey Mouse flags or any degenerate flags up.
I mean, Poland, I believe,
No
just
Disney flags.
elected.
Damn.
Poland elected a new leader not long ago, didn't they? Or is this old news?
I'm not familiar with that. As a
Yeah, I
as
don't
a
know if you're on
region.
about Tusk was elected about a year ago.
A year ago. Okay.
Yeah,
The
they're
bold
still
motherfucker, though.
He is bold.
they're still very right wing, I believe. And
Before we move on, I just wanted to state, you said that, the politicians are singing a different tune, but if you
Yeah.
relate it to when Trump was doing the press release next to Starmer, and there was a direct question asked about immigration, and like Trump was like prodding him, and he wouldn't directly say that he's going to do something about it. He kind of deflected. So even though they may be singing a different tune, I don't see it.
Well, so far they've been a one in, one out thing, which doesn't work because so far they've evicted, I think it's 3 people, and just in one day, I think it was last month, I think there was 800 in one day. So it's just none of it works. The only thing that will work, I've always said, is you come out the Dublin Refugee Agreement, you come out the ECHR. Some politicians are talking about this now, but I've been saying it for years. It's literally the only way. Because what happens is they use the ECHR to talk about, like, and they bring up like the classic one is to say nothing. And after 3 years of, like, like saying kickback, they talk about their slavery. They do a slavery thing, and it's like, and they do this like about 3 hours or like a day before they're due to leave. It's just standard sort of thing that the lefty lawyers they're all doing it. They all know what to do and how to mix it up and string it out. Basically, if you stay here for 5 years, you have leave to remain, shit like that. So then you can stay.
That's how it works.
Not completely as clear as that, but if you stay for 5 years, you do, people, they do get basically, unless I don't know the exact examples, but that is leave to remain is called after 5 years. I'm sure it's restricted in some ways, but for example, in the UK, and it's the same in America, by the way, but in the UK we give more. And I found this out, that like Q80s and stuff, they'll never be liable, they'll never be granted refugee, but they come to the UK knowing this. They can stay here for like 3 to 5 years in hotels or free accommodation. And,
You don't seem to talk about deportation, though, in your ideas. You're talking about one in, one out, but
I'm not talking about that. I'm
like
just giving you the policy. I'm giving you the I'll give you the government's policy, and that's what it is. And basically, after like 3 to 4 years of staying, I seen an interview the other day. He said, "I want to go home now." He said, "But I want my $3,000."
Yeah.
So the UK pay him $3,000 to self-deport. So he wants his $3,000 and he wants to go.
So where are individuals mostly coming in from? Are they coming in from England? Are they coming in from a certain part of Great Britain and then they're spreading out from there? Or are they coming in from everywhere?
Well, a lot of the illegals will come in from the southeast Dover direction, but a lot of the stroke, students and all that, they're all coming conventionally, the airports.
Okay.
Student visas and all that bullshit.
I guess I'm just curious.
The first thing I would do in the UK would be to deport all illegal foreign criminals. It's quite simple.
Right,
most people
and you're
agree
hearing
on it.
politicians speak towards that manner now, or not?
Yeah, they're definitely sneaking. And the only reason they're going down this road is because they realise that Overton windows moved to the right.
Right. If they want to keep their seat.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean they actually have to implement it. They just have to say it.
So we've got like this new home secretary or something, some some Muslim lady, obviously, and she's now seeking to tackle all the boat people. Well, the boat people are only 5% of what arrive in the UK, so they're not really the biggest problem. The rest is legal bullshit and student visas and all that crap.
Right.
But she, in 2015, was filming boats arriving, thinking this is great, and she was bigging up all these people arriving. There's footage of her. And now, 10 years later, she's giving it the big, oh, this is terrible. And you're thinking, oh, funny how times change, eh?
Is she a citizen now?
Oh, yeah, she was back in 2015, but in 2015, she thought, loads of strangers from far-flung places turn up from a European country, a so-called safe country over here, risking their lives.
Mm-hmm.
She was saying that was brilliant in 2015. And,
She's like, no.
basically she was bigging it up. And now, she's saying this is terrible. I'm thinking, well, you didn't think that fucking 10 years ago, did you?
Right. How? Welcome, Brandon. By the way, good to see you, buddy. Can you hear us? Got audio? I'm not hearing your audio if you're talking, at least. We also got Howard in chat saying digital ID.
Yeah,
is dead for freedom.
that was my
Oh, go
bad.
ahead.
I muted.
Okay.
McGregor. Good afternoon, Tank. Good evening.
I like your setup, dude. Is that King Trump?
Yeah,
yeah.
Orange man, bad.
Was that like Elvis
Yeah.
King? Elvis the King?
Yeah. So last night I was visited. Not last night. I was visited by the spirits of President God King Trump and Jesus and Charlie Kirk, and they explained to me how all of the mass shootings for the last 60 years have been trans people, even though trans people haven't existed until about 2000s or so.
Please.
But all the
Who
mass shootings
said
have
that,
been because
Tank?
of trans people.
Who
for the
said
last
that?
60
Who said
years.
that? Was that you?
No,
Yeah,
this
I
is
think it
what
was.
the spirits of God King Trump and
Yeah, so
Jesus
you
and
said
Charlie
it.
Kirk told
So
me.
you say it like a statement. Okay. How's it start an evening
Oh no, this
talking
is what
about an
this
assassinated man and then make up
this is what they're told.
weird statements to say that trans people
But
for the last
my
60
question
years
is,
has
did
killed
they give you
everyone.
the
Wait a
lotto
second,
number?
wait a second.
You
Are
got
you
some
saying
sports numbers?
that my spiritual moment didn't actually come? Are you trying to call me a liar
Wow.
or what?
I believe, Dank, I believe that
Bit
you had that
disturbed.
experience. I do believe that experience happened for you.
I am on board. I am on board with the FCC threatening to cut off the ABC license so that Jimmy Kimmel could finally get the axe because he kept saying bad things about Donald Trump.
Well, I'm glad that you're on board with that and you're peacefully moving forward with that movement. Yeah, cool.
Yeah, totally.
Well, might as well take out the rest of the late night guys, right? Let's bring back Conan O'Brien.
We got Timo McGrandy in the chat. Hello.
Oh, McGrandy will be here soon.
He's here. He's already here. He's in the chat.
Something tells me Conan wouldn't last very long.
You got Wish Timo.
All right.
Did he give you the lotto numbers? Because I could really benefit.
What is up, Topple? Hey, Brandon.
What up?
Oh, good.
Did anyone visit you last night in your dreams or day visions, Topple?
I don't dream that much. I don't sleep that much.
Well, you can have day visions too.
No, I don't.
Well, if you don't have anything to bring to this chat, why are you here, man? Jeez.
I'm enjoying this. I'm taking this in.
Oh, okay. Well, I didn't have anybody come to me in my sleep last night, but I did have like a sleep apnea moment where I thought I died. So that's kind of like
probably did. You don't.
Maybe I did.
Does she wake you up and does your wife push you and punch you in the face and all that stuff?
No. She sleeps through my dying experiences, but if she's snoring, I can't have
it. What do you do?
I jiggle the bed. Like I do this thing where I just like shut like a fish out of water, and that like disturbs her just a little bit so she wakes up, and then it resets for like 3 minutes. I gotta speed myself to sleep. It's like speed napping.
I let my wife snore. She's peaceful. I'm not gonna bother her.
Christ.
I just have like OCD with like patterns, and like if I'm trying to sleep, there's a pattern, a reoccurring pattern. It just drives me nuts.
Yeah, like a dripping on your air conditioner from the roof, that bang, bang, bang. If it's raining,
Yes.
that'll drive you
Yes.
fucking crazy.
If
Dude.
it's rain, I love it. If it's rain or thunderstorms, that's fine. But a repetitious like that or a dripping in the shower drives me nuts.
Yeah, I mean, Smoke Wife doesn't make a sound in her beautiful slumber, so. And that's all I'm going to say about that.
My wife farts a lot.
Oh, well, she's not here, so.
No, my wife farts a lot when she sleeps.
Right. My wife does nothing but
Thanks for
sleep.
that.
Well, it's just the truth. Is we're all living human beings, right?
Yeah, but some people's farts are deadly. Other people
No, she's
loud
eating
entertainment.
beets. She's eating beets. It's over.
Yeah.
That's funny.
Eggs in this household are cursed.
You guys got those untested eggs, so there's no knowing what's swimming around in that yolk.
Extra
Untested.
sulfur. Very organic.
Super
I
organic.
I know. I've always wanted to get up the gumption to buy eggs from one of the local, chicken guys. But I don't know. I feel like I'm going to be the guy who gets the bad egg and ends up,
You don't have to refrigerate them if you don't wash them. Is that
What-
correct?
What are you worried about with eggs?
like local guys who have chickens and sell eggs at their house,
Yeah, that's the ones you want to go to.
Yeah, I guess.
You want some raw milk too? Get some raw milk.
I always drink raw milk, and I do it like once a year, twice a year at a festival or a couple of festivals I go to.
You shit your
And
brains
this-
out the next day.
No, this year they wouldn't allow them to sell the milk, so they gave the milk away for free. And there was a little bucket there that obviously there was no money exchanging hands, but there was money going into a bucket just straight from the cows in the farmers' fields, straight like literally half a mile.
Not homogenized, not pasteurized.
Yeah, it tastes gorgeous. It does raw milk. Like it's hard to explain, and it's nice warm.
Right.
So-
Sounds-
but yeah, you can't buy it. Well, he couldn't sell it to us. Wasn't allowed to.
Ugh, that's terrible.
We're
Just to
adults, eh?
clarify,
We're adults.
RW, did Last Dance say he wasn't going to be here tonight last week? I often forget these things.
I don't remember any communications like that. I
Right.
think it's just a blip.
All right. I'm just worried about my buddy because usually he talks to me. But I'll put it behind us, and that's all I'll say about that.
Can you
I mean,
contact him?
I
Or
can reach
can you
out if you want
contact him
to.
directly?
Just by DM, and Twitter, and stuff.
Yeah, just DM him.
I
Is he been active on Twitter?
Checking.
Yeah, somewhat. I think today.
Yeah, if he's been active on Twitter.
8 hours ago, he was pounding
There you
on libs. So I think we're good.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good signal.
There you go. Scum
Same
TV.
old. What's up, Scum?
What up, dog? Good to see
What do
you.
What do you guys think of the $100,000 annual fee for H-1B visas? I thought that was an interesting. I didn't
think
really
the
look into it.
I
but
think
to me,
the
it's like
Indians
you
are pissed
basically
off.
really need that person. You need them, and they're integral to your company. If you're going to throw down $100,000 a year for them,
Wait a second. That's a permanent resident alien green card. You'd have to pay for that.
H-1B is a visa for workers to come into the United States
Yeah.
to work for you.
75% of them are Indian, by the way, and now $100,000 each one. Now.
So for them to
That
throw
doesn't
that
make-
down, it's going to get that's going to wipe the board.
Yeah.
There's going to be a lot of people ain't worth that much. See ya.
Well, that doesn't make any sense to me. But if somebody can rationalize it, I would listen.
it's $1,000. It was $1,000. It was
It's
1,000
100,000.
which obviously got abused, and you can sort of see why.
You can see though that this is a major upset that's going to cause a lot of rapid change, and it's going to be like a shitstorm for equalization. I'm curious to see how it works. I don't know enough about it. I'm not a good economist.
So you're saying they underpay these guys, so it undercuts the market salary for like American workers? Is that what the problem is?
I wouldn't even say that personally. I would say that it takes the job away from an American citizen.
Yeah.
It forces people to
Well,
pay a
what's the
lot of
point
money
of
to have.
hiring them over an American citizen?
Well, they could house,
Cheaper.
but basically they could put them all in one house. So they're all in one place. They're guaranteed to turn up. They can't hide. There's many reasons, I suppose. I don't know if that'd be the main reason.
But money is it, right? I
Yeah,
mean,
it's money. It's money.
I mean, you still have to pay the
regardless.
minimum wage, so it's not like an illegal immigrant.
so are we talking like IT workers, guys that would normally have a degree, that sort of thing?
I'm not sure.
Well, I believe the systems works and it was abused because another person couldn't do the job. So, but I heard that was totally abused anyway. So.
Interesting. Yeah, I don't know a lot about that. And
All I know is it's a game changer. It's a lot of that's forcing corporations to shuffle quickly. Microsoft is already like pulling everybody back from India. They're making major movements quickly.
well, what's to stop companies from moving the company to the location that the workers originate from, rather than having the workers come here and move the company
Tariff.
there?
Tariffs.
Unless it's
That's
digital. I don't know how the tariffs work for digital communications and stuff like that.
Well, digital labor, because let's face it, you can do
Right.
the same job you could do in Massachusetts from across the sea, and
Right.
because
And at the end of the day, all that would do is remove the physical footprint of those workers inside of the United States.
Grand, what's up, bud? Talk. We can hear you.
English bottle cap's got a bit of advice. He said check the egg if it's edible by using the float test, which is true.
We do that. It's the problem is once it's eaten that it's the problem. No matter how good the egg was going in, coming out, it's a problem.
I don't know.
Well, to be honest with you, every time I've cracked a bad egg, you fucking know it.
Oh yeah.
Steve,
It ain't like there's no middle ground. Well, it'd be all right. Like it's a yogurt or 3-4 days after or something. It's not like one of them where you can skim the top off, and because it's yogurt, it's all right. It's a non-starter, isn't it? You doing scrambled egg, you crack one, fine. You crack the second one, it's like, oh fucking hell, what happened?
Right.
There?
so
that's weird.
so Steve, how you doing, buddy?
Not bad. How are you?
I'm good, man.
Good.
Good to see you.
In the OG. Good evening.
I Top asked me to come on so I could say hello on the chat. So
Thank you for doing that.
I appreciate your invitation.
I appreciate you.
Well, thank you, man. What's going on?
Your
Not much.
participation is always welcome, my friend.
How's everything with you?
Well, aging is a precarious process. Yes.
You don't got no bad news for us.
No,
right?
no, I
Very
don't.
good,
I don't.
good.
I fucked up my foot. Actually, I don't know, a problem with my foot, but that's no big deal, man.
Can you walk?
Yeah, I'm doing it. That's the problem, because the beautiful thing about being in the pub is when one consumes a lot of alcohol, it is probably one of the best painkillers you've ever had. So, like 1 week ago, I stubbed the fuck out of one of my. I'm jammed the toe. You know what I mean? Jammed
Yeah.
toe. Yeah. Barefoot. I can probably take in a piss in the middle of the night. I woke up the next morning. I hear my wife moaning because I tell this story all the time. And I woke up. That toe next to the pinky on the left foot had a left turn on it.
Oh,
So yeah,
Was broken?
I don't know. I still don't know.
well, there's nothing they could do about it.
I know
I
exactly.
think if it was taking a
That's
left-hand
why-
turn,
now-
Clyde,
now
I would suggest
that's
this
why I'm
spot.
talking to Top, because Top knows his shit.
There's nothing they could do. Just make sure there's no open wounds for infection. Don't Bob
Yeah.
Marley yourself.
Yeah, straighten it out and just carry on.
So I took that left turn and I taped it off. Anyway, that's why I came on tonight. I want to share this fucking shit with you.
Good.
In fact, I'm sorry that Tom Aphid isn't here because he's got some fucking badass fucking toes, man. They're nasty.
Whoa, what?
Oh yeah. So I taped it off and iced it for fucking 3 or 4 days, according to all the shit you should do. And
Oh, don't get your advice from the internet. Go see a doctor.
and I know, but you know, I'm going to do that eventually. But
I mean, it's one of the least treatable things. Is a
Yeah.
broken.
They won't do
Exactly.
anything. They won't
Exactly.
do anything. They'll just straighten
Exactly.
it up. If you want it straight, you should have done it at the time and
I
just like
did.
put a lollipop
I
in
did.
it and tape it
I
up.
did.
Tape
it
up to the other toe.
No, I
Yeah,
did.
that's
The
it.
morning I woke up and saw that left turn. I pulled that fucker, and I got the tape out. I had from my fucking car, my old Infinity car had a fucking it
I
had a-
bet I bet your
had a first
toes
aid
still
kit in
wanted to take a left
no,
turn,
it had
did
a
it?
first aid kit in it. And one of the things was that fucking latex. That shit is 25 years old. I shit you not. I use that. I fucking taped that motherfucker up next to the big boy next to it. You know what I mean? Because
Good.
it was a left turn. And for 2 days, I kept that fucker taped up. And then it straightened out. Now it's just a fucking swollen plug. But Steve, I appreciate your input because there is absolutely nothing you can fucking do about it. Even if I go to them, it's anyway. Good to
Yeah, I
see
mean,
you
if
guys.
you get to an infection, then go. Then
yeah,
go help.
yeah, of course,
If it doesn't go that route and it just
Yeah.
starts healing and you're fine, save yourself the couple $100 or more.
Yeah.
And just
Yeah,
fucking,
yeah. You're right.
You know, but keep
Yeah,
an eye on that shit.
You
can
save
go
yourself
fast.
$500. In the UK, we save ourselves 15 hours in the waiting room.
Yeah,
Yeah.
what's your time worth?
Time's
Right?
worth
know,
more than
it's-
money.
it-
That's
sometimes,
about the going rate now for shit like
Real-
that. Sit and
I
wait.
feel sorry for you know what it's now I'm on Medicare, so it's like it's no big deal. You know what I mean? I can go to the emergency room, spend $140.
Plan
Like,
A
it's
or
like-
Plan B.
Oh, I got it all, man. But I don't want to abuse. I don't want to become addicted to the system, and that's a big thing. We should talk about that in America. The health.
Yeah, you know, and
it's
a lot of people
fucking-
don't realize it, but no dental when you're old like that.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah. It's absolutely true. They offer dental. But guess what? It's like 2 or 3 cavities, no crown work, no fucking implants, none of that.
And you have to pay.
I got bottled about 12 years ago, maybe a bit
Oh,
more,
thanks.
in a big fight.
evening,
And
gentlemen.
I went to the hospital. I had a big gash on my head, like, and so off I went, and they were like, I knew what the form was. You know, I only ever go there as an emergency, so you don't know what the form is. It's just fucked.
Yeah.
And it was such a long queue. I thought, oh fuck it, I'll just go home. So I booked it in, and I seen the triage woman, and she said, "Oh yeah, you know, you gotta wait, of course, because it's not like life threatening. They just fucking put me on the fucking slow or whatever, or they were just too busy." So I went home, slept for fucking 8 hours. I come back, I walked in there, and I said, "Oh, so and so, give my name and all that." They said, "Where have you been?" I said, "Oh, I've just been sat down in the children's accident emergency in the corner." She goes, "We've been calling your name since about like 7 this morning." I left there about 12 in the night, like so for 7 hours I would have had to wait. She goes, "Oh, don't worry, we'll put you through now." And literally within 10 minutes I'd been pushed through, and I was
wow,
fucking.
yeah. You
So I
beat the
thought next
system.
time now, if it ever
Well-
happens again, sign in, go home, and then come back.
I got to tell you this, Welshman. Here, it's not going to happen. They're going to push you right through.
Depends on the level of injury, but yeah, usually bleeding, they get you in faster.
Yeah, absolutely. It's
Or
like
trouble breathing.
yeah,
Bleeding or no breathing? There
Yeah,
you go.
absolutely. You're going to get pushed through. The best thing is an ambulance, but that's like an extra $1,000.
Oh no! I'll walk there. Fuck that.
Two
You
2,000.
still won't hurt by the time you get to the
I
hospital.
don't care.
No. I'm Medicare now, so it's like I last time I told you guys that my grand adventure where my bike broke down. And I ended up fucking walking 9 miles or 10 miles or whatever, and fucking collapsed and went to
Don't
the
worry,
Audi.
guys. He's
I
still
went to-
alive.
Yeah.
That's-
I went to the Audi dealership, and that trip was probably like 3 miles, and that was like $1,100 in a fucking ambulance. But that wasn't me, because thank God I'm an old man. Thank God it's paying off finally. And it was like $200 I had to pay, which
All
I
right.
thought was quite reasonable for that ambulance drive. So
I
it
would have
was like,
taken an Uber. Probably be cheaper.
yeah, but I don't.
They charge more if you
I
bring
had-
it out in the back of the
Here was the
vehicle.
problem.
Yeah.
The biggest problem was I didn't have any money.
You get a bad rating.
I didn't have my wallet.
Hey, good evening,
What?
lads. We
Hey,
were
Oh,
talking
shit.
about you just then.
good.
Our
Good evening.
Maryland Republican friend.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Okay.
I'm a Nazi. I'm a
I was
goose
just going to
stepper.
say he's a smart
you-
snee, isn't he?
You're the
I'm
goose
sorry
stepper,
to hear you
dude.
changed your political
Goose-
affiliation last name.
goose stepper.
Hey, I just found out Hitler was a vegetarian too.
Yeah, he
Yeah,
was.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
he was.
crazy.
Yeah, but he didn't go all the way to vegan.
So if you're a vegetarian, that's what they say. I say to them, I said, you know Hitler liked dogs, do you? And they all go, huh? He loved dogs, didn't he?
Yeah, but I mean, Hitler also, he had his doctors were really giving him some bad stuff when it came
Definitely.
to
Oh,
That
they were
was
giving him
definitely.
juice, man.
He was
They were
cranked up the
Jews.
whole time.
They were juicing him all the time, man.
He's on meth all day.
and then they were giving him like, I can't even talk about it. It's so gross.
Yeah, ketamine.
He wasn't well, was he? And he was on a cocktail of loads of shit trying to control the condition, but they didn't even know what they were giving him, did they? Really?
They've upgraded their ability to do it much better. You see that we ran Biden for 4 years rather well.
Oh, yeah.
Mhm.
Adrenochrome.
What
Is
what
it
about our
Well,
president
as a-
executive? You know what?
Hold on, let's
I-
stay on the Biden thing. Is it true that his cancer is metastasized and gotten worse?
Yeah.
I don't know. I haven't heard.
Stage.
Hey, he's gonna
stage
go
4.
Jimmy Carter. He's gonna go Jimmy Carter.
Jimmy
think
Carter's
it's gonna
still
be-
alive?
He's not gonna whine about it like
Oh.
your fucking asshole president. You know what?
Oh,
You
oh,
know what?
I
I
didn't
got a
know Trump
problem
was
with this
dying.
fucker. I got a problem with you.
oh,
Yeah,
goodness. But we
fucking
were
no
talking about
respect.
Biden, but we're on
You
to
have
Trump.
no
Which
respect.
one are you talking to?
Yeah,
You
you're
talk
pointing.
about being offended. All you fucking MAGA fuckers are all
Oh,
offended.
bloody hell.
It's all
Offended?
fucking funny.
Offended by what,
Yeah.
though?
It's not always be like that.
I never even got to finish what I was saying. I was going to
Yeah,
say,
exactly.
let's
Exactly,
let's
Steve.
all have like a positive thought for the old guy. He may not have been the
Hmm.
best president, but Jesus Christ, nobody should wish
Biden.
stage
No
4
one wi-
cancer
no one
on
wishes him
any
ill, do
human
they?
being. You know. See, now this is the side of the thing that happened with Charlie Kirk that we're trying to avoid is when bad things
Hmm.
happen to people that are on the other side. You don't
Hmm.
be thankful for it. You're not thankful for it. You're sad for them. You know, regardless of their political leanings. You know, it's
I like
Yes.
that. I like that.
The thing is, Steve, it's a different situation. I mean, Biden, what is he, 80 something now?
182.
Or-
The man's had
He's
a
still
good
not
life. He's lived
not
his life. He's
celebrated,
had
though.
he's seen his children and grandchildren. He's, you know, and you know, if you're 80 something and you get cancer, I'll be honest. I mean, it's sad, but it's like, you know, you've had your run. Charlie Kirk was 31 years old.
There's a
No,
different.
no.
It's
Just
about
beginning his
celebration.
life. There's an
No,
entirely
yeah, I agree.
different
I agree completely.
level
And-
of sort of thing.
It's
I guess
different.
it's the
celebration.
reaction that I'm
Wait.
talking about.
Yes.
The reaction, not the,
Yeah.
the malady or the assassination. It's the
I think what's interesting is the effort to steer the conversation towards some sort of sympathy towards something that happened like 2 weeks ago instead of talking about Joe Biden.
What?
I'm
Who's-
very suspect.
Who's,
So wait,
who's
we-
steering
we
the
have a-
conversation?
We have a
Nobody's
political,
steering
we
it.
have
I
a
don't
political
know. I
commentator
don't
that was
know.
assassinated by a fucking crazy, obviously.
Yeah.
And you say we shouldn't be talking about this.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, okay.
He's a
He brought
political
up-
commentator. He
Okay.
He
That's fine
commentates
with
in
me.
public when he allows anyone to ask him questions. It's an open desk, and you're saying, "Oh yeah, forget about this geezer." You're thinking, "Hold up a minute, this guy allowed anyone to ask
I'm
questions.
saying I am calling out an obvious effort to steer the conversation towards the fucking goddamn MAGA bullshit that you
Nice.
guys are all adhering to.
Hey,
Hmm.
Brandon,
hate
nice
that.
background.
You're I can't see it. Is it like I can't see it. I'm blind.
Oh, he
what?
had a vision. He had a vision last night. He created this idol
Where's the golden toilet?
altar.
Oh yeah, all right. We can show that. It's not like that guy from Live Leak who came on a few years ago with the
Mr. God to you.
yeah. That was
Where is that
disturbing.
guy? Are you
Yeah,
kidding me?
Tank, let me ask you a question. Do you think Charlie deserves to die?
Oh no. What are we doing?
Fuck. What? Of course not. That
You're
was
muted,
fucking
Dank.
insanity.
Is your
Whoever
name
took-
Tank? Is your name Tank?
Brandon.
I like the golden tool better though.
No, Charlie Kirk did not deserve
Brandon.
to die.
Brandon.
I've said as much multiple
was a
times
hot
in
take.
the Discord.
That was
Yeah,
a hot take.
I didn't get any of that. Sorry, mate. Can you just repeat it?
As I said, Charlie Kirk did not deserve to die. The dude that shot him was fucking retarded. I've said this many times in the Discord.
Yes.
Welshman doesn't read the Discord, to be fair.
Yeah, I
Right.
don't read the
Fair
Discord.
enough.
I occasionally
well-
step on there, but no. At least we can agree on that.
So that looks like Engelbert Humperdinck. Is that what I'm seeing with Trump?
Now I know what you're
Sort of-
thinking. Now, no. I don't know. I
God,
found
baby,
picture.
you
Now,
make
I
me
know what
feel
you're thinking.
special.
We've
man.
got to get Joe Biden out of the way so we can run. So we can run up against Cammy. Oh my goodness, is she beatable? It's like Black Hillary on steroids. Is she black?
Who?
I guess
Who?
she's.
Hi-
I guess she's
Kamala.
Caribbean or whatever. Doesn't matter. She gives these speeches, and it ain't just. And it just has this aura of totalitarianism. My team says she's Indian and Caribbean.
Is that
Sounds
from
like wise birds.
Go, Dog,
That's
Go?
wise birds.
How relevant is that? Her origin?
Well, because she said she was black.
Well, she could be
I don't
Caribbean, but that's possible. She
Yeah, but
could be
she's-
But
black.
she tried to sell
she's
herself
Indian.
as a black
But-
person.
Yeah.
I
right?
mean, she's
Oh wait. So what was she from? Like Trinidad or something like that? Because
No, so I think she has an Indian mother or something.
I think she's mixed. She's got like a
Yeah,
she got a
wait.
mixed
Caribbean
Who is
dad
she?
and
Who
an
is
she?
Indian mother.
Kamala Harris.
Kamala
Kamala.
Harris.
Kamala.
Hey, yeah. Her,
Kamala.
all right. I don't
You're
know why
right.
she's relevant, but I think her father was or her mother was Jamaican.
Or otherwise known
No,
as
her mother was Indian.
Heels Up Kamala.
Oh, wow.
What?
You know, this, you guys, the fucking, I swim in the ocean. I can feel the fucking current. You guys are like MAGA crazy.
What
What
do you
about
think?
Oh, I love MAGA.
What do you
I
think
want
that
MAGA
word
for England.
What
does?
about
I want
you,
MAGA.
there,
Are we
MAGA,
supposed
we
to
want MAGA.
shrink from that word? I mean, what do you? I don't know what you're. You
When-
throw these words around like they have some power.
Hey, he's
We don't
calling
have
us that.
power.
He's not calling us good.
Well, thank you, Last Dance, because apparently I've been recognized. So those words must have some power.
RW and Steve. Now you realise when I say the Overton Windows moves, and people don't care about being called these labels anymore. And Last Dance, just a prime example. Then you keep on throwing shit around, and you don't give a fuck anymore. It means
you're
Doesn't
so
matter.
offended.
It's
You
first of
know
all,
what?
it's not
You know what?
correct.
Ever since this Charlie thing, this Kirk thing, I've been amazed at how thin-skinned MAGA has become.
No,
They are like a bunch of little crying babies.
I'm very
I've never
consistent.
seen anything like it in my life. This
I've
fucking
been
this
consistent on the
obtuse
subject of
fucking
name calling
offense.
for many
And
years.
it's
I'm making the
absolutely
example that the
fucking
normies are
amazing
now.
for me.
The normies
Anyway,
don't care.
I'm not going to contend with you. I'm going to shut up right now.
Magrande,
There's
quick,
things we
quick
have a lot
question.
in common now.
Yeah, let's go with one person talking at a time.
Magrande, quick question for you. how do you feel about people cheering the death of him now? Do you think that's disgusting?
I do. I think
Okay,
it's
okay.
absolutely disgusting.
All right.
I watched that fucking guy die, man.
Yeah,
And
I
that
think
was
we all
not
did.
something to see. I fucking hate it. It's fucking disgusting. It was fucking horrible. It was fucking horrible. All right.
So,
I'll
okay.
say that to you. And that's what I'm afraid of. But I also see ICE agents fucking throwing people around in fucking the streets in fucking all kinds of cities all around the country. I see that shit too. You know,
Yeah.
so
Throwing the
I have
people
to
that are
ask you,
destruction.
what is going on? Are you going to be
Okay.
honest with what's
Okay,
going on?
McGrandy, can you
Or
tell me
not?
this? Can you tell me this though? Obviously, when George Floyd died, there was a response to like sort of riots,
Look,
loot,
look,
and damage. Now, let me finish the question, please.
All
So
right.
now, during an assassination, not an assassination of a political commentator, not the death of a criminal committing crimes, the response has been to have memorials and pray openly.
Okay.
I'll just see the contrast and your opinion.
Yes. Because the guy was a fraud. He was a false prophet. He spoke about hate. All of his fucking dialogue. Anybody that has any sense.
Did you understand what I asked you?
Look,
Do you understand what I asked
anybody
you?
that has any sense. You asked me
George
a
Floyd
question.
riot.
You
George,
asked me a question.
you've been on
Did you
answering it.
not ask me a question?
Okay, try and answer
right.
it then.
All right. So anybody, he can say whatever he wants, but I am not going to say that man did not espouse hate, bigotry, and fucking racism and fucking.
Okay.
He was like white risk. Oh,
Okay,
America's
okay,
gonna be
McGrandy,
fucking.
stop
Wait,
talking,
I am
please.
not finished. I have at
God.
least fucking 30 seconds, you fucking
You've had
asshole.
plenty of time.
So here's what comes down to. It's a sin. He died. But guess what? Was he an asshole? He was a fucking asshole. Okay? I
Okay.
didn't pull the trigger.
McGrandy, please
It's
can I
not
ask
my
you?
fault. It's not
Can I
my
ask you-
fault.
Let me ask you a
But
question.
am I going to
Stop
fucking raise a
talking.
flat half mast to him? No. I'm not
Stop
going to do
talking.
that.
Okay.
All right? I answered your question. There you go.
Okay.
You have the
Okay.
floor, sir.
You haven't answered it, but
I
I want
have.
to move. No, you haven't. But let me
Anyway,
move.
it's not between you and me.
Okay.
Between Steve, you're in control. I
No,
yield
I'm
to
part of
you.
this panel.
All
Let
right?
me
not part of the
let me
panel.
ask.
It's not
let
a
me-
panel. We're guests in his
No, it is a
bar.
panel.
He needs to
It's a
calm
panel.
down, Steve. Try and understand. Calm down.
Relax.
I-
So
We're
the-
all adults here, right?
The question I asked him was George Floyd, they rioted, and for Charlie Kirk, they prayed and done memorials. He didn't answer the question. Can you answer that question, please?
Well, yeah, I can answer that question. That is a scenario you have created. George Floyd.
No, it's
George
a reality.
Floyd is not
It's
my fucking
It's
hero.
objective. It's
George
objectively true.
No, this is fucking
It's
MAGA.
objectively true.
This is MAGA propaganda.
No, I'd
No,
say
George
it's objectively
Floyd has
true.
nothing to do with what we're talking about.
It's
is
not
fucking-
subjective.
It is
It's
find it
fucking
objective.
black. 88 military.
it's
88
actually-
military. 88
Okay.
military.
Okay. Everyone can see he's
It
not
is
answering the
black.
question again.
It is
Everyone,
bullshit. It
Well,
is
what are you trying-
diversion.
Base,
Has
what are you
no
trying to get
relevance.
with that question, though? What are you trying to get with that question? It's obviously,
Yeah.
it's not going to go anywhere. We're just
yeah.
comparing
Well,
different questions.
Yeah.
I mean, basically,
Thank you.
I've tried to get I asked for a response to see, to see what he would say, and then what he said he was a false prophet, and
Well, he
was,
also-
He is.
but he wouldn't answer the question. He went, there's a
I
difference.
said it. He's a
Rioting.
false prophet. It's a bullshit
Right, there we go.
fucking
See,
propaganda.
that's not what I
It's
asked him.
fucking MAGA
not what I
trying to
asked him.
take
So-
advantage of the death of one of their
I asked
fucking
him to
goddamn
respond to the
prophets.
point I made
One of their
Right, so
about
prophets
George Floyd
died,
riot.
and
How
they
about I-
fucking
And then
don't want to
Charlie-
fucking deal with it. I answered the question. There you go.
He hasn't. So let me move on then. So let me ask you one more
Thank you.
qualifier.
This is-
So his hateful
I'm
comments.
just so glad that everybody's speaking one at a time.
Yeah,
on,
but Banksy,
Riddles.
I want to
Don't tell
just
me
get
you
this
can't
down.
come on. You can
Okay,
come on.
okay, McGrandy, would I say I'm correct in saying that the hateful things he said were about trans people, the LGBT community? Would you say that they were the sort of hateful things his rhetoric was?
No,
Okay,
his worst fucking statement. was
Okay,
about
so
his fucking worst statement was about white
Right, racist
replacement.
stuff.
White
Okay.
replacement.
Okay.
The white
Okay.
people are going to be replaced by
So
fucking
you would
other
say
people.
you would say it's
And he
racist.
thinks he has
Okay,
some
McGrande,
fucking
please,
guarantee.
let's just get through this because otherwise it'll take too long.
Wait. All right,
It's fine. It's
you
not a
go
trick
ahead.
question.
You got the
It's
floor
not a
there,
trick
buddy.
question.
Go ahead and
So-
sink your own boat. Go
Okay,
ahead. Go ahead.
so the things you hated about him was his T rhetoric, you know, to do with trans, LGBT, and his racist rhetoric. Okay, great.
I don't care about that shit.
Okay.
That's all a distraction anyway.
Okay, so do you support Palestine to have a homeland?
No, wait.
Yeah, I do.
Okay. So this is the weird thing because Palestine and Charlie Kirk are quite similar. They're ethno-nationals. They hate the queers, and I don't think they fucking fancy the trans either. So how can one be okay and the other one be bad? Because they're very similar if you look at it like that.
I can tell you that because I am an
Okay,
empathetic
please.
person. I can express
Logic, mate. I just want to know the logic. I said, just give me the logic.
I will give you the logic if you shut your fucking mouth.
Consistency.
I'm an empathetic person. Okay, the people of Palestine have been fucking oppressed ever since. If you know the fucking history, ever since the goddamn British
lads,
fucked up
lads.
after the First World
Hey, lads.
War.
I just tied him up in a nice knot. I just tied him up in a knot.
I wish,
you lads.
McGrand, you could go 10 minutes without talking down to people.
What? How about I get fucking 30 minutes, 30 seconds, and talk to you guys? How about
I'm
I
the
get
only
that?
person. I've
How
only
about I
heard
get
you
30
since I
seconds?
got on
Boys.
here.
You guys are terrified about these questions.
Oh,
He's asking me questions, and I'm going to give you
yeah,
an
we're
answer.
terrified.
And
I
you
just
don't wanna
tied you
hear
up in
the
a. I just tied you up in a knot. Your logic and consistency.
You didn't tie
You've
me
got no
into a knot.
consistency in your opinion
I'm
at all.
trying to answer
One's
the
the devil
question.
and one's good.
I'm trying to answer
And yet they believed in
See?
similar things, very much similar things.
Hey, wait.
According to you, if for example we give those things to Charlie Kirk, everything you
I'm going
accuse
to
him
home
of,
court here.
Palestinians stand for. So there we go. The consistency in your logic, fucked, mate. Ta-da.
Thanks, Cup.
Tom.
Sorry.
All right. So,
Sorry, Banksy, but I just had to. I had to drill that one in a bit.
What's up?
Tom, he asked me a question. You think I have the floor here? Is anybody going to give me the floor?
You have the floor right now. It's quiet, so it's all yours.
Yeah,
It's
sorry,
you
yours,
and
mate.
Wilson, we're just hanging out.
Try and get out of that one. Try and get out of that.
What are you doing, Steve? Steve, what are you doing? Oh, changing the mic stand.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, there
Come
we
on,
go.
come on, McGrandy. We're waiting.
There's an interesting point made that I do want to reflect on for 2 seconds. That
was an awesome mic
conservatives
stand,
are
Steve.
resorting to prayer
So proud of you.
and other methods of pushback instead of
manly
rioting and
mic
burning
stand.
down cities.
That's the
I do
point
think
I was
that'd be a
making,
valid point.
RW.
That's
That's
good.
the
We
point
like
I'm
that.
making.
You
was the
have
point
no-
that-
Conservative,
you
not
have no-
MAGA.
Okay, I have a question now.
Thanks, Floor.
I have a question now.
Wait. He
Nope.
asked me. I had the floor, man.
Okay.
No,
So my
we're
question
gonna move
is,
on.
go to
Can you start from the top, Brandon?
okay,
Go ahead.
or just me?
Can I go after Brandon?
Okay.
Yes,
So
yes.
why is the go-to why is the go-to comparison George Floyd and Charlie Kirk? George Floyd
about
was
his
not a political assassination.
Well, it's too political, isn't it?
Because it was convenient for him.
Well, no,
Because
it's not
he's a
that.
MAGA
It's
dog.
he wasn't.
He has
Brandon,
no
Brandon, he
imagination.
wasn't. No, he wasn't talking about the direct how
Death.
these two individuals were killed. He was talking about the supporters
Response,
of these
the
two individuals
response.
and the response that these two groups gave after the
Completely
assassination of
opposite.
or the killing of the person
Okay,
that they
okay,
cared
wait a minute.
about.
Wait a second. Okay, I want to stop you right there because George Floyd did not have supporters. George Floyd had people that in the wake of his death were protesting for
Yeah.
police reform.
Yeah.
Yes,
There are
but what I mean
chances,
is
there are
two people,
chances.
That
two
is
people
very
died,
different
and two
from a
very
political
different.
figure
Okay,
being assassinated.
no,
Now
Brandon,
we do
Brandon,
have an
Brandon.
example. We do have an
Exactly.
example.
Beautiful.
Yeah, the example is the left like to riot and pillage and
That's
destroy.
bullshit. That's bullshit that's been proven wrong.
January
Stop with your
6th.
MAGA fucking propaganda. That's fucking disproved.
It is bullshit. So what
It is
happened in
Okay,
bullshit.
I'm
2020?
Hold on.
everything just froze.
You
Real-
guys
I
real
are
hear
going
quick.
nothing
back
after my
fucking
name
20
being called.
years. You're
Real
going
quick.
back. No, you guys are going back to sitting and fucking
Hold on.
Brandon,
Wall
are you
Street.
trying to gaslight us about what happened in 2020?
I got a guy trying to come in on the stream here. Hey, buddy, turn on your camera, young man. I know you and I know what you look like. So just click it on for 1 second. That's you. I won't put you on camera. You can shut it off. That's fine. All right, there he is.
What's up, Riddle? Oh, it's not Riddle.
Win.
Brenton.
Oh, fuck.
Damn it.
Win.
Are you
Winton.
mic'd up, Winton?
If that's
Good
Riddle,
evening.
why are you being a coward, man?
No. He can't come on tonight. That's why.
Why?
He's busy.
Good,
No.
good evening,
Okay,
Banksy,
so-
mate.
To
I
finish,
think
to
he's-
finish my thought.
Good evening, Base.
I think he's
I
all right.
missed you, man. I'm sorry I lost you. I couldn't get back.
Yeah, well,
once I
I
got
was
in.
I was telling the boys that we walked down Whitehall, and to be honest with you, I didn't even
Fuck
get
you,
didn't even
Whitehall.
get
how's it
to the
going?
stage. I seen you drifting in front of me, and yeah, you were gone. So
Yeah, once
Oh,
I
you're
once I
breaking
went
it.
in, I couldn't
Wait,
get back
wait,
out. It
so-
was horrific.
yeah, I know.
Wait, you're bringing
That's
in
why I
these
didn't wanna go
nerves
in.
now, Eyes? What is this shit? Are you so feeble and weak that you have to bring in your fucking wait, Riddle? Are you
It's
you're
not
from the
Riddle.
Are you?
not Riddle.
huh?
Let somebody else talk, Brandy.
You know what? You know what? Last dance. I think you got a lot of nerve, buddy.
Welcome.
Have another
You've been
gin.
talking. You've been talking for fucking 2 months. I've been away.
No,
Right.
you're wrong.
You've been
That-
doing all your
it
talking. So-
it doesn't add up from pub to pub, bro. It resets every time.
Oh, okay. All right. You set the
All
rules,
right.
buddy.
So
Under
what do
your
you
rule.
think? You sit out for 6 months, you get
Okay.
to talk for a fucking hour? Come on, you know that's not logical. No way.
I need to start sitting out.
Okay, so
You know what?
I would like to try and get back to my point.
Yeah. Can thank.
Go ahead. Go ahead. You know what? I'm gonna go get some beer. I'll be
Okay,
back later.
so
Yeah.
See you later.
as I asked,
Get a gin
as
on
I
the
asked,
way.
why
fuck
is
you.
the why
you,
is the
babe.
go-to
Go ahead, Brandon.
So as I asked, why is the go-to comparison Charlie Kirk and George Floyd when we have an example of a political assassination to Democrats, multiple Democrats on the same night, and was planning to go after a lot more, but the comparison that we make is George Floyd and Charlie Kirk. Don't you think that's a little bit disrespectful to Charlie Kirk's memory?
Yeah, I do. And you just made a great point.
And you're talking about the Minnesota shooting.
Yes. The Minnesota law.
Exactly. Yes.
Was
Yeah,
that
I-
who was
I'm
the
not gonna
killer in
discount-
that?
I'm not going to discount the fact.
don't remember
but,
his
I'm
name.
sure. I'm sure. I was
he
just going to
was-
say. I'm sure none of
Hold
you know
on.
the victims' names or the perps' names on that one.
Who was the killer?
up-
and what was
up-
the
up
murder?
until- up until a couple of days ago, that is, of course.
Yes.
Melissa Hortman was one of the Democrats that was murdered, and I believe her husband
Her husband too.
was
Yeah.
Yeah, her husband.
murdered
Yeah.
along with her.
And
Oh,
the
who-
dog.
Who was the guy?
No one. They didn't. They publicized his name, but it wasn't made a big deal of, so it wouldn't stick in.
So-
the
Okay,
memory.
so the guy, the guy Vance Boltler or something. He was
Bolton.
a lifelong reporter, a Republican.
Bolter.
Minister, a missionary pastor that would go around to places in Africa and preach the gospel to them. He was an anti-abortion, or he was, an anti-abortion activist who every Democrat that he killed or had on his list to kill were pro-choice Democrats.
Yeah, that's a similar thing to that is right in line with what almost came within an inch of happening to Steve Scalise. Those two things are almost exactly the same in my
And I think Brandon's point is there was no rioting after that.
Sure.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
that's
I
a
gotta-
better,
I gotta- I gotta
it's a
say
better
that's fair
comparison
enough.
to the Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, but I would agree. I would, say again that no one even knew, sadly, who the victim was or the perp was. up until about a week ago, till it's been
Oh,
highlighted.
I'm sorry. It was very
And if you-
publicized.
and-
even
and if
though
you're gonna-
Republican side
if you're
of,
gonna
like,
use an
right-wing
example,
media
you-
tried to
it-
very much cover it up.
Yeah, but Brandon, if you're going to use an example, a comparison, you're going to give a comparison. No one even mostly went to their memorials. There was no like huge public outright cry at all. Sadly, I'm not cursing it out. I'm not saying that lives are worth less.
Well, there
But
was.
if you're going to give it,
there
you're going to give an
was.
example.
It's just that those things don't get publicized on the left.
No, I think there is some point to what Welshman's saying is the popularity. This guy was internationally popular, Charlie Kirk. These people were relatively unknown nationally.
Okay,
And you combine that with the fact of
Let's get this clear.
Go ahead.
Hold on.
There's a brutal
Hold on,
quality
let's get this
film,
clear with
too.
what you're saying right now. Let's get this clear with what you're saying right now. Charlie Kirk was extremely popular, and it was wrong to kill him. And he is the example that we will hold up. But if you're not very popular and people don't really know your name and somebody goes and politically kills you, we're not really going to make a big deal out of it.
No,
Well,
I'm talking in terms of the reaction. In terms of the reaction, people aren't going to react to it so emphatically if they're not even familiar
How about
with
the
the person.
president's reaction?
Yeah, but wait, there
How
was
about
no
the president's reaction?
Okay, let me just say that sadly there was no traction in the media either. So nothing went organically. Obviously, it did for a short period, and shocking as it was. But you know how news comes and goes. So sadly, it didn't get any reaction. It didn't get a reaction from the left. And it didn't get a reaction from the right.
Why 3 Democrats were murdered?
Because the press.
Can I answer the question?
Sure.
All right, so you have 3 Democrats that it appears no one really gave a fuck about. But you had one individual that was the cornerstone mouthpiece for a whole movement of people. If on the left there was an individual like Bernie Sanders or a mouthpiece that was really outspoken and well-known and they were taken out while they were speaking, do you think that you guys would have prayer murals and debates about it, or would you burn shit down?
That's a good point. But he could have been president. Let's be fair.
Honestly, dude, I don't know what the public outcry would be for a prominent left-wing figure to be murdered. Who would be a prominent left-wing figure that would be murdered?
Well, the only ones that we know.
We've talked about it. I don't want to mention names here.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Is I could name names, but I don't want to be responsible.
I won't mention the names, but they're like Coomers. They are. They like their wives getting abused by strange men, stuff like that.
But
they're weird
I think
people.
we don't have to mention names, but I mean, how about any member of the squad or any of those prominent sort of Democrats? If any of them had the same sort of scenario as Charlie Kirk, it would be an outrage.
I think only 2 of them
should be an outrage at least.
Really that prominent. I appreciate.
Okay, so let's look at this. Let's look at this real quick. So, is it the entire left that is violent and evil and goes out and causes mass violence at protests, or is it the far left?
It's far left and people that are not even affiliated with any political parties.
The thing is, I've been called
let me ask you this,
a schnazi for more times than I can.
The far left, do they love
Banksy? See, Banksy's an Iranian migrant, aren't you, Banks?
Yeah, absolutely. But the fact is that I've been called a schnazi or a fascist more times than I can remember now. Because every time I go to a protest and the counter protests are there, they are calling the other side schnazis and fascists. And it isn't. This isn't the far left. This is mainstream leftist protests. Every time you're there, they literally have signs calling everyone on the other side fascists and Hitler.
We don't have to even leave the pub here.
Live in America. Hold on. Wait. wait. Okay, I get that you don't live in America, but I live in the South. Okay, so I grew up in the South. All right, so in the South, growing up, I always heard about the pinko commie liberals.
Reds. Those Reds, did.
And it's true. They are pinko commie liberals. They are literally communists. They literally have the hammer and sickle flag.
So stop. So what you're saying, it is okay for me to call you a pinko commie, but you cannot call me a fascist.
No, if I'm marching down the streets with a swastika, you can call me a snazzy. But if I'm not walking down the street with a swastika on my flag, then no. But these people literally are walking down the street with the red hammer and sickle flag. What would you call that?
So I'm sorry, dude. I grew up in the 80s. There were no Democrats marching through the streets with a red sickle and with a red sickle flag.
Well, they are today. They are today. I can give you literally go on my channel and watch the videos. You will see hammer and sickle videos all day long.
Okay, so last weekend there was a big protest in London, right? Down Whitehall, that we kettled a load of Antifa, and what flags went up? A couple of communist flags, the red and yellow star, right, with a load of Transifa and Antifa.
Let me try this different way. Okay, let me try this different way. Again. I am almost 43 years old. Okay, I am almost 43 years old. Okay.
What?
So I'm not concerned with anything with just the things that are happening in the last 10 years. I'm looking at life
call them a
through a
communist because they're flying a
43-year
communist flag.
But Brandon, you have to admit that in the last 20 years, now whether you want to gauge this over a 40-year lifespan or not, it's irrelevant. The fact is that the left have become exceedingly what do you call it? What's the word?
Politicized. Violence.
No, radicalized in their communist manifestos over the last 20 years. The young millennials and some of Gen Zs and younger Gen Xs are wearing their communist flags proudly on their sleeves. They don't even, there's literally communist workers party tents, little like canopy things, selling communist socialist party material in the streets of London. Every Saturday, almost every Saturday.
Is that a little,
without
I see it both ways.
Capitalist shop then? Is that a little capitalist shop where they sell you stuff to communists?
Is that your proof of communism?
No, I'm simply saying that great evidence that the communist left is exceedingly radicalized right now.
So am I a communist? Because I'm on the left.
But no, do you walk around supporting the communist agenda? Do you literally support the Communist Party?
Yeah.
Communist Socialist
There is
Party?
no Communist Party in the UK.
No, there is. Of course there is.
Sure there is.
No, there isn't.
Yes.
Why not?
No, there isn't.
No.
Why wouldn't there be?
The Socialist Workers' Party.
That's socialism, not communism.
Okay. Where do you think that leads to? Are you gaslighting me now? Are you just literally gaslighting me about where socialism leads to? So socialism isn't a precursor for communism.
What's the aim for socialism? Where's it go?
Okay, wait, stop. Wait a minute. I'm about to roll. Okay, so the last thing that I want to say is, please, for Charlie Kirk's sake, stop dishonoring his memory and attempting to use his martyrdom as a cudgel to call for civil war, to go after freedom of speech.
What's a civil war?
Actually have the government, the wheels of government go after freedom of speech.
Look,
This is not just people
Sounds familiar.
saying that they're going to cancel something and then
Dank, Dank,
somebody gets
Dank,
fired.
before you go
It's
though,
it's lit- it's
should have
literally
started
the
with that.
walls, the
this
wheels
is what
of
I'm.
power
This is what I'm
threat-
feeling. This is what I'm feeling. If any left wingers want to fuck around in a Republican rally anymore,
No,
right?
wait.
They're going to
I'm
get
about
fucking
to, I'm
sorted
about
out.
to roll, dude.
All right? That's what I get to
I'm
feel
about to
from the
roll. I'm about to
Republicans.
look.
All right.
Look, I'm about to roll.
Defensively, watch out, because I tell you what, you're going
I'm
to get
about to
turned
roll,
over from
okay?
now on. You're going to get
Hey,
really
Dank,
turned over.
Let me just finish. Let me just finish.
Yeah,
my thought,
you watch
and then
what
you guys
comes.
can have the
You
whole
watch
damn
what
night.
comes.
Okay.
You fuck around now. The Republicans
just
will
shut the fuck
fucking
up.
sort you out.
Now, see,
watch.
this is what I'm talking about.
You poked the bear too many times.
Now,
the Republicans ain't going to take the shit off you
the next
anymore.
thing that I have to say,
You're like a
is
Timo
that the
McGrande.
viral clip of, oh my fucking God, would you shut the fuck up, you goddamn pansy. Now, the viral
Plastic.
clip of Destiny that's
Oh,
going
don't
around
go there.
that says that he needs conservatives to be afraid at their events is not that he is calling for them to be killed. It is
That's
that when we
interesting.
all saw that video of Charlie Kirk die, it is when we all saw that video of Charlie Kirk die, every one of us knew that a left-wing, prominent left-winger is going to be next.
Oh my
And within
God.
hours, there was like lists of who could be next,
From
along with the calls for civil war.
Are you
Civil War.
defending Destiny? I
So
don't
what
know
I'm
what your
saying
point is.
right now,
yes, he is.
right now, is that a few weeks ago, what I'm saying right
The
now
Kuma-
is that
the
a few
Kuma
weeks ago,
Gremlin, the
I told
Kuma
you guys
Gremlin
that
he's
there was
talking
going to
about.
be an event that Donald Trump would use as a cudgel to seize
go.
more power. This is that event, and we are watching it unfold before our very eyes. The things that you guys have said that Democrats were going to do in the past
No one
10
takes
years,
this guy serious.
Donald Trump is attempting to do. If you are a patriot, if you love this country,
Yeah,
then
okay,
you will
Dank.
stand
This,
up
polit-
to
this,
the
this, this political party
Donald
message of
Trump
2 minutes is
regime.
over. You've had
And
your
that
2
is
minutes.
all I have to say.
Well, then shut up.
Hey,
man,
Dank,
because-
thanks for coming
Good
by.
night.
You should
Yeah,
start
yeah.
off with that next time so we can
Yeah.
talk.
Yeah,
Sleep well.
I'll say it nice and simple. From what I
Open
feel
with
what's
that one.
happening, if you fuck around, you're going to find out from now on. I'll tell you.
Well,
Watch this
let's
space.
let's go down the Jimmy Kimmel rabbit hole while we're
How about we
at
say
it.
hi to the people that just joined too? Plastic
I'm for it.
African.
Good evening, gents.
Hi,
How's
people.
everybody?
Hi, people.
Winton.
Winton, what's going on?
You guys hear
How's
me?
it going?
Biscuit.
Hello, Bird.
Hello.
So the
Any
question is
Marines
from
in the
top then,
house?
should
Here.
Jimmy be sacked?
One.
Is that yes or no? Is that what the question will be?
Hoorah. So, well, let's just say with Jimmy Kimmel, I'm going to lead off with my opinion
How
on it.
you guys doing? Can you hear
Good
me?
plastic.
Good, good.
You sure? I can tickle your balls if you're not sure.
Let's stay on subject, Steve.
That's a
Steve,
very attractive
go on,
I
mate.
have the results you're after.
So
That's a
should he,
tape for it?
Steve? Should he be sacked? Yes or no?
It's up to the TV channel.
Sure.
I think
Guys ain't fun.
does it's disturbing to me if the government is involved with some sort of censorship at all.
I don't think it is. I just think you said it's a business decision. You fucked around and found out.
Big business decision when the FCC are bloody basically giving you ultimatums.
Yeah, but
Exactly.
the big service companies that supply a lot of his stations throughout the UK, they pulled the plug. So when like a third of your viewership just disappears because they pulled the plug, then it actually forces your hand.
Well, let's put it to you this way: if he made the station $100 million a year, do I think this would happen? No, I do not. I do not think.
It's 170 million he makes a year.
He
I looked it up today.
Yeah, how much does his show cost? I bet they're in debt like the other guy was.
It cost 45 million. Stephen Colbert was the expensive one, 100 million.
No, fuck off. He's
Yeah.
worth 100 million.
No. The show.
Colbert's
gets
show
paid.
cost 100 million
Yes.
per year.
Production.
Funny though. I think it's funny
Production.
that
Colbert gets paid 15 million a year for his salary.
there's a
15
comment
million.
that Charlie Kirk was an asshole, and
Fucking
you could
disgusting.
easily put the
Give
guy we're
me
talking about
15
with his TV
million,
show in the
fucking,
asshole
I'm funnier
category.
than that cunt.
Easily.
It's
Yeah,
all
but
about
didn't Jimmy Fallon or whatever do blackface? Didn't he do blackface? And
Yeah,
one of the other skit
Man
was to
Show.
go up to big titty women and say, "Jump on it."
I don't care. Anything that's funny or in service of comedy.
Yeah,
fair game.
but he somehow, last dance I understand, but he somehow skimmed away from all that cultural appropriation
Well,
and
Robert
blackface.
Downey Jr. wore blackface, and
He
the black
somehow
community
skimmed
was
all
fine with
around
it.
that because he was part of the left.
That was different.
That doesn't.
It's different when they do it. Hey,
No,
That's a
that-
different issue.
The
Robert
thing is-
Downey Jr. wore blackface in
Oh, stop.
in
You're using-
War Thunder.
Yeah. But the thing is,
And we love
you see,
when they
Robert
do
Downey
it.
Jr. didn't go on a massive leftist
Jeez.
bullshit rant
Don't
about
go full
how
retarded.
terrible it is, how
I
terrible it is
honestly didn't
to
see
do
Jimmy
these
Fallon's
things.
blackface,
No,
so I
no,
don't
Jimmy,
know.
Jimmy,
I
Jimmy
was
Kimmel. By the
assuming
way, it's
it was
Jimmy
as bad
Kimmel.
as what's the face, the Canadian president that wore blackface for.
Trudeau.
Yeah,
Family
Trudeau,
Business.
Justin Trudeau. Yeah. But what I'm saying is Jimmy Kimmel, the reason Jimmy Kimmel is despicable is that he then, after he did all of that shit, all of that misogynistic acts, all of that blackface, all of that, to become
Kimmel didn't do
famous.
that. I thought it was Fallon.
Yeah, no, it was Jimmy Kimmel.
Kimmel.
It's Jimmy
Kimmel.
Kimmel.
No, Kimmel
You
did
guys are
it.
mixing
Kimmel
up
said Fallon.
the Jimmys.
yes,
But Jimmy Kimmel did all of that, that gave him the elevated level of fame that he has. Then he turns around and says, "Oh, all that is wrong." So anyone else who's trying to climb that ladder, he essentially burnt it behind him. That's what he did, and that's why it makes him a piece of shit, because he used all that tropes to become famous and then burned the bridge behind him once he crossed.
Because he was left
Just like
wing, they
Howard
left him
Stern.
alone. They left all that blackface alone. They left all that big tits with trampolines. I want to have sex with you. He was going up to strange women in New York and saying, "Do you want to have sex with me?" I mean, I'm quite old. I don't know when that's ever acceptable. And he said it's like repeated.
Oh, I'm
times.
sorry, Base, but you love Donald Trump, and he's done that more than anyone else.
Yes, but
Yes,
know,
Yes,
but
but Donald Trump isn't going on some kind of a rant about how much of a saint he is now, and how he doesn't like misogyny,
Isn't that-
and how he
isn't-
doesn't like
every-
racism and
every-
blackface. No,
every-
Donald
every
Trump
day
is
is
at least
like, I'm-
honest. He owns his shit. Jimmy
Honest.
Kimmel is a piece of shit because he now turns around and pretends to be some kind of saint about it.
Well, maybe
that's
he is
right.
now. Maybe he's changed his ways.
Yeah, but he skimmed over any criticism. My point is, if a strange person you don't know goes up to a woman as she comes off a bus and says, "Do you want to have sex with me?" No, Trump wasn't doing that. That's
It was a
that's-
TV
No, he was just
It
grabbing
was
him
a
by the
TV
pussy
skit.
without permission.
No, he said,
Yeah, but he
said
was
you-
famous.
He said you
Yeah.
could. He said you could.
So
he
is
didn't
Kimmel.
say you did. He said you could.
Not back then.
Oh,
was the-
okay.
One was a TV
I
skit.
concede.
One was on a bus.
Yeah, I win.
Who here watched Jimmy Kimmel?
But no,
Is he-
I don't watch him.
Who was
The
the,
Man Show,
basketball
Jimmy
player? Who
I
was
watched the Man
basketball
Show.
player. He used to do. Was it Karl Malone?
Carl
He was like-
Malone.
and he put blackface on and stuff. I mean,
Yeah.
it was somewhat funny, kind of like
I
a Shaq
watched a
thing.
bit of Kimmel's show today, like just for research, and I didn't find him funny, to be fair.
Yeah, I
the thing
didn't
is,
either.
I don't care. I don't care if you use
mean, you
all of those
fucking
things. I don't care
Jimmy
if you do
Kimmel for
blackface. I don't care if
research.
you're
I tell you
whatever
what, I
it
do
is. I've
find
seen.
funny is Jon Stewart.
Yeah, but look, I've seen a lot of comedians, Bernard Manning, whole host of proper racist comedians who use racist jokes, but at least own it. Don't pretend and don't climb that ladder of fame and then burn it behind you and not let anyone else to climb it because now you're somehow holier than now and you're some kind of righteous person with a halo. These people are hypocrite assholes. They will use all the racist tropes. They will use all that misogyny and all the terrible jokes. Just like another comedian, by the way, that Scottish one. What's his name?
The problem is that
You mean
the
James
one.
Corden?
No. Scottish comedian.
Dankula. Terrible. He was so like,
no,
he was
no.
so
Dankula. Dankula is still based.
What's his name? He's fucking.
It's Danny Boyle. I think Danny Boyle.
Oh, yeah.
I think so. No, it's not Danny Boyle.
Anyone familiar with the works of Don Rickles?
I don't know who that is. Is it good? But what I mean is, if you're going to do all of that shit,
he'd pick a black guy out the audience and say, "Hey, look, we got a couple black guys here tonight. All right, it's too bad your friends are upstairs robbing my hotel room, but really, thank you for being here."
That was a whole different time period.
But what I'm saying,
they laughed. This was the 70s, the 80s. I mean, it wasn't like ancient fucking history.
Yeah, but you're not
hated it.
But what I'm saying is, if you're that kind of a Frankie Boyle, thank you, chat. Dafter said it. But what I mean is, these people who then turn coat, they use the horrific, most unbelievably bad jokes, rape jokes, Holocaust jokes, all of these things to become famous. Then once they become famous, then they turn around and tell the younger comedians who are trying to come up, "Oh no, you can't use those anymore. Those are now banned."
Isn't that because the political discourse of those particular comments became less desirable for the
No, it didn't. It didn't. They forced it. They forced it. A bunch of woke assholes pretended that these jokes are no longer funny, and they tried to counsel comedians, and the entire comedy circuit became the comedy scene because of cowardly, spineless pricks. They then started banning comedians who had edgy
was
jokes.
wrong, and they changed their mind on what they did, and they probably
nobody did. Those jokes are still funny today. I still find all of that shit from the 60s and 70s and 80s funny jokes perfectly funny.
Yeah,
there's
you
nothing
can't do
has
any of those
changed.
jokes today.
The fact
You
is,
can't
yes,
get away with it.
you can't do
Monty
those jokes.
Python-
But those jokes didn't stop being funny.
Monty Python did a lot of sketches that you can't do today. It wouldn't be allowed on air.
Yeah, you can't make Tropic Thunder again. You will never be able to make Tropic Thunder again.
Oh wait, he's gone already. Sorry.
The whole thing about him being Christ, wasn't it? In Britain, correct?
No, in Life of Brian, Monty Python has an entire sketch which was supposed to be a comedy sketch about how one of their members wanted to become a woman. Now it's reality. It's fucking
funny.
fact. It's
right. They did that a lot in various forms.
Is it just me, or is the whole acting like cancel culture is a brand new thing that right wing's doing now because of Charlie Kirk? Like, is that? I'm pretty sure.
I mean, if we're being honest, the left was cancelling the right when the left was in power, and the right was. We need to get on an even keel where everyone decides that freedom of speech is a thing.
I thought you were going to say where everybody cancels everybody else.
I was going to say, we're doing tallies now.
Look. There is a bit of retaliation from the right because the pendulum has swung. But the difference is this: when the left cancelled the right wingers, it was because they were pretending to dry hump a woman, and it was all Me Too. When the right cancels a left winger, it's because they're laughing and spitting on the grave of a man who was assassinated. There is a difference.
Not all left wingers. There's only a small select few.
No. What I'm saying is when the right wingers are going after someone on the left to cancel, it's because they're literally spitting on a person's grave. Whilst when the left wingers were cancelling right wingers, it was because they were dry humping or doing some kind of inappropriate joke.
Fuck them all.
It was a spicy meme.
That's a sexual assault, Last Dance.
Okay.
I mean, if we're going on freedom of speech, isn't it their right to say what they want?
But well, to a degree, like we have a constitution, we just seem to not understand.
They're not being arrested; they're just being fired from their job.
They're being fired from their job.
Well, that's fuck around, find out. That's not freedom of speech, is it?
No,
the way the freedom of speech applies to the government, it doesn't apply to your employees. Give me the example.
No, it does apply. It does apply to non-governmental actions. Only the First Amendment is just applicable to government. Freedom of speech is a much larger.
That's the First Amendment.
Ideal.
Yeah, but that's the
But
First
calling for
Amendment.
the assassination of people is not.
Let me give you an example.
Terroristic
Say
threats.
for example, you're talking shit about this example, and your boss finds out you're talking shit, and he reads your tweets, and he decides that will affect business, or actually already affected business, because he's been made aware of this thing. They can let you go.
But that's not what we're talking about.
Dependent by state and policy.
We're talking about the mob taking random people who have said things that are despicable, and going
I agree.
watching them and finding out who their boss is, telling their boss, threatening their boss that they're not going to get any more business. Then there's a difference there.
I'm not disagreeing with you. What I'm saying is got nothing to do with Orange Man Band.
No, but based. The thing is, what Last Dance is saying is the spirit of freedom of speech, which is true. The spirit of freedom of speech is that you should be able to, at least, no matter how despicable and shitty your opinions are, you should still be able to express them without, losing your livelihood over. I agree with the spirit of that, but I will say this, that the difference is one group was being cancelled for the most innocent shit, and the other group is literally dancing on someone's grave and laughing at someone's assassination. The other thing that I find despicable is that if you are going to get someone fired for saying I don't give a shit about Charlie Kirk, or I dance on his grave, then why is it those people who come out on the weekly basis on the streets of London and New York and everywhere else and scream, you're a Nazi, you're a fascist? How is it that they're not getting fired? Because when you start to incite people, when you start labeling people as Nazis and fascists, eventually someone's going to try to harm that person.
I believe that people have said you're Nazi, you're fascist so often that it's lost its meaning.
Yes.
Well, I think that part of the point with the firings is that any employer has the right to say, I'm not going to work next to you, or I'm not going to have you working for me who's going to say things like that. You've lost your job because of it. Go elsewhere. That is the right of an employer, and freedom of speech doesn't apply to private companies to that extent.
That's the point I was making, and it has nothing to do with the government. That's exactly my point. I don't agree with.
I mean, in that context, if you've said something that makes the company look bad, then they have full right to.
It brings bad to the company, because obviously now that's public.
Yeah.
And the mushy the boss was made aware of it, it can only be bad for the company now. And two,
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, like Steve said, morally, a boss would say, I don't really want to work with someone like you who has this brain thought. Well, fuck that. And, it's his right to get rid of you.
On top of it,
it's your right to talk like that, and it's their right to fire your ass for it. So
the best part is the Me Too movement. All these major companies added new policies that if you say stuff, you could be terminated. Right. Now it's taking place in some states. There's no fault states that you can fire an employee without any reason. So the Me Too movement actually opened up for these people to get fired too.
Now, because someone said that, does that also allow them to be blacklisted and stopped from getting careers?
Well, if you did it in such a public manner that it is viral, if you've gone viral, then unfortunately, that's gonna spread. You're not gonna be able to stop that. But if you just got fired quietly from your job and no one really knows about it, then there's a good chance you're not gonna,
So can I interrupt here? Someone is trying to enter the studio now.
It's probably McGrant, dude.
I can explain. Hold on. So I basically sent the stream link because I'm trying to grow your audience, Steve, because I think it should. So I sent your stream link to one of my political group chats. So you're gonna have more viewers. You might have more people that are trying to join and stuff. Just so you're aware.
Well, and what I'm trying to say is that we can only have 10 people on at once. So.
Oh, okay.
We're limited. We're not excluding anybody because, we don't like them. We might someday.
Oh, wait.
But we can only have 10 at a time.
Someone dropped off. Who dropped off?
Another person
Biscuit.
dropped off.
What?
Oh,
Wait,
really,
what?
Shane?
No, I'm still here.
Oh.
Well, people, you don't have to. You don't have to be a martyr for the show. You don't have to like fall on your sword. Everyone's dropping down.
Suddenly, there's nobody.
Okay, well, bring new all people then, so you can bring.
Right, see you later, guys. Bye.
I was going to volunteer to step down, but apparently everybody else jumped on their
No.
swords. So.
Yeah, it's like
Yeah,
people
I-
can't wait to get the hell out of here. Oh, okay, someone else is coming on. See you
Right
later.
there, see you later,
Good
guys.
Actually,
point.
on-
See you later.
on the-
Bye.
On the note of Waiting.
Wait, Steve, don't
Waiting said-
cancel.
Guys, yeah, hit that like button. I've also shared this on my Twitter and my YouTube post because this show is it's criminally undersubscribed. I'll be honest with you.
Seriously,
I've said it before. This show should be so much more popular than it is.
Thank you.
I do find it quite ironic, though, and I'm not defending it. I'm just seeing the irony of it, is that the left obviously have been against freedom of speech for a very long time now, around the UK and across the pond. And now all of a sudden, freedom of speech is everything, and you can literally say anything
Well,
you want.
I'll
because
be
that's freedom of
100%
speech.
honest. I'll be
Which is-
100% honest based. I didn't quite 100% understand freedom of speech until recently.
Well, it means different
This
things
has
to
actually
different
opened my eyes and showed me what freedom of speech really is.
countries. Can you articulate it? What, you know,
Not really, no. Don't know how to articulate it, but
I mean, freedom of speech, to how I understand it, warts and all, means stuff that you're going to find, disgusting and hateful and racist or whatever else you want to words you want
well,
to put to it.
let's just say I understood it a little bit, but now I understand it with a bit more context.
The thing is, for me, it's exactly what Jordan Peterson said several years ago on Channel 4. Freedom of speech is ultimately freedom to think. If you can't express what you're thinking, because if I am thinking something and I'm not allowed to say
I
it,
know what you're saying.
then you're not really, what you're telling me is I'm not allowed to think it. Eventually it'll become a form of I'm not allowed to think these things, because if you have to
Without
say, if I have some thoughts and I have to express it honestly, I don't know whether you're going to be offended by it or not. You may be offended by it, you may embrace it, but I have to be able to say it first for you to then have that to have the reactions that is. But I have to risk offense in order to say the things I'm thinking. And if you're not allowed to offend, then you're not allowed to think it. That's what you're telling me. That's what the government and the society is telling me, is you're not allowed to think these thoughts. Stop thinking them.
I remember the interview, and that's near enough what he said. But yeah, that's exactly it.
But it also seems to me that some thoughts and some things that you could want to say shouldn't be said for fear of losing your job, for instance, or basically it could make you ostracized in society. Or
well, you can have freedom of speech, but you don't have freedom of consequence.
That's right. That's what I mean. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, here's something that I really take Banksy's comments as very very right on.
Insightful.
Insightful. Thank you.
Yep.
My brain's fried.
That's
but
all
there's
right.
another thing that's happening that's part of this whole Charlie Kirk hateful comments business, and that there's something about social media that makes us post our innermost thoughts without a filter. Now, all of us, me included, have occasionally violent fantasies, violent thoughts, things that we should be ashamed of saying. And most of us manage not to write them down and put them on social media. But there's something about the immediacy of social media that people are willing to have a thought and put it online, and that filter is gone that you would normally have in face-to-face discussions, that we've had for thousands of years. So I think it's going to be hard to say, but I think we should be a little forgiving of random Joes. I'm not talking about politicians. I'm not talking about public figures. I'm talking about
how about teachers?
Yeah, I was going to say
random teachers, random Joes that you got.
Teacher is a random Joe, protector of your children.
Okay, that's a different. That's sort of intermediate between
halfway.
Random Joe who says something like, "Oh man, Charlie Kirk had it coming." They shouldn't have said that, but maybe we should cut them some slack. I don't know how to. I don't want to encourage people to say that, but I just think that people are saying things now that they wouldn't have been caught saying before social media.
But still, that last example was free speech. They're not calling for the assassination of anybody. They're not breaking.
Yeah.
No, it is free speech, but it makes people hate that person and want to see them punished. And that's where these mobs demanding that random people get fired.
I think the forum of where it's said, if it's said between a few friends and out of the public eye, then the other friends will be able to talk to them and say, look, that's not right. But if it's in the public sphere on Facebook or on the on a tweet or something.
Let me give you an example then. Let me give you an example now, right? So Charlie Kirk debated the chairman of the Oxford Union fucking debating thing. And it was only like in May. So it was like 3 months ago or something. And they had their debate. And then he went on his WhatsApp group. I can't remember the tweet or the message. He did on the WhatsApp group. It was truly disgusting. And it wasn't just like he had it coming or anything. It was, can't remember what it was.
Yeah, I remember.
And so that was to a private group. That was Biscuit. So
yeah, but that's private group, but it's online and there's recordings of it. Yeah, I'm talking about in person, in private, in your own home with your friends.
Yeah.
That's a totally different forum than somewhere where everything's recorded.
Okay,
I'm just asking for people to have a little grace and forgiveness. I'm not saying that, how are people going to learn? In some sense, they have to learn through fire. So people are going to have to get fired for the message to get out. But we have all had violent fantasies, violent thoughts that we would not, we've been smart enough not to put online, but we've had those thoughts. I have had them, I know. And like Banksy was saying, people think things and they want to tell other people their thoughts. And sometimes that's, there should be an air gap so that it's not, it's not so easy. You can't just think it and then type it and you're out there. I just think we should be a little forgiving.
Maybe like when you're doing a tweet, Grok. You sure you want to say that?
No censorship.
Yeah, but at the same time,
there's no 3/4 then though, Biscuit, is it? You're fucking Grok.
Shall we see?
No, not asking Grok. When you put a tweet on, Grok automatically comes up and says, "This seems a little bit derisive. Would you really want to say that?"
That's my point. Asking Grok.
No, you're not asking Grok. You send the tweet and Grok interjects in the tweet.
So
if you know what I mean.
Would be like a hall monitor.
Grok is a nanny.
Yeah, hall monitor.
Basically, you've got Grok confirming anything you put on social media. Yeah.
That's
not anything. AI looks at all the tweets as you're writing them, and it's like if it sees something that's
terrible,
it pops up and says, "Are you sure you want to send this tweet at 4 a.m. to your ex-girlfriend?"
And it could be good. It could say, this is AI, right? So it could say, people who have sent tweets like this have been fired and had their lives ruined.
Let's see if what this guy said was enough to get him fired. Okay, let's see if what this guy said was enough to get him fired.
It's going to be Trump, isn't it? Oh.
We hit some new lows over the weekend with the MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them and doing everything they can for political points from it.
ABC's announcement came after TV.
It was only, it didn't.
That
It was a little bit more than that.
Yeah.
He then went on to talk about Donald Trump and the way he mourned the death of Charlie Kirk.
it's
as
almost
if a
like they
4-year-old
cherry-picked
would
that
mourn
one.
I
Well,
think
none of that
I
is a
think the
fireable
Donald,
event.
the Donald Trump comment was, I think, reasonably funny
Yeah.
and totally appropriate.
Yeah.
So I'm, it's the first comment that's, to me, the controversial one, the one that is
It's not that controversial if you think about how he worded it. He worded it that the MAGA lot are trying to say it's anything but them. He's not saying it was a MAGA person.
Yes,
He's saying
he is.
the MAGA lot are trying to say
No,
it's
he's
anyone but
alluding.
them.
No, he's alluding.
saying it's
He's
a MAGA
alluding to the guy was a
He
MAGA.
didn't actually say it was a MAGA.
It's what he meant.
worded
What
it.
I,
he doesn't.
You're
have to.
inferring that's what he meant, but he never said that.
There's no doubt.
Everyone knows what he's inferring to.
Yeah, but
Everyone knows.
you're saying what he's inferring is not what he's actually said. If he
No,
actually said
but
it, then that's been
actually,
what he said.
you're
but he
giving
didn't.
him, what you're doing is giving him credit
Yes,
for
exactly.
Yeah, I'm giving him credit
and a
because he
reading
didn't
that
say.
he didn't have.
Look,
You have to
look. One
remember
thing.
that he's listening to his left-wing echo chamber, and I can tell you that echo chamber at that time was saying this shooter is MAGA. His parents are
grouper.
Republicans.
Yeah,
His
grouper.
friends say he's a MAGA guy. That's what.
Yeah, but
Charlie-
but you can't fire someone for inferring what they said when they didn't actually say
Well,
that.
The boss
thing
can.
is-
The
I
boss
can.
can.
Absolutely,
The boss
you can.
You can.
Look,
I don't
look,
agree with it, but you can.
Exactly.
we're not
yeah.
agree- we're
No,
not
you can
agreeing
absolutely
with
fire
it,
him
but
anyway.
the
But the
boss
fact
can.
is
Right,
that
right.
I don't think he should have been fired, not because of this particular incident. He should have been fired because he's a terrible comedian that runs a crappy, literally losing money for the network show.
No, that's
the reason
Colbert.
why
That's Colbert. Colin is making
Colbert got shit canned way before this. I'm talking he is losing money for this for the
He's
slot
not.
that he's into.
He's making 170 million a year, and it's
The net
costing
worth is
45
losing.
million to run.
The net
At the
worth
same time,
is
Dave, no one on the
losing.
I'm
panel
not
watched
saying. I'm going to say I doubt that, Biscuit.
Yeah, you gotta. Yeah,
I looked on Forbes, the Forbes article, and Jimmy Kimmel is making 170 million this year.
Yes, he's making.
how
What's
much
it
in
costing?
production?
What's it costing? What's
I don't
the,
know
what's
what
the
for.
operation
45, the
costing?
show cost 45 million.
Our
Yeah, but we
How
don't
commercial.
can
know
it cost
that- you
45
don't know where
million
the
if he
money's
gets
coming
100
from.
million?
No,
No, he brings in
170
170.
what's
He
brought
doesn't
in.
get paid 100
Are
million.
advertisers pulling out too right now?
Well, what if how can you say that? Because Colbert is the same sort of audience, sort of.
It is, but I found
So how
out
can
today,
the one?
right,
How can the
that
one make?
Colbert's average audience is 69 years old. And apparently,
That's older than me. That's terrible.
That's right.
Burn that thing down.
Listen, advertisers only
You
pay
can't
the highest rate for viewers that are 18 to 35.
And you think Jimmy had that?
I'm just stating that no one. This is a small
That,
demographic. but
look,
if no
I'm
one
only
who watches
I'm only
it checks
parroting
out-
what I read today on
Yeah, I'm
Forbes-
also reading
on
up
a
that
Forbes
Forbes
website.
article. And
You know,
according to this
re-
Forbes article, he is
reading
number
it
one
out,
amongst the young adults. But I mean, this is just the Forbes article. I don't
Exactly,
know.
that's what I read today, and I'm only repeating what
Yeah,
I
I'm
read.
following. I'm following.
Banksy,
yeah.
copy
Well, I'll
and
tell
paste
you
it,
this.
put it on Grok. Copy and
If
paste
you're
it,
right,
Banksy,
Biscuit,
on
I'll
Grok.
give you the link.
He's going to have a job when this is all
Just
over.
stick it on
somewhere.
Grok.
Even if he goes to the new format,
I don't want
is
to
his
see
own
the same link
podcast.
he's
If
reading
he goes
from. I
to a
want
new
to see if there's a
podcast of his own,
contrast.
he'll be just fine.
Yeah, but
For example, that's one way.
is he
It's a
really
good
a
one.
political commentary? A comedian, really? Though it's not really his thing.
See, that's-
It's not really comedy, is it? It's just well, I don't find it funny.
Well,
But
he's a
Well,
comedian.
he's
He is a
propaganda.
comedian.
this
Yeah, but
particular. This
it doesn't
particular-
sound particularly funny. It's satire, but news, if you know what I mean. It's
There's
news in a satire guise.
This example that Smoke Steve played, I think, is a perfect example because there's two pieces to it. The beginning, where he says MAGA is trying to say anything except that he's, one of theirs. That is just pure partisan politics. It's not comedy. It's not even sarcasm. It doesn't.
Well, like I've just said, I don't
belong
find it
on that show. Now he gets to decide what's on the show, but the second part is also fairly partisan, but it is funny. He has a picture of Trump, and Trump starts to say, "Yeah, you know that Charlie Kirk thing's terrible, but look at this ballroom and the construction that's going on."
The thing is,
but last time
Trump doesn't. No, hold on. Trump doesn't actually say that the Charlie thing was terrible.
He doesn't have to be there.
He doesn't react because
he actually asked
say,
it. The reporter actually asked him, "How are you holding up?" Very good.
Yeah, and he says, very good, and then he goes into that.
Right.
He doesn't say anything about Charlie Kirk because people say that I don't think he heard what the reporter was actually asking.
That's it. Last time you added a bit at the start. He didn't say, "Oh, fine," and then look at this new building. I don't think, like Banksy said, he actually heard the question.
I don't
so he
care
just
if he heard
responded accordingly.
It's fair game, and it's I think it's comedy, whether it's fair or accurate. It doesn't matter. It's comedy.
I agree. That was actually a very sort of milk toast sort of part of the whole thing. I think you're right. I think it's the first half of this is what actually got him in trouble. The other part of this that I heard is that a lot of the syndications stopped broadcasting his show, and it was their pressure that actually got him cancelled because the syndicate affiliates said we will not broadcast his show anymore. Yeah.
Yeah,
I think they were wiping out about a third of his audience. It's a big audience, isn't it?
Now I don't want to let Brendan Carr get away scot-free here. He made a comment on a podcast before ABC canned him that basically said that
we can do this the easy way or the hard way.
He wants him to be fired or punished, and he said, we can do this the easy way or the hard way, which is unmistakably a threat to obstruct or harm companies that carry Kimmel's show. And that's, to me, that is unconstitutional and inexcusable. And I think that he should be.
The government, though, is it?
Carr should be canned. Yes, he is the government.
The FCC.
Yes, that is a government agency.
It's got federal in the name. That's the F.
Yeah. The Federal Communications something or other, isn't it?
Commission.
He's
That's
the controlling body. Would it be like Ofcom in the UK?
They're the licensing body, aren't they? For the broadcast.
Yeah, that's what Ofcom is, isn't it? That's what Ofcom is, isn't it? Biscuit. That's what Ofcom does, isn't it?
If that's the case, they should be able to go after him in court. If he broke the law verbally, then they should be able to go after him through the judicial branch.
See, it's so hard because, like Banksy is saying and Based has said, there's a little. Who knows how much of this was just the affiliates reacting independent of anything Brendan Carr said, and who knows how much of this is due to Brendan Carr's threats. Well, nobody. Nobody
I can't remember her last name, but Anna's another like Brendan Carr, but she's Democratic elected to the FCC. I think it was.
I don't. It's not elected positions. FCC is
not elected, but it's
appointed.
She's appointed. Yes, she's a democratically appointed FCC chair. Is it?
The chair is Brendan Carr.
Okay, so what would the Anna girl be?
It's called the Federal Communications Commission. So I think the people that are at the head of it they're called commissioners.
Well, I know there's two Republican and one Democratic, and one's Brendan Carr and the other one's Anna something.
It's entirely possible. You probably know better than I do.
Yeah.
Hi, Sarita.
Hello.
Oh, good to see you, Sarita.
Always.
So what was your point, Biscuit?
I was just saying that Anna was saying that the FCC can't legally revoke licenses for
of course not
for silly things.
I could show you something that Brendan Carr said in
The last,
2019.
apparently, she said the last time the FCC revoked a license was because the broadcaster hadn't broadcasted anything for over a year.
Right. Right. It's absurd, but it is a threat. And besides the licenses, the FCC also has to approve some of these mergers of communications companies. So it's a little more complicated than just revoking a license. So and some of like Nexstar and some of these companies are in the middle of trying to acquire other companies. And that was part of the reason that people believe that CBS caved in. Was it CBS, Paramount?
ABC, wasn't it?
I forget, but when Trump sued them and they paid him $15 million relatively recently, part of the reason that people thought that they caved is because there is upcoming regulatory approval from the federal government that's needed for some acquisitions.
Paramount trying to do $15 billion. What do you call it with the New York Times because of the letter?
That's a new lawsuit.
It's a new lawsuit. No,
that is an absurdly high number. Absurd.
It's totally meritless. It will never.
It's been chucked out anyway because the filing was was it 80 pages long or something like that? And it was thrown out because it was too long and too rambly.
Banksy, just a quick one. It was the best idea for me not to go anywhere near the stage. Best thing.
Why?
Oh mate, it was so much fun fucking walking around.
Yeah, dude. I wanted to. I got stuck. I couldn't come back. I got trapped.
Literally, the police they lost the embankment. The embankment caved in. The police there just got overpowered with people. And then people walked up, but they wouldn't allow them join them from the embankment. So people kept on walking up, and when we walked all the way to the top,
pretty funny, Don.
Guess who was at the top?
The Antifa. Yeah, Antifa lot. I know. I saw the videos. I was gutted.
Everybody's going to boycott Disney now. Don.
And they got kettles. They literally got kettles down Whitehall. Kettles.
Yeah.
Well, I don't get it. How come we have Antifa in the UK? Who's supposed to be the fascists? Is it the Labour government?
Well, it's supposed to be Tommy and us.
Well, yeah. They all come
so
out
Tommy
for,
Robinson's the fascist.
Supposed to be,
exactly. Yeah, and also anyone who protests the hotels, I see them.
I mean, Tommy Robinson's not it, but I don't know if he's a fascist.
That's right. He's not. He may be many things, but he's not a
Hulu.
fascist.
What did Hulu do?
They're owned by Disney.
Oh yeah, they're all owned by Disney. Yeah, I mean everybody's like now. To be honest, Disney should be boycotted anyway. Disney's an evil corporation. But
well, yeah.
If
for nothing else, Disney should be boycotted for that travesty of a Lilo and Stitch movie.
I knew you were gonna. You want to boycott it on merit.
We like the original cartoon. We haven't seen the live action.
Not politics at all.
The live action, don't even bother. I got through quarter of it and I shut it off and went back to original.
For crimes against art.
Yes.
You guys are grown adult men, right?
Pixar know what they're doing with How to Train a Dragon. That was a legendary live action remake.
Oh.
Well,
apparently Gerard Butler, what it's all about.
The Seven Dwarfs and the Sleeping Beauty, because that went down well recently, didn't it?
Snow White.
Snow White. Yeah.
Lost
delayed, and it's flopped. Like
Snow White and the Seven Pearls.
The funny thing is, actually, the Snow White remake made me watch the original again, and I didn't realize how good it actually was.
Yeah.
Which one?
The original Snow White.
Oh, I thought you were talking about Rambo.
He was an evil witch sympathizer, so don't listen to him.
But I mean, if you think about the time it was made, it is an incredibly well-made animation. It's got
an organization. Then how do we know its name is Antifa, Smoke Wife?
It's just people that affiliate themselves with it and follow it and show up and perform action for them.
Sounds like an organization to me.
Yeah, they're loosely organized.
I don't think it's an organization. I don't think it's an organized organization. I think it's just
It's not
banner.
organized?
It's a word and a banner that some people fall under because of how they
No, but they do have chapters. They have chapters around
That's
the
actually
country. They have
enough
chapters around the world.
for these ridiculous terrorism statutes.
Right.
In the United States. I don't know about
Is it?
you.
It's not organized.
Apparently, Indonesia and somewhere else, I forgot where it was, but they were using the One Piece flag from the anime One Piece to
Nepal.
basically. Is it Nepal?
Yeah.
Did you see? Did you hear about that? The One Piece flag thing.
Yeah. The one.
It started with truck drivers changing the national flag with the One Piece flag to protest the government. And then it just turned into a big, massive thing.
Yeah, they overthrew the government. They killed the president's wife.
Yes,
they actually
Low
killed
lights.
several politicians. They fully overthrew the government and have already elected a new president now in Nepal. The Nepalese people don't mess around.
Let me tell you a video. We don't like the cold. I don't like the cold. It's the channel name. And if you put in Nepal straight after, this guy arrived in Nepal the day before the revolution, and he filmed the revolution as it happened. And his video, it had 24 million views in 3 days. It had 8 million views a day on average. Really good. He just so happened to be in the right place at really the right time, and he captured everything.
I have a
Amazing,
question for
amazing
people on the panel
footage.
about a different show when you're done, Based.
So I just want to say one more thing about Antifa. This claim that it's not an organization. I do remember when Bellingcat was, which is an organization, when they wanted to do a story on right-wing extremism, they wrote up that they partnered with Antifa to do the investigation.
Thanks, John.
So evidently, it's enough of an organization to get credit from a UK organization called Bellingcat.
Yeah, last time, so let me give you an example as well. In the UK, there's many protests, as and Americans will see, and the excuse is they get bussed in. A lot of people say they get bussed in. Well, they do. They get bussed in a lot of the time, not always, but they do get funded, and they get funded by the unions. So,
and who do they fund to? Exactly.
Well, basically, they supply transport and costs, and should we say incentives to go. But I know for a fact now.
Is there an Antifa Facebook page or something that people go to?
Go on Twitter now.
Probably that's not hard to do.
Called Reddit.
I'm not up on all this. I'm not. I've never. I've never even protested. Not once.
Okay.
Well, I'll tell you what, if they're
you
going
don't
to
know
be
how to
designated terrorists, there certainly is not going to be.
I don't want to hear it, Biscuit. That's not going to save you. We're coming for you.
I mean, just for example, in Epping,
I ain't got the get up and go to go out and march with any.
I've seen you kayaking. You're on the list.
I weren't that to get up and go.
I'm trying to save yourself. You're on the list.
Right.
Biscuit, there's a link for the Antifa South London.
I don't want no links. I just want information.
If you want to see their website and stuff.
And you'll have one with North London. You'll have one with East Anglia. You'll have one with.
I don't want that shit on my internet browser history.
The Tor browser.
Not with Last Dance threatening me.
I mean, they're not strictly a banned organization in Britain, so there's no reason to.
Yeah, and the point.
Well, it should be if it's so bad.
Believe it or not, the Antifa are actually a German sort of construct. They
I'm more
rose
confused
in
than ever.
Germany.
I thought Antifa started in America.
No. America, they spread globally, but they actually are very strong. I mean, they are very strong in Germany.
Then why was the first
German
time I heard
police
about it
are
was
even
when-
afraid of them.
Why was Antifa the first thing I heard was when January 6th happened?
No, that's because of like Portland. If you look at Portland and various
it's been
things, those were
going on
the
for years.
Antifa
Yeah.
factions across US. But their source, at least this is from what I understand, I can't say that it's 100%, but from what I understand, they actually rose in Germany and across Europe first,
Right.
and then they extended out.
We used the term SJW before that, social justice warrior, pretty
There you go.
collectively, and then Antifa basically took that over.
Yeah, but the point of it is, though, like, okay, aren't we all anti-fascist? Like, that is a good thing. They're kind of,
yes, but Steve,
they're
when they
appropriating a term that and making it their own. When
but Steve,
in some senses, they've shown
they are.
They've shown sides of fascism.
Yes.
Okay. The question that they always ask is, are you against fascism? And you say yes. And they say, well, you're anti-fascist. You support Antifa.
Been around.
That's just not the case. I don't support Antifa.
So what does Antifa actually stand for then? What are their arguments?
Well, they believe they're anti-fascist.
Well, they label people as fascists, and then they say they're anti that fascist. So Donald Trump's a fascist.
That's a
so
solid
Antifa
answer.
is anti-Donald Trump, i.e., anti-fascist. You know, so
Right.
it's what they're labeling.
So basically, they label anyone they don't like and say that they're fascist.
Fascist, or racist, whatever you want to call them.
So it's anti everyone I hate.
Yes, that's actually correct.
Not fascism.
Yes.
Yes, anyone who disagrees with them, that's basically.
Yeah, but
not far
it
from
doesn't seem like they have a cohesive fucking argument.
Well,
No,
let
they
me
don't.
read, let me just to make this, to add some meat to this discussion.
Oh,
I'll read
wow.
you-
Coming from
Yeah,
the
yeah.
vegan.
Oh, that's right. Shut up. This is from Wikipedia. Antifa is a left-wing anti-fascist and anti-racist political movement in the United States. Now, we can
Unless
argue
you're
about that. It consists of a highly decentralized array of autonomous groups that use nonviolent direct action or violence to achieve their aims. So both.
Wikipedia.
It includes nonviolent methods. Some who identify as Antifa also use violence.
Oh.
And it was based on the logo. Its logo is based on the logo of the German Antifa movement, which is quite old.
So
it's funny how they call Antifa a US thing, and then later on say it's German.
Wasn't it Antifa that said Hillary Clinton eats babies or drinks baby blood?
I don't know.
As Blue On, or wherever the hell the other one. Ion.
You QAnon.
QAnon.
I'm confused with all these bloody stupid.
I don't know. People
organizations.
saying Bluetooth and QAnon. Fucking
no.
Bluetooth.
It was Reddit that was saying it.
Blueanon. They're the new combo.
So was QAnon a right-wing fascist group? I mean, a right.
QAnon is a conspiracy group.
Yeah,
It's
Okay.
Q. I don't know what the Q stands for, but anon is anonymous.
It's the clearance level.
I thought it was a question.
And are they right-wing or left-wing or what?
I would say they're predominantly right-wing.
Yeah, they are.
Right. But they're against the deep state.
Yes.
They might have some populist views that are hard to categorize, just like, some of Bernie Sanders' views and Trump's views can be seen to overlap, even though the two, I'm sure, despise.
Well, I heard something about America doesn't actually have a left-wing party. They have a centre, and they have a right.
I don't know. I guarantee you that that's a complaint of the far left about the Democratic Party.
Yes.
The thing
That
is,
they're too centre
Biscuit,
and not left enough.
The thing is, Biscuit, you're kind of right in the sense if you're comparing them to Europeans.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Compared to Europeans, the Democrats are conservative, but compared to
reality,
but for American standards, no, they're absolutely left wing. They're insane.
That shows how bad we are.
So
it just shows how far we are to the left.
So if the far left of America is European centre, how can they be classed as super far left?
The far left includes a range that goes from communist to anything that's considered left of mainstream Democrats in the United States. I would the far left. The farthest of the far left in the U.S.
The far left in Europe would be well out of the comfort zone for Americans.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
The far left in Europe would be well out of the comfort zone for any leftist in America.
No, it would be totally there's a far left in the United States that's just as far left as the far left in the.
Don't underestimate our measure of distance here. We use feet, but it's really out there.
Our far left guy left to get beer, and if he comes back and swills some beers here, you're going to hear some.
I think it would.
I think Dank is far left. I don't think McCarthy is far.
I agree
left.
with that. That Dank is pretty far left.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a progressive person.
Did you
Yeah,
hear
you're
about
right.
the?
One's far left, the other's far gone. But I love the guy.
That was good.
Can you hear me, lads?
Yeah, man, go for it.
Yeah, go on, base.
So, did you see about the cloud seeding? I think it was in the Senate today. They've all admitted it now.
What?
They all admitted it. Okay.
Yeah, weather alteration. Yeah, it was awful.
Oh, we're cloud seeding.
They've already.
Yeah, they haven't denied it now. I think it was the Senate.
Is that what came out today? Well, what's Lockheed
about
Martin
3 days
coming
ago.
up with this weekend? So it seems like a big weekend here.
But they've been doing it, lads, since the 1940s.
Yes.
Yeah, they've been doing research. You're taking research and calling it large scale weather modification, which it isn't.
Did you watch it?
No, I didn't.
I'm not.
I watched an half-hour video of it, mate, and it seemed quite not so much. It was past the experimental. You know when you experiment for say 80 years.
Yeah, you know how valuable experiments. Yeah, of course they've experimented. People have been experimenting with weather modification since the 1500s.
Okay, but in the Vietnam War, they changed. They were changing the climate then, and it's not denied.
My understanding,
they made the rainy season far worse, so they couldn't transport any of their goods across.
My understanding is that they admit
that's a
that
given
technology exists, not to the degree at which they use it.
Have you guys seen one of the latest tweets from Lockheed Martin?
Remember, it never existed before.
All right, here, check this out. It's under 10 seconds. But if you know anything about what these guys have a hand in, you'll know what the symbolism is here.
War.
Oh, no, you watch.
Skunkworks.
You got it, buddy.
I don't get it.
That's they make like the B-2 bomber and stuff like that, don't they?
Yeah, and they're saying something big is coming out very
soon.
soon.
Like Black Project or what? We'll not see it or what?
Well, they tweeted it, so it ain't that black. I mean, oh, sorry, that didn't sound right.
I think you're in the clear, Steve.
Yeah, Black projects have been a thing since the 60s, I believe.
I mean, Black Ops has been real since governments have been real, right? Let's be
Suppose.
fair. Let's tell the citizens exactly everything we're doing all the time. All right, Bob. What happened to Bob? Where's Bob?
There's no such thing as weather alteration or cloud seeding. Well, 50 years later, well, there is, but
there is, but you can't make more precipitation in the sky to fall. You can only make what's in the sky fall. You can't make anything.
Yes, you
appear
can.
that's not.
Yes,
you can't. You can only make what's in the sky fall. You can't make more stuff in the sky that's not there.
You can agitate. You can cause moisture to collect by putting
That's right.
into the sky.
You can make it. You can
That's
make
all,
a
yes,
cloud.
that's true.
You can
moisture that's already there.
Yeah, you can cause a cloud that's already there to drop out the sky by making the droplets collect together.
Yeah,
that's literally what the seeding means. The seed, is the particle that the
you
water
just
condenses
inject dust
on.
You inject dust in the cloud, and the dust makes the droplets collect together and they drop out the sky.
Correct.
Right. Everyone's an expert now. Yeah, it didn't exist before. Don't forget.
Oh, Navy Zagabagi.
You're a conspiracy theorist.
One of his Lockheed Martin facilities in his yard. And a cup of tea weighing in with a little B-47 maybe a new version of it.
B-47.
Maybe we'll call it the B-52. That's a good name.
There you go. Then it would suck.
Wait, the B-52 was a very old bomber, wasn't it?
Still in service.
B-47 was its
War II
predecessor.
bomber,
And the bomb will be called the Love Shack.
Baby.
It looks like the wings are going to just fall down. The engine's like so heavy. It looks like, it's like, oh God, these things.
That's the SR-71 Blackbird, isn't it?
That's also a Skunk Works project from the 60s, yes.
Oh, man, I can't wait. What's it going to be? Drone. I'm leaning towards drone.
Well, if they're releasing a black project, it'll have been flying for many years already, won't it? They can't release and show something that they've just made because it'll lose its effectiveness.
Exactly. I would guess, Smoke Steve, that it is a large drone as opposed to, bigger than previous drones. That
You mean bigger than the Reaper?
Yes, I would assume it's stealthy. That's only, it's a stealth drone, a large stealth drone. I don't know its
Because I
capabilities.
think the Reaper is the biggest drone that's out in public that we've seen, isn't it? I think.
Is it the biggest?
I think China has.
I think the best drones at the moment are the cheapest drones you can put together.
Right.
You mean the Ukraine's
and
like £1,000?
You play the numbers game. And,
Yeah, you're right.
So what they're doing, and they seem to be doing this successfully both sides, they'll stick out, say, 700 drones, 500 of them, fucking 550, will literally be, they're just going to suicide themselves, technically. And that's all they do is to
I commend the Ukrainians Nerf dart thing with the 4 drone propellers around it that literally collides with the what they call it, the Russian big triangle drone thing. I forget what they call it.
Well,
from Iran.
The freaking Reaper's like 33 feet long with like a 60-foot
the Iranian
wingspan.
triangle drone thing that Russia uses a lot.
Yeah, I know the one's been with us.
Oh, do you think it's Aurora? I've heard Aurora talked about for
it's the one that they talk about all the time from Iran.
Yeah. It's a something 300. It begins with S or a 500, and they're like but they're building them in Russia now.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, they've got factories in Russia. But somebody posted a video of where that factory is that they're producing a lot of those particular drones in.
As Steve's missus would say,
it's
decentralized.
It's in a warehouse just south of Moscow, one of the factories anyway.
Yeah, that's what they want you to bomb. It's not there. It's going to be decentralized as much as they can.
Well,
because they
the only reason they found it is because people that the geolocation people that do geolocate. Basically, the Russians had filmed just a couple of trees in distance and a water bottle on the drone.
Yeah.
And they figured it out and found it.
There's a guy on YouTube that my wife talks about who can not YouTube, TikTok, because she's a TikToker. That'll find you anywhere in the world with this type of locating. And I'm not talking. He's not using your GPS. He's using visual stuff.
Yeah. There's a game called GeoGuessr.
That would be cool.
And these professionals at GeoGuessr can tell you exactly where you are on a single picture.
So they filter through every picture in existence to find it, of that similar thing. So if you're standing near a brick wall with a lamppost, it's going to go through every modern picture of that until it finds a match, which you can do in 1 second.
No, these are people that have played the GeoGuessr game that much that they actually know where those particular bricks are made and the type of mortar that's in the bricks and the type of windowsills that are on the windows and things like that.
It's wild. Just wild.
I have a question.
Yeah, rock it.
All right, so what did you guys think of the last Turning Point podcast that was done and who hosted it? Did anybody watch that or have any thoughts or comments?
Erica?
No, JD Vance.
It was JD Vance.
Oh.
I
one that
didn't
watched
watch it. I never watched one of those in my life, and I probably wasn't.
I guarantee you, JD Vance wasn't as charismatic as Kirk.
Well, wait a second. Did you watch it?
Yeah.
No, I didn't, but I'm just guessing.
All right, Biscuit. Come on.
I would
How are
agree
you
with
making
Biscuit.
guarantees, dude? You fucking didn't even watch it. That's the bullshit right there.
Because I've seen JD Vance, and
Yeah, right.
he's not got no charisma. It's about as charismatic as a wet noodle.
Well, I think you come across really
God,
well.
your bias
I happen to enjoy wet noodles.
Yeah.
Your bias.
Hey,
is
look, it's free
so
speech.
evident.
I'm allowed to say what I want as long as I'm not being hate speech.
Yeah,
you can say
We
hate
can do this the
speech, I
easy
don't
way or
care.
the hard way, Biscuit.
Oh no.
What do you say, Left Dance?
We can do this the easy way or the hard way.
What
Yeah,
did
yeah.
you
I
say?
think
Do you
you
want to
did
make
rather
an
well
extra
for the show.
$5 the hard way? Yeah, sorry.
All right.
Yeah, what is the easy way? Is it a greased palm?
Let's not go there.
It's something greased. But anyways, let's move on. Yeah. That was all right. RW, give us the review. You watched it. No one else did.
He did a good job. So his charisma was not bad. His stage presence wasn't bad. He had people on like Tucker Carlson. What's the lady's name that does press release?
No, the blonde.
Carolyn Levitt or whatever her name
Yeah,
is.
that sounds right. He had multiple people on.
Yep.
And it was a good show. I think he did a great job. I think politically that definitely moves my theory that he will be the next president. The only thing that happened at the very end, he basically made a call out for people to seek people out on the internet and get them fired, like you guys are talking out against. That's where he literally at the end he dropped the ball with that, and that kind of ruined the rest of it. So instead of a peaceful, respectful eulogy type experience, it was just like that, and in the very end, it became very extreme political.
That's a shame. He didn't have to do that.
Right.
That sentiment was already out there. And in fact, if he had just said something like, send your prayers and if you are able to, send your donations here, that sort of thing, and that would have been enough. But unfortunately, yeah, I agree with you. I didn't see it, but I mean, if you want to, if you clip it, if we can show that, I'll show it. I don't care.
The political call to arms shit.
Yeah, no, I don't want to.
No, it's not. It is what it is. It was disgraceful, really.
I'll go even further. I will say, I don't really think government spokesman, the vice president or the president or Caroline Levitt or any of these people really should be taking the stage and sort of promoting any private organization, political private organization, that even ones that align with their ideology. I don't think I want the vice president commanding and running Turning Point USA in any way at all.
Well, let me just clarify.
He should be doing his fucking job, not working on a TV show, should he?
Agreed with that point. But let me just clarify, Last Dance. You're saying while he is actively vice president.
Yeah.
But after, obviously, he could become the host after the fact. But
of course, yes. I'm talking about, someone in the executive branch of the federal government.
But what if he went on the show for the full hour as guest?
I don't know. I don't really know. Do you really want to, you sort of are buying the entire Turning Point USA platform from one end to the other when you are appearing with them.
Well, there was Democratic presidents who went on with people like Charlemagne the God and other various liberal Democratic podcasters, vloggers.
You could be interviewed. That's fine. But I don't know. Did they like the Democratic president to give a speech at an Antifa organized event? I wouldn't.
So my point is to be interviewed by the person or then to pay homage by the person who would have interviewed you by taking their time slot for an hour. I don't think it's that much of a stretch. if you're saying it would have been okay for him to go on if Charlie was still alive, but no, Charlie's dead. You can't go on and be the
They were
host.
friends anyway.
I don't think it's a big deal myself for one time. Obviously, if JD Vance is on there every week, I'm going to be like, what about
That's
you?
what I was going to ask. Is
No,
JD
no.
Vance running the show, or is he
No,
just
no,
one
this is
time?
just a one time.
No, I don't got a problem with that.
I know, but even if he did, like, people are calling out, like, well, doesn't he have better things to do being the vice president? And I'm like, from this
That's
show,
what I just
they
said.
don't do anything anyway. So who fucking
Actually,
But if
cares?
it's just one time, I don't have a problem. Well, why would I?
The
The vice
thing is,
president has nothing to do. His job is just to be waiting. For the
Well,
president.
that's not what JD Vance said about Kamala Harris. She had a lot to do with the fucking border, apparently.
That's
well,
all
she was,
politics.
She was the
placed
border
as the-
czar.
No, but she
That's-
was
that's
placed
all
as the
bullshit.
border
Oh.
czar. So
She was the
that's why.
border
But
czar.
one thing I want to say to Last Stance, you are technically correct if you were living in the 90s. You see, you're right that a vice president and a president isn't just the president of the Republicans, isn't just the president of right wingers, they're the president of the whole country. He's the vice president of everyone, the left and the right, so he shouldn't be so blatantly, obviously partisan by hosting a very Christian right-wing show. But that isn't the world we live in anymore. Exactly. That ship has long sailed. It is an exceedingly divided partisan society in America and in Britain that we live in. So JD Vance actually hosting the Turning Point event or Charlie Kirk's show is actually a non-event anymore. It's obvious
I know you're right, Banksy, but I'm still going to resist.
Agreed.
And I'm going to complain.
I'm going to throw a caveat onto it even further with what Banksy is saying. They actually were friends. Vance
they were.
and Kirk. And Kirk gave counsel to Vance and they discussed Vance potentially getting into this administration. Their relationship was a little more than I think like just what we see on the surface of these guys being, I think they were friends, man. I don't know. I give them a hall pass for one show. I don't think it's a big fucking deal. I'm surprised you do, Last Dance.
Well, I like to complain, and I'm complaining about that, and I'm not apologizing.
You're good. You're a good old man complainer.
To lose your job.
It's no, I get it. I actually think Last Dance is
You've come
actually on the right path of a president, a prime minister, whatever, a vice president of all people of your entire nation. That's what they're supposed to represent. But unfortunately, that isn't the world we live in anymore. That was the yesteryear, and I think Last Dance. Rightfully, you and I are both relatively old, so we are from the yesteryear. We appreciate the Margaret Thatchers of the world, where they, when they became prime minister, she was the prime minister of everyone in this country. She cared about the whole country, not just some segment of it, and that is how they're supposed to be. But that's not how it is anymore, unfortunately.
So am I young to say that I would totally be stoked if JD Vance started his own podcast and did like vlogging all day and during his day in the White House experience? I'd watch that shit.
All day, yeah, you'd be out of your mind. But if he did it once a month for an hour, it wouldn't be the worst.
I mean, yeah, there'd be security violations, wouldn't there, if he did it all day?
I'm sure that they can have North Korea cut out things that they don't want people to see. They can edit their show. I'm just saying, like, to have a reality TV show from the White House that the VP hosts, I can.
You mean like for like an hour a day or something?
Yeah, whatever. Sure.
In times of war, there's been guys from the UK and the US who used to do fireside chats and things of that nature every so often to raise the morale of their people, to make people feel better, to inform their people. It isn't the craziest thing, but yeah, when you come down to delivering it on a partisan scale to only the people who are going to want to watch you, like say if they're all Republicans, then yeah, you are isolating half of your demographic.
The left will hate watch. They'll hate watch.
Yeah, I know, but that's the problem. It's not like they're all unified together like the old days, Like,
were they really unified back in the day?
I don't know.
No, there was
there.
No, there was. You see, the thing is, there was always this concept of yes, we can have our differences of opinion in the House of Commons or in the Congress or whatever, but when it came to foreign policies, America was a united nation. When it came to foreign policies in Britain, it was a united country. They did not. It was Britain against whoever, Britain against Germany, against Argentina, against Iraq. It wasn't the conservatives against another country. It wasn't the Democrats against another country. It was the whole, because we are supposed to be brethren and fellow countrymen, fellow patriots of our own nations, but that isn't how it is anymore. There are people within, we have fifth columns within our own nations. We have people within our nation that hate the nation that they live in. They despise everything about it. They want to tear it apart. They want to tear the whole system down. That is why we are not standing shoulder to shoulder anymore. We're not standing as Americans, as British people. We're standing as conservatives and liberals and Antifas and Tommy Robinson supporters. We are exceedingly divided.
Yeah, the division is apparent. That's for sure. Sadly.
John's got a good idea, actually.
Johnny
I'd watch
Grammaticus?
that. Yeah. The nuclear football should have its own podcast.
That's actually that's the seed of a potentially funny idea.
What does this thing look like? The nuclear
It's
football.
a suitcase.
Does it have an antenna?
No.
Does it connect with something remotely?
Yeah, what's
No.
that?
It's a full size briefcase with a little tiny teensy wincy comically sized mobile phone in it.
It's actually got a small space alien in there whose only
Yeah.
job is to.
Like the one in Men in Black that's in that guy that's controlling the guy from inside.
Right.
It's used. I don't know what it technically consists of, but it's used to.
I do. If I'm not mistaken, I think it's a briefcase with basically the codes in it. There isn't actually any electronics in it.
It's the codes to authenticate the president, so that when he gives an order specifically, it's only for a launch of the nuclear forces in the U.S. When he gives that order, this is how the military commanders can confirm that it is in fact the president giving the order.
Oh, is he allowed to have access to that still? I thought the Dems took that away from him in 2019.
No, it's the president always has to have it near him at all times.
I thought it was taken away from him.
No, he can't take it away. Who's
They
going
did
to have
that
it?
to him in 2019? They did.
No, they can't take it away.
They impeached him, and then they say you can't have this.
Nope, he still got it.
So he got all pissed off and took all these files home with him.
Yeah, that was what was in his Marriott or whatever.
It'd be funny if he took those home. Well, they're just invalidated anyways after the president finishes, so they're replaced.
I forget what it was. They said something when he didn't want to give, the media said it. He didn't want to give the football over to Biden.
It doesn't matter.
They didn't like it when the Patriots won the Super Bowl and Trump told Edelman, go long, and he had the nuclear football to throw. It was just not a good scene.
Boo!
Tried so hard.
Boo!
No touchdown. Incomplete pass.
Exactly. Fumble, I would say.
Flag on the field.
Got a fruit fly over here. I'm about to smash my laptop.
Oh, no. And we're done, folks.
Complete miss. He flew right by my face.
That was almost as
Oh,
bad
yeah.
as they can strike
Yeah.
him.
I
in the
can't get
South.
Let me know if you can hear this fan going.
I look like what was that giant gorilla's name on the
Can you guys hear my fan?
No.
Nope.
Magilla
No.
gorilla?
no
King
fucking
Kong.
the one-
That's good then.
King Kong. Yeah. I end up looking like him swatting at fruit flies here.
Like the airplanes?
Yeah, exactly.
I saw a meme the other day where King Kong's like climbing this big skyrise and he's like going after planes and stuff, and it's a view of this guy that like wakes up in the morning and looks at his window and there's just big King Dong smashed up against his window, and then he like blinks at it and then just goes back to sleep. You don't think about those things in those videos about the unfortunate suckers and whatever hotel is halfway down that tower.
Don't. That's for sure.
You know, John Grammaticus, you could make a podcast from the point of view of the nuclear football during the Biden years. It would still be funny. People still, at least Republicans, still like to laugh at Biden's foibles.
It's too bad that not everybody is interested in humor for humor's sake.
Well, it is too bad.
It's the only way I get through days. Is humor. Those people must be depressed. That's all I can say.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have any humor at work. Maybe
No?
a little, but it all comes from me when I crack a joke to myself.
That's good enough.
That's kind of sad.
I mean, but at least you have an audience.
I'm feeling bad for you now.
I mean, work is what it is. It's work.
Oh, there's Steve talking
Did,
to himself.
did anyone else watch the Jon Stewart Trump approved sketch?
No. If I wanted to watch Jon Stewart, how would I find him?
It's on YouTube. It's on YouTube, The Daily Show.
Oh, it's on YouTube? So I don't have any excuse.
That's right.
You can still not.
It's very funny. It's like he's in Russia with like gold all behind him and like very scared that he's like rubbing his hands together, very scared. Like yes, Father, I'll do what you say, Father.
Yeah.
I don't know if we would get a copyright strike for playing him. I might have already.
You certainly could.
It's Comedy Central. I'm pretty sure they're pretty brutal with copyright.
I mean, I might already get one for what I played earlier.
I believe you, Don.
For what?
I played a little bit of Kimmel.
What did we lose?
You watched the news. We watched the news.
Lost.
But saying that, you're not monetized anyway. The only thing we'll do is demonetize you, but you're not monetized.
Correct. I don't. Well, Australia has all the worst stuff. It's fucking like nightmare land over there.
Damn. You gotta look now.
Well, you ever seen the spider they have? That thing, what is it called? The Sydney funnel web? That thing is fucking crazy, dude.
Yeah. Don't stick your willy in the hole or finger or any appendage.
I mean, it'll come at you.
Is that what happens?
I'm sorry. I had a
tracks.
ballsy moment today. There was a spider on the toilet seat. I thought that was just really.
Well, was it going to the bathroom? Did you invade its privacy?
I didn't ask. I just squished it.
Did you find out the species?
But I don't know.
You should train it to wipe when it's finished.
I wonder what that is. Oh, it's gone.
Was it a black widow? Was it a brown recluse?
It's a widow now.
Let's see.
Oh God, these jokes.
In Australia.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
You feel free to add yours. Apple.
I got to censor myself.
In Australia, it would have been called a redback spider, which is very similar to the black widow here.
That's right.
Yeah.
It's very similar.
It's the exact same spider.
Related species, yes.
Amazing too, huh? That they're like so many continents apart, yet they maintained their genetic similarities so much.
Yeah, some butthole had it in a suitcase or something back in the 1700s, and they stopped this place.
He might have had it in his butthole.
He could have had it in his butthole.
Or it could have been a convict.
I didn't.
Because
I
they're
was
all
bad.
convicts, right?
It's a nice tickle.
There you go.
Convicts, Australia, penal colony.
Okay.
Is that? I mean, is that not true? Is it true or not true? Let's get it from an Australian.
Are you a convict?
Not her, but wasn't it originally mainly convicts?
Yeah, but my line isn't. I'm totally Scottish.
So you're convict free, except for your husband. Haha, kidding.
Your parents were deported to Australia.
Oh, sorry.
People would be, what would they call it? Transportation for life was a sentence in England, and if you committed a crime that was a capital crime,
Yeah, even
as an
stealing
alternative to being executed, you could go to Australia and be free.
Wow.
Yeah, but you had to. So basically, every major city there, except for Adelaide and another place were built by the convicts. Like it was basically slave labor. Of the two places that didn't do it, I think it was Perth and Adelaide. Perth failed and they had to send out convicts anyway. So Adelaide is the only city or colonization that was started not using prisoners. And it's the most hippie part of the whole country, right? Adelaide?
No.
Not Byron Bay, but what would Adelaide be? It's like where all the artists come from and stuff, I thought. Okay.
That's in South Australia. I haven't been there.
My understanding is that's where it's a very
It's totally
art-based
more-
community.
It's totally more like Queensland and like where we were.
Okay.
All
I've
along
never
that
done
coast
there
is, like,
personally.
super hippie and probably Perth as well.
I have a feeling that, I don't know, someone tricked people into going to Australia and staying away from New Zealand. New
I've
Zealand,
only passed through there though. It's a beautiful place.
I don't think they have any poisonous fauna in New Zealand.
They
So-
don't have any snakes.
No poisonous.
They
snakes.
have like
There's some dangerous natives.
yeah, that's true. There's only a handful of spiders now, only because people introduce them.
Hawaii is somewhere else like that as well. There's no poisonous snakes or anything.
They have, like,
Here in the UK, we've got one poisonous snake.
Is it Starmer?
Sorry, I misspoke. We've got two poisonous snakes.
What's the other one?
An adder.
Okay, that's like super deadly though, right?
No, it's not that bad.
Okay.
If you give him a subtraction problem, he can't do it.
Is it the black adder?
No, that's a third snake, but that's a good snake, and it's not poisonous.
Which adder is it?
It's just it's just a snake.
Adder
I only know
snake.
the black
It's
adder.
it's a poisonous snake. It's just a common British adder.
Yeah, I'm reading about it right now.
It's probably very polite, like the rest of the Brits.
It only bites when
Really
it's
messed up piece.
extremely in danger. It won't normally bite.
Its fangs are pointing in different directions. What's up, Casey?
Yeah, I didn't hear it. I'm reading about the
They're
adder.
they're also protected as well in this country because we only have two reptiles native
Oh, that's
to our
right.
country.
They also have a black widow, which is they call it the catapo.
We have a widow as well. It's called the false widow.
What's false about it?
It's I think it's got a white. Is it white or red? Which the black widow's got the red one, hasn't it?
The red hourglass, yes.
Yeah. Well, the one in the UK's got a white one, and it's not venomous.
The adder has killed 14 people in 145 years.
Yeah.
Wow.
One person a year.
Not very deadly.
So deadly enough.
If you
Last
think,
recorded death was 1975.
Were they running for prime minister, or was it just a random guy? Or
100 bites are apparently reported per year, with an average of one or less than one of 100 being fatal. I think that's pretty bad.
Really?
I'm sure America's got that beat with just
How many black widow bites cause deaths?
Probably 2.
That's a good
Out of
question.
100,
My
it's
understanding
not
is it will paralyze your arm and stuff and hurt like a bitch, but usually not kill you.
Yeah, that's how I understood too.
I'll do a quick AI
They're
search.
here all over the fences.
Well,
Like,
I'd rather have our adder than anything in Australia.
Each year in the US.
It's the brown recluse and stuff that they're more concerned with in Australia, because I believe when it bites you, it causes it causes like a bacterial flesh-eating issue or something.
Okay, so I've never heard of recluse in Australia. Maybe I just wasn't.
That's an American spider.
Yeah.
Last recorded black widow death
What's
was
it called?
1983 in the United States.
There's a white-tailed
1983?
and a wolf spider, which is different from the American wolf spider. They are the ones that will dissolve your flesh.
What's the really big one that everyone sees on the wall that's actually a friendly little guy? Big guy. Yeah, the Huntsman. That's right.
Yeah.
Friendly.
These are fine, though.
So what's the one that dissolves your skin? The
So the
white?
whitetail and the wolf spider, and I have a bite from a white tip.
Does it give you what do they call it? Arachnid necrosis, something like that? Dead skin.
Oh, well, okay. Well, I can tell you what happened to me. I don't know what. It like dissolved slowly, and I had like a little crater. It was like,
Oh my God, you got bit by one?
yeah. But
Was it open wound, like a crater of
it was like
hamburger
a
meat?
boil at first, and I didn't know what
Oh.
it was, and I popped it, and then it just
And
started
then little
going.
baby spiders crawl
I was
out.
just going to say that, but thank you, RW. I don't need to say things because you'll say it.
Spider woman over here.
But yeah,
Jesus Christ.
that spot on me does not tan. No hair grows out. It's like just a dead space.
She's like, no hair grows
So
there.
weird.
Why can it bite me all over the leg?
I know. I'm thinking. Anyway.
Let's see if I can find one of my I'm going to see if I can find one of my residents. I know I've got about 1,000 in this living room somewhere.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah,
Your parrot doesn't eat those?
Wife came into
Figures.
my man cave earlier.
does.
She
Okay,
was
good birdie.
horrified. Wife was vacuuming up all my spider friends earlier. I was so upset. We detailed their car today. You know,
Easy
and
topple.
what happened?
Topple.
Oh, topple crapple.
Yeah, someone DDoSed his laptop, so he's off.
Yep. Topple uses that excuse every week.
It's all right. It's cool. 10:30.
I pushed the power button and it turned off on me. Yeah, sorry.
Darn thing. Yeah.
Another damn Windows.
Flaw.
Keep this thing going. We had some people in earlier that I think crashed, like lagged out or whatever.
No, I think they were. I'll ask Winton later. I think they just were not interested. I think we were old or something. Too old.
I can't
for
help
that.
it.
No, you know,
If anyone has a cure for that, I would.
I appreciate
like
them
to know.
coming by though, RW, and I just want to say thank you for being here. Gonna go get
Yeah.
a drink.
They dropped out when we started crapping on Antifa, so I hope we didn't step on any toes. Well, I don't really care.
I know
but-
we didn't with Winton. He'd be fucking all
he's
over
not.
that.
He's
Yeah.
not at all.
But I think we were talking so quickly over each other, we weren't giving them a moment to get a word in edgewise.
Nobody could get a word in.
That's kind of how it works here,
Yeah.
unfortunately.
I mean,
So
sometimes you just wait it out. If you have a
If,
little bit of patience.
if we notice people like that coming around here, you guys who are here, try to include them in the conversation because I'm guilty just as much as
You know that's
more
not
so.
possible.
It's my show, but we
You know
gotta
it's not
try.
possible. We
But
can
we gotta
try, but
try.
if we're getting flooded by people going at it, we can't do anything about that.
I'm
Right.
complacent because I'm like a little, you know, so I don't really care what happens, but I don't know. Whatever. That's my spiel. Be back in a minute with
Sorry,
more
Topper.
alcohol.
I'm working on that, Topple. I try and keep my feelings and thoughts to myself for at least 5 to 10 seconds at a time. I wait until people get to the apex of what they're saying, and then I butt in.
I think he confuses you and McGrandy. We all do.
That's depressing. Do you guys have any thoughts on National Guard going into Tennessee? Or
Where?
any? They're going into Memphis, Tennessee. So
What?
Trump did sign an order sending National Guard, ICE, and other agencies to restore public safety in Memphis, Tennessee. I don't think that they've shipped out yet. I think they're still in the collective mode.
Well, I think it's a bad idea. Personally, it's a bad idea because Dank Brandon gets all agitated that this is the start of they're pre-positioning troops for the dictatorships.
You saw it
Announcement.
up firsthand, so
Yeah.
my concern is it's not federal land, so I don't know how that works. If they sit around federal buildings and just stop crime in that location, okay. The other concept is that they're backing ICE because ICE are federal agents so that they're protected. That's the only two scenarios that work in my mind. Anything else would be a major overreach of lawfare. Like, I don't know how to say that. Just it's not their territory.
I mean, first of all, this should come from a request from the governor of Tennessee to the president, not the other way around.
Mm-hmm.
I assume the governor of Tennessee is a Republican, but I don't actually know. And second of all, it should be in the form of there should be an emergency. And I don't think the usual crime that has been occurring in Memphis for the last 50 years or 20 years is an emergency. It might not be good. It might be extremely incompetent, but it's not an emergency. So the National Guard is the wrong tool to use.
I would never have guessed Memphis was at the top of the list for crime issue in the United States of America.
Well, they're not, but it may be that because it has a Republican, maybe Tennessee has a Republican governor, he can, Trump was able to get him to request National Guard assistance. I don't know the details, but
okay.
The governor of Illinois isn't going to ask Trump to bring in the National Guard.
No.
He'd rather see everybody dead in this Chicago than ask Trump to bring in the National Guard.
I can't say that that's a better scenario. So
As long as I'm not.
Yeah. I mean, you grew up there. You have more of a finger on the pulse of what the experience is there, the political leaning there, which I don't know if this has shifted anything since you've been there, but if he does push into Chicago, I mean, Antifa is now considered a terrorist organization, domestic terrorists. So it's not like they're going to come out and riot, but people not wearing colors for Antifa or whatever are most likely going to cause major protest. So like nobody wants to see that.
There might be more violence if the National Guard go, and then there is before. Than there was before.
The crime statistics will shift from whatever it is to assaulting federal officers.
Crime in every city, in every big city in America, is the same. It follows the same pattern. There's a very small area, physical area, a relatively small physical area, where an overwhelming amount of the violent crime is concentrated. And that holds true for murders, anything involving guns. It's going to be a very small part of the city. And yeah, typically that's where the most violent gangs operate. And to be honest, typically, not exclusively, but typically these are gangbangers shooting each other. And although I wouldn't go so far as to say I'm glad they're dead, there is something to be said for, valuing the lives of gangsters less than the lives of people who aren't involved in crime. So I'm not sure I want to.
I mean, the only problem with that is when gangs are shooting at each other, innocent people get caught in the crossfire.
It's true, and it's unacceptable, but the number of innocent people killed tends to be, 10 to 50 in a year when 700 people are killed in Chicago. So, I don't know what to say. Don't spend too much money trying to keep the gangsters from killing each other. I've heard it described cruelly as a sort of self-cleaning oven. Just close the door and let the oven heat up and clean itself.
It just sucks for any individual that can't get out of that.
Well, it's true, and even in the worst neighborhoods where all this violence occurs, the vast majority of people who live there are not involved in the violence, don't want to be involved in the.
If I'm not mistaken, maybe I'm just getting it from like TV shows, but a lot of people involved in these crime syndicates have been pulled in from the poor community, and they've been either pressured into it or they've had no choice because they can't make money at other ways.
No, that certainly isn't the case.
Are you sure?
Yes.
There's not kids that have been brought in running drugs and things like that.
Yeah, but
in poor communities.
Nobody's forced to join. It's work for lazy people. Stealing is easier than working. That's the way it's always been. That's what the whole basis, it's the same for an inner city gang as it is for the mafia. It's stealing is easier and more profitable than working. So it's always going to attract people. And if you live in a culture where that's not considered dishonorable, like a neighborhood like this, or like the Sicilian cultures in some big cities in the U.S. where the mafia comes from, then there's very few cultural breaks that are going to stop you from doing this. But I don't see it. It's not really what poor people are forced to do in any manner and shape. And in fact, most of the people who live in those neighborhoods work. When they work normal jobs. They work hard. They'll work at fast food. They'll get the best job they can.
Right, because they're trying to get a leg in.
They're on their skill level, and they are the victims of, they are as much a victim of this violence because it really, really lowers the quality of their lives and their family lives.
And
as anybody who's actually shot who's a gang member.
You know what actually happened if the government went in and cleaned house there? All those people that are trying to do the right thing and bust their ass to have a home and work a job and whatever they can to survive in the system without being homeless, all of a sudden their homes would go up in value and they've got a leg up.
Yes,
I'm going to just guess.
It is a quick fix. I don't deny that.
Talking about Chicago.
Pretty much, yes.
Okay.
But it's the same in every big city. I guarantee it.
About the National Guard.
Well, it's mainly that there's just most of the worst violence, like shootings and murders, occur in a tiny area, tiny percentage of the physical area of the city. There's a few neighborhoods that are extremely violent. And even within those neighborhoods, there have been studies that show that a relatively handful of people commit, a vast majority of the shootings. So, you could probably, let's be cruel here and, talk about no due process. You could probably have a hit squad take care of 15 to 50 people, and that would drop violent crime in Chicago by 90%.
Yeah, because all of a sudden they're
last
like,
dance you could have towers, men elevated with scopes and rifles, and whenever anyone starts shooting, they could just start taking people out. Then maybe you could also put some concertina wire and fences around all of them.
Well, we now have drones, right? So
what I was saying was a joke, like I was insinuating a prison camp. But you're stacking on. You're like, yeah, we could add drones onto that.
Yeah,
and that would really have those fuckers dead to rights.
Mine was a hypothetical. I wasn't actually proposing that we kill people, but I'm just saying the number of.
Wasn't there a big uproar about governments sending drones to kill American civilians at one point?
Yeah, well, I'm not saying hey, we're only in 2025, right? By 2027, according to Dank Brandon, this will all be normalized.
They'll have supercomputers then that'll preempt everyone's thoughts, and you can kill the one before they even think what they've done.
What was the movie where the guys had the necklace that had the bomb on it? If they tried to escape, their head would blow off.
Wasn't that a Star Trek episode?
No, maybe, but I'm thinking of, was it? It was definitely
Suicide Squad.
No, it was like
that was in their head. I just quickly want to kill Mr. Kilsey's comment. He said,
"Killer, what up, dog?"
We were talking about National Guard going into a city, and he said, if you're not planning, I'm changing your words, sorry, buddy. If you're not planning on committing a crime, why are you so worried about it? It's just like facial recognition and number of plate readers that the left want. Why are you so worried? I think I don't like that concept of the federal government coming in and doing a big brother lockdown, or coming in and dictating law and power.
I mean, you could be afraid that you could get swept up in things that aren't your fault or that you're not involved in.
I got an answer for
level, though. We should be covering it at that level.
My answer to him is that we are inherently disturbed that our politicians and our police force are so pathetic that they can't manage anything, that it's getting to the level where the federal government has to intervene, which is absolutely insane, and it's a tough pill to swallow. But if you watch a year after year that your police aren't successful, they maybe maintain law and order, a semblance of it at least, but it's not what we really want for our level.
They're maintaining a semblance of law and order without being draconian.
Yeah, but it's not enough. The shit's hitting the fan in a lot of places, including in Boston, man. It's getting out of control over there. There's fucking people all over the place in this one area. They can't even fucking walk. They're in wheelchairs. They're all passed out with needles in their legs and arms from fucking ODing. I'm not saying, what's the National Guard going to go shoot the needle out of their arm? I don't know. But the fucking whatever local authority is not cutting the mustard.
Well, you certainly don't want to be doing what fucking the Fox host said about lethal injections for the homeless, do you?
No, but I want something.
Who said that? Trump?
No, it wasn't Trump. It was either a host or a guest host on Fox.
Jesse Waters.
It wasn't Jesse Waters. It was someone who was on one of Jesse Waters' panel.
Okay.
Casey,
but they never shot him down or anything. They just nodded their head.
Yeah, that happens on all these shows.
Yeah,
left and right. It's appalling.
So, do they oppose Narcan? Would they just rather let them die?
Replace it with fentanyl.
Or saline, replace it with saline solution that would have no effect.
He's got a fentanyl overdose. The solution is more fentanyl.
What about COVID? They can get the COVID numbers back up.
You know they're already working on it. Stop it.
All right. So Casey said that he's making the point that the National Guards that go out maybe won't have anything to do with recording your every move, but hey, the left ideas are way less intrusive. So it sounds like you're actually saying, Mr. Kilsey, that you're cool with a surveillance state over military coming in. That's what I'm hearing. I don't really want facial. I don't want all those. We already have our phones right here that we're using are already a surveillance state. I don't want more everywhere.
That doesn't bother me. I have nothing to hide.
Siri, how much are you spying on me?
Honestly, I am not spying at all. Don't know where you are, but just so you
Siri,
know, Taco Bell has
how much are you spying on me right now?
I was talking to my daughter about making pancakes, and I mentioned flour and egg, and my phone came up. Oh, flour is used in bread making. I was like, I wasn't talking to you. Why are you coming up with shit? I was driving in car and my phone decided to tell me how to make bread when I was talking to my daughter about pancakes for Pancake Day. She wanted to know when it is and how it's made. And my phone interjected saying, here's how you make bread. You use flour.
Apple will say our phones don't spy on you. But, how do they know? How are they able to tell when I say, hey, Siri?
I like when you have listening and turned off and you talk and it's like your microphone's turned off.
At least Samsung made no claims that my phone's not spying on me. But it definitely fucking is. It's always
listening. How to express that in English.
I don't have Apple in my house, but I have Amazon with my Echo speaker thing that's always listening, and I've got my phone, which is Google.
Yeah, exactly.
So he said the few more guys on the street are far less intrusive than the left's plan to record all. So I got it backwards.
Well, I have an easy solution to that. Let's not do any of that. Let's not do the left's plan for a surveillance state. And let's not do Trump's plan for a police state.
We'll just send out the police that have a body cam on them out to do their job.
We'll surveil the police. That's the answer.
I heard something pretty fucking draconian from our Labour government. They wanted to give everybody government IDs. They wanted to make sure we all had government ID, tracked IDs, so anyone without an ID can get deported, basically.
A digital ID, correct?
Yeah.
Yes. So Australia has digital ID rolling out. The Commonwealth is definitely pushing digital ID faster than the United States of America.
I don't like that idea at all.
No,
it's coming for you, man. In Australia, you can see them coercing because you can't get Centrelink if you don't sign up for the digital program.
You can't get what?
Welfare.
Welfare.
Oh, okay.
There have been enough instances of authoritarian actions by the U.S. government, the Canadian government, Australia, and so forth in the last 10 years that you can connect the dots and see that this digital ID gives government a potentially in the wrong hands, and it does seem to often get in the wrong hands.
That's the problem.
It gives them a power that is far too much.
Yeah, especially if we elect someone in the future who would use it for nefarious reasons.
Well, if you know,
but Sarita's just said that it's for welfare, and why would you not want a digital tracker of people on welfare? Then you might be able to head off.
That's not what these guys were saying. They were saying they want it so that all national-born citizens get a digital ID, so that anyone without one can be deported.
Cup of tea's analog.
Yeah, that doesn't sound.
Sarita, is it only for people on welfare, or does everybody have it and it's only used for the welfare system?
Last time we looked into it, and we were leaving the country when it was happening. Last time we looked into it, they were getting the foot in the door through the welfare program for people to sign up because they know the people need it. They're on it. They're going to want to stay on it. So they're introducing it to them so that they stay on it. I don't know where it's gone from there. I know that they were putting it into passports and combining it in towards passport RFID that somehow was connected. So I just know that Australia is moving forward with the program, and if they already got the foot in the door with people that are dependent on Centrelink.
But how far does it go? Do they have your blood on record, your fingerprints?
It's a digital profile that is just going to collect data, correct?
But it's not to take your blood, your fingerprints, and other identifying factors.
I think that started kind of doing the fingerprint thing. I know my dad had to do something when he went to renew his license.
Wow, that's proper bad.
Let's take a couple examples. The Canadian government froze bank accounts of people who were involved in that trucker protest, a COVID trucker protest.
That was terrible.
Now, let's suppose that there was a digital ID, that everybody had a digital ID. This would be essentially allow the government to remotely prevent you from ever getting hands on your money. They could essentially remote control, starve you to death.
Correct.
I'm not saying that's going to happen, but I don't even want to put the machinery in place for.
No,
but you're literally ringing the bell that the people that believe in the Book of Revelation are calling out, because the power system controls buying and selling. An excellent tool to do that is if everything becomes digital and they can literally control what you're allowed to be a part of in the economy.
The first step will be you can't buy anything without a digital ID. You won't be starved in the beginning. First, every non-digital ID piece of commerce will disappear. And, then you are totally vulnerable.
They're slowly phasing out real money, cash.
I know, and it's scary.
Yeah. Because end of the day, if you don't trust the banks and the government, right now you can hide all the cash under your bed, or you can have it in gold or whatever.
Even in America, there is a concept known as my old brain. The government could basically take your money, the police, if they think you're if anything you're doing looks like a drug, like what a drug dealer would do.
Yeah.
Like if you're caught with $10,000,
basically they purport that is drug dealer money,
and they just take it.
Process.
They don't need. There's no court. There's no due process. You then have to sue to get it back, and it can take you.
But that costs money to
years.
sue, doesn't it?
It takes money. It takes money and time.
Yeah.
Well, let's just say this: if you have a roll of $10,000 on you, and they take it and falsely accuse you of drug money, you most likely have the money to sue their ass in court and get more than that back.
That's not what happens though. People, simple people, there's nothing wrong with them. They'll see like an ad. This has happened. Some guy in North Carolina sees an ad for a truck, used truck, and it's cheap. It's $10,000. It's just what he needs for his business. He happens to have $11,000, so he'll take $10,000
and maybe a joint in his pocket.
Not even that. Not even that. He'll take $10,000 and he'll drive from North Carolina, or he'll fly to Georgia to pick up this truck and pay for it in cash. And during his bag will be inspected for some reason. They can inspect it at random. They will find $10,000 and they'll seize it.
What do you mean they can inspect it at random? They have to have a warrant to search your vehicle.
No, not in the airport when you're trying to go through security.
Oh, okay.
They don't also when you get pulled over driving across the country with over 10 grand in your pocket.
Yeah, but if you've got 10 grand in your pocket and a trailer on back, and you explain that you're going to pick up a vehicle, that's probably
too bad. That's too bad. You don't have to have committed a crime. There's no requirement.
Civil forfeiture is a bullshit.
Thank you.
I am so glad I don't live in America if that's the case.
That's the phrase. Civil forfeiture.
That's not a thing here, I don't think.
I mean,
It shouldn't be. It's an outrage. People are trying to change it. These were laws. This is how people trying to do good things do bad things. These were laws because drug dealers operate in cash, and the best way to put a drug dealer away is to take his cash. These laws were created. The people who created the laws thought they were going after drug dealers, and they are used to go after drug dealers, but there's really no requirement of guilt, no showing of guilt needed. You just have to,
So basically, it's illegal to carry money then.
It's legal, but you can.
No, it's, in that factor, it's illegal because you're getting it seized because you own money in your possession.
That's right. Because go on.
For the police out on the road, we're combating corruption by forcing police officers to have body cameras, so that you can pull the camera and say, "This is what happened. This was done to me. I was wronged." If you're talking about an airport, the airport security doesn't have that law. There's no body cameras. There might be cameras in the airport.
Yeah, obviously, if you're hiding it at the airport, then maybe they've got a right to seize it. But if you declare that money and tell them why you have that money, then they shouldn't be able to take it.
You shouldn't have to declare it. It's your money. It's
Over a certain amount, surely you've got to declare it at the airport.
No, only if you're traveling internationally.
Correct.
Only internationally, not within.
Not within
American
borders.
I never declare when my backpack's full of $100 bills.
Right, I've never.
You only have to declare
because I don't
you have to declare firearms, and you have to be very careful with your storage of them. But in country,
Yeah, like you need to have them unloaded and clips separate from the gun.
It's for flying. It's a simple couple of things with a lock and yada yada. It's no big deal.
Yeah.
But it has to be obviously. It's not a carry-on. Don't make that mistake.
Unless you're a what they call them that go on planes with guns.
Air marshal.
Yeah, air marshals. They have firearms on the person, don't they?
Yes.
Yes. Generally not running back or wide receiver for the New England Patriots who've done it.
Tight end, though, for sure.
Not smart. You just.
That's gross.
How do you make that mistake? Oops. Forgot I had a 9 in my carry-on. Jeez. I mean, what an oversight.
There's an infamous case that has been litigated extensively. It's called, I think, the U.S. Private Vaults case. And it's very simple. There was a company called U.S. Private Vaults that offered, basically, it was like a storefront in a mall that had safe deposit boxes. So it wasn't a bank. Their only business was safe deposit boxes. And, they didn't collect any more information on their customers than they needed to. Well, it turns out that they were involved in criminal enterprise. And so the FBI raided them, and they took every safe deposit box of every patron and kept everything that they found. And people would say, I'm not a criminal. Can I have my money back, my jewelry back,
Grandma's
necklace, important heirlooms? And the FBI was no.
My secret lover sex toy.
Only a drug dealer would use safe deposit boxes in this kind of a building. And every time the FBI just said no, people had to sue. Every time they sued, the FBI lost, but the FBI just refused to give back stuff without being forced to by a court. And it was expensive, and people don't have their stuff, their money, their belongings for maybe a year or two.
Couldn't they do a class action though at that point?
No, for some reason they couldn't do a class action.
Class action gets caught up in litigation for years. You don't want to be without your money. You want to just get it back.
Yeah, but people that can't afford or the process or whatever can join into a class action, right? That's
Sure. Yeah.
The FBI never claimed, that they had any evidence that any of these people whose boxes they kept committed any crimes. That was never their argument. They never really defended themselves at all. They just simply refused to give back the money without being forced to by a court order. And so,
Did they eventually get the thing?
I think everybody who sued got one. Now, some people said that stuff they had in there, they got back less than they had in there. The FBI did not.
Somebody in the FBI was skimming off the top.
That's the allegation. The FBI could have recorded everything they did on video when going through the boxes, but they didn't.
Should have.
They should have. So, who knows?
Interesting, man.
But that's just one case. There, case after case after case.
Yeah, there's cases of retirees who take $100,000 out of the bank to drive, from any Northeast city down to Florida and maybe make a cash purchase of a double wide in a fucking 55 plus community, and they get that forfeiture thing and they lose their money, and it takes them years to get it back. These are people who are, near the end of their life anyways.
Right.
Who might have not saved up much more than what they have on them. And they're kind of like fucked, like it's not
now
free.
This wasn't what the laws that were passed were meant to do. The legislatures didn't mean for the police and the FBI to do this, but you give police power and they will abuse it every time without exception. Yep. And you just can't do that. The civil forfeiture laws have to be repealed, or the people will be continually facing this. Innocent people will be facing the government stealing their money.
Maybe Trump's cabinet will fix it. Right?
I don't think Trump will give up any powers that he has. He'll only add to them.
Oh.
There was one case where the police they seized like hundreds of thousands of dollars from someone, and this someone probably was a drug dealer, but they didn't have the evidence to convict him. And he somehow, through the miracle of the U.S. justice system, and the police actually stole the money and kept it themselves, the individual officers. And their bosses knew that they stole the money. I think they fired them. But somehow, because of the structure of qualified immunity and the forfeiture laws, the person couldn't get their money back. They couldn't sue the government. They couldn't sue the police department. whose police officers stole their money. It's just it's an unbelievable outrage that most Americans don't realize, and would be hard pressed to believe that this can happen in the United States, but it happens all too frequently.
So you've got to use Venmo these days instead of carrying hard cash.
Well, that helps, right? That helps a lot. Of course, you still need your money in a bank to use Venmo.
But then you're going
to
go
why they want you
back to
to
digital
why
currency.
they want you to use a digital currency rather than hard cash, so
Well,
they can see what you're spending and where it's going.
And they can freeze it. If we go to a digital currency, that's another aspect of controlling and buying.
Yeah.
So
I
understand it, but I'm just saying, like, look at it for what it can be.
How do you buy street drugs if cold hard cash is abolished?
Bye, Steve-O.
Take it easy, Steve-O.
I'm guessing that payment will. Sorry, I said me instead of us. Damn.
You can't pay with digital currency because it's too traceable.
I mean, Silk Road was based off of crypto, so.
No, that's an option, I suppose. But then they'll start criminalizing people who use crypto.
There's probably going to be a lot more sexual favor to drugs.
The Silk Road guy, by the way. Don't ever forget.
Right, Ross Ulbricht.
Yep.
But he was sentenced to life in prison. So,
I agree with pardoning him, but I'm kind of a weird guy when it comes to stuff like that.
Yeah.
I'd say freedom for the people,
One of the guys that petitioned on Ross's behalf very strongly was Charlie Kirk.
I just want to give a shout out to your friend that passed away, Duke Brazzi. I didn't know who he was personally, but I went back and watched some really old episodes, or not really old, but 3 years ago episodes of The Pub, and I finally met him on this. Like, I experienced him on the stream.
Yes.
And he had a cool accent. I wasn't paying attention to the names, but when he started talking, I looked, and he probably was a literal Duke. Like, I don't know where he was from, but his accent definitely is old blood.
Yeah,
He's from Sweden.
He's descended from Vikings.
He reminded me of Bull Hansen, the YouTuber. Are you familiar with Bull Hansen?
No,
I am not. No,
he's like a modern day Viking over there, and he does very pro men's health talks, and he talks about government and like kind of the stuff we talk about, but just by himself. And he'll sit out in the woods and like drink a coffee out of his wooden thing he made, or he'll sit in his Viking tent that's all like authentic.
Sure.
That's why it grabbed my attention, because it was like the same accent.
Yeah, exactly. He was a.
Well, there you go, Casey.
Well, I'll say it this way: when he was alive, I was a happier person. And now that he's gone, there's a slight void, because I know Duke can never come back here, and that makes me sad. It's not like I never really knew the guy, but I knew him. It's like there was a connection, and now that he's gone, maybe Duke, maybe till Valhalla.
Yes,
he seemed like a good guy. I mean, from what I saw, from when you started recording your videos on your YouTube channel, he was only there for like 2 or 3 episodes or something. So your stream time with him must have been what was before this.
He was irregular, but I think it was more than 2 or 3.
It was more on the trigger warning thing, wasn't it?
Yeah, he joined us for 8 or I would guess he joined us for 8 or 10 pubs.
Yeah, I'll go back eventually and see more old stuff, and I'll probably see him again then.
Wow.
When you had, it was there more when you had the trigger warnings channel, when you did the pub on there.
Is that still in existence? Are those streams still on the web?
I believe so.
Okay.
Are they on the Smoke Steve?
No, they would be on
the trigger warning channel. Yeah,
or Hayden's channel, whatever he calls it. I'm not sure. But yeah, I mean, Aphid's not here, but he was good buddies with Duke too, and
This is what if you look up trigger warning, you get you're not alone. If you or someone needs help with suicide, call this 988 number.
Let me look
You
it up.
can't even search trigger warning in YouTube, just so you guys know.
It's all one word.
Channel name.
Okay.
I mean, I have them as I follow them on YouTube, so I can just find it through
Later,
that.
when you're on Discord later, just throw me the link. It's kind of buried.
I'll just put it right now in the chat.
Okay.
Yeah, so a shooting happened in Nashua, New Hampshire tonight, it looks like.
Oh, yeah?
It's gone national, so it's at a country club in New Hampshire. Maybe.
Well, at least the victims will be, will be rich people, so some people will be happy.
It's New Hampshire. I honestly think this might have been a wedding, but people are tired.
That's what I saw. It was 2 people taken down at a wedding and the 2 suspects fleeing at large.
Yeah, it looks pretty tragic.
What could be the motive? Debt?
As far as people are saying on one stream, ex, jaded lover, side piece, something like that.
Yeah, those are all reasonable theories.
Yeah, Cup of Tea says trigger warning TV. That could be it.
Yeah, I'm on there now. It's cool, man. I'll definitely check this out. I get to see more history. I was cut off at 3 years, and I get to go back.
I think that went for about 8-9 months, didn't it? The trigger warning channel
for the pub experience.
Well, yeah, they did it during. They started it before the start of COVID. It was rolling at the end of 2019, pretty strong. We were all there. Everyone loved it. Then COVID hit, and then they decided to change it to what they were calling the Prohibition Pub, because there was a time when everyone was on lockdown, people were staying home, and they decided to just do tons of live streams, and we all were there for everyone. It was the death of people. We were drinking too much. It was like mayhem. Nobody was going out.
I shaved my eyebrows.
Exactly. It was fucking chaos, dude. I mean, Jesus. And,
live on stream as well.
Yeah, that was like the climax. And I think after you shaved your eyebrows, Hayden and Graham were like, well, we got to stop this because, like, first of all, I think they were drinking a ton and they were probably ready to just, continue on, which obviously Hayden started making movies after it ended, which was incredible. And then, of course, I just, said, I'll try to take over. I'm going to drink and whatever, and that was that, That's why you guys are here, because of them.
Yep.
And it was a good transition.
Yeah, I'm glad you kept it going, dude.
Took me a while for me to get up my courage to come online.
You
mean it was funny.
Video on the channel?
When you first joined in, I was like, well, you're him? And you were like, yep, that's me. I was like, all right. I thought you were different, like from your voice, but then it took a week, and then we were like, all right, whatever. Who cares? Everybody's the same.
So, were you like trolling the chat for years or something, or?
No, I didn't troll the chat. I would participate in the trigger warning chat, but not much. I just like to listen to the guys.
Right.
But It's every once in a while. I think you'd say, "Well, anybody wants to come on," and I would think, "I'm a doofus. I'm not gonna go on." Finally, I said, "I'll give it a try."
I mean, you're not fun to talk to.
Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
That feels great. Finally, I got up my courage, and nobody kicked me out. Nobody told me not to come back.
It's nice to be a part of something that's not toxic and a waste of time. There's a lot of that crap out there.
There sure is.
Which is what blows my mind, that this is such a slow-growing group. Like, it doesn't bother me. It's not my group, but I've been welcomed into it. But I'm just surprised that since I've found the group, there's been 1 or 2 or 3 people that have joined as well. That's a long period of time.
I like it.
RW, there was at one point a amorphous blob of cells clicked on, which I was ready to accept as a member here, but it turned us down and left. So I'm pretty much willing to accept anybody as a person. So it's not like you entered a club of like exclusivity. We're it. We're the only ones who would show up. I mean, which is funny. Like, I mean, that's the life of. We're just free speech streamers. I don't really put any.
Exactly, though. Exactly. I've looked. I've been around. I've looked for platforms that offer that, and they act like they do, but they are not. They are literally shoot you if you speak out against them, people.
Oh no, hell no.
Yeah, so like just the fact, like why I don't know why people wouldn't flock to that more. I think they really like the drama. I really think they like the echo chambers. I think they like being part of a group that can.
I imagine most of the shows are very biased and not willing to listen to the other side.
So wouldn't you feel more welcome if you had a voice?
Obviously, but that's why I'm here, because these guys do welcome me. I'm one of the leftists, and I'm welcomed with open arms.
What is this? What does the C mean in British C leftist?
It's the centre.
Oh, okay.
Centre
left
separates
us from them.
Yeah, frankly, when we go for some time, we're like, man, I wish we had Biscuit here to just add that other side of an opinion. That's what we want.
Yeah.
Without a balance of opinion, it's impossible to find the balance that will help our society to coexist.
But it's also the opinion without the toxicity.
It's also impossible. Nobody is right all the time, but without an opposing opinion, there's no way to discover where the weaknesses in your argument are.
There you go. That's how we roll.
I know it rolls
and,
back.
And I'm very willing to listen to the right wing crowd as well. When I'm wrong, I'll listen.
As long as people are willing to accept when their thought that they're having doesn't work, so that they can move forward.
I'll listen to a right wing argument, and if it seems cohesive and makes some sense, then I'll listen to it and investigate more. But sometimes a lot of people on the right just get in screaming matches and don't want to have a cohesive argument that,
I don't think, pick any party. There's people in any party that back that party like a soldier instead of an intellectual.
I agree that there's a few, can you call them, they're not really news, but like a podcast newsy thing, but they're all leftist, but the echo chambers and they do spout a load of bullshit.
Sure.
Yeah, I try and hide from talking points.
Like, I'll give you names like Adam Mockler, Brian Tyler Cohen, Midas Touch. They do come up with some good arguments sometimes, but a lot of it is overhyped and way overstepped.
I don't know any of those people that you just named, so I'm gonna
Smoke. Your wife knows them all.
Probably.
She mentioned on the
There
last
you go.
podcast.
I know Brian. Tyler.
I don't know any of them.
He's usually on MSNBC sometimes, isn't he?
Yeah, these are it's certainly not a unique feature of the left. The right is the same way. These are all basically echo chambers, and I listen to these and I see very simple, obvious counter arguments, but there's nobody there, because these are narratives rather than real discussions. They're just advancing narratives. There's no one to say, well, that's true, but what about this? That never gets said.
They take something they've seen or heard, and they parrot it because it fits their narrative.
Right. And
confirmation bias.
I honestly, I think these, in terms of education, all these shows are wastes of time. These are just shows that make money by flattering the biases of
what gets
people
me
that watch them.
They're always the clickbait titles that you're expecting to hear at some point the actual thing coming out. Like Trump's had a meltdown. He never has a fucking meltdown. They're just clickbaiting you to get into rage bait fucking title of the video.
This is why independent media is not necessarily is not a panacea for the mainstream media. It's true that some aspects of mainstream media are the same way, like you could argue that the New York Times and the Washington Post mainly flatter the biases of the people that read them, but in fact it's a little bit more complicated. Those places are a little better. They will not totally ignore facts that contradict the narrative. The worst is NPR. They are the kind of the worst in the U.S. They do nothing but flatter the biases. They're completely immune from any criticism. There is
even worse than Fox News.
Yes,
I've never watched Fox News. Fox News used to be better. Back in
missing out, Last Dance,
the early time, but it's been decades since I watched Fox News. Maybe they used to have slightly contrary opinions on, but
they're just a mouthpiece for the right now, aren't they?
Well, yeah, and what can you say about the bottom line is all these places make plenty of money with their business model of flattering the biases of the people that watch them. So who's to say they're doing anything wrong?
No.
You can't argue with money, except I'll say that I'd like to believe that there is a even bigger audience for this bothers me. They didn't kill Charlie. There is no they that killed Charlie.
Let's dissect Mr. Kill's comment here.
I agree with the concept that Charlie Kirk reached kids. He challenged kids. I gave them the opportunity to come up, have their argument, and see for themselves if their arguments held weight. That could reach children.
That's true.
Individuals to find
that's not why the killer killed him, though, is it?
Right. We can go into that killer's note as well. If
the killer had a disagreement with what he said, and something clicked in his brain, and he went fucking nuts.
We don't even know if the killer objected to how effective Kirk was. We only know that he hated Kirk for his opinions.
I mean, this is based on the text messages, which I've seen some people
criticize,
say that those text messages aren't realistic.
Well,
I can understand.
So you have to realize that these text messages there's two parties, one of which is not guilty, and they're trying to protect his privacy. So they're excerpts. They're not the entire They contain only the relevant texts, not everything that was.
I don't know if you saw it, but there was a comedian still on stage, and he's putting in ChatGPT, "Did you write these messages?" And ChatGPT is like, "No, but it is fake."
Yeah. So
Because
here's what
it's written like a language model had written it.
This was maybe over a year ago at this point, but when ChatGPT, people were using it for answering programming questions, and it produced just nothing but shit.
Yeah.
So other people said, "Hey, what if we just ask ChatGPT if this programming answer was actually written by it?" And so people did that, and it would say yes, and they would say, that person cheated. So I took my stuff that I wrote before ChatGPT existed and said, "ChatGPT, did you write this?" And it would say, "Yes, that looks like my writing." It wasn't. It was my work from before ChatGPT existed. So I wouldn't trust an AI to
No, the
identify
AI
my
said,
writing.
"I did not write this clearly fake text message," or something along those lines.
But it said that some AI wrote it.
It looks like some AI might have written it because Gen Zers don't speak like this or some sort of thing.
You guys haven't seen any criticism of that communications?
I have
seen. What one in particular?
The one between Tyler Robinson and his partner, where he admits the crime and motive. And
It's all it does seem a little too convenient that all the evidence is laid out perfectly in a timeline, perfect in the text messages, doesn't it? It might be true text messages, but it does look rather convenient.
It's the style of communication.
The one phrase that seems to set people off as being impossible for someone that age is the phrase "my love."
Well, I can get by that. I've said that to a partner before.
So have I. I mean, but I'm old. But
well, I'm what, 15 years older than Tyler Robinson now.
Yeah, he was 22 right now.
Yeah.
There's multiple words that were called out though, like squad car and others I can't think of at the moment. But
when he says, "I'm going to my vehicle, not my car or my truck or my ride,"
you know, people his age aren't a monolith. They don't all talk the same. They don't all have the same.
Four lights.
I trust AI less than the government, and he doesn't trust the government very much. So,
booyah.
I understand it's conspiracy theory to say that it's larger than the shooter. I don't know either way. All I will agree
there
to
was
is
there was also
figure.
like, how could he have broken his gun down and then put it back together before putting it in woods if he's left his screwdriver on the roof?
I don't think you ever broke the gun down. I don't know why he had a screwdriver
Well,
on the roof.
if he didn't break his gun down, then how is he shown in the footage? There was a big, like a 6 foot tall guy with the same gun in his trousers, and it was clearly visible. You can't really see them. But if he had just the barrel section in his pants and the stock in his bag, then it would have been easier to hide.
It's one thing to get to the location that way. It's another thing to run away quickly.
Yeah.
And the footage that we watched on the pub last time has probability that he has a weapon wrapped in something that he's running with. That was
I didn't see it in his pants. It just looked like it had like
the
cloth. It had some
there
cloth.
is footage of him with his, I think it was his right leg, that he's walking down the stairs, like putting one foot on thing and then hobbling down.
Oh, that was when he was. That's when he was going up, right? Up to the
no, when he was going down a flight of stairs, that not the ones that go up to the top of the building, down a flight of stairs that go into the complex.
Why was he going down a flight of stairs?
I don't know. I think because of how it works is like a short flight of stairs, like 7 or 8 steps, that go into the courtyard, and then it goes up in the building.
Okay, but why? What does it matter?
Because he had the barrel in his leg. That's why his leg was stiff.
But so people are saying that he didn't fire the shot?
No, he fired the shot. The barrel of the gun was in his leg, but it was all broken down.
Okay.
And and also the fact that the gunshot wound was too small to be that caliber that they said that it was with the gun that was found in the woods.
Well, how do they know how big the gunshot wound was? Did they?
Because
attend the autopsy?
it's a 306 round, and they did a test on a ballistic gel head, and it literally blew the thing apart.
But it didn't hit him in the head. It hit his.
No, they hit him in the neck.
soft
Hit
tissue
the
of his
dummy in
neck.
the neck, and the whole head exploded.
I mean, you could see the cavitation from the shot.
Yeah, but what I'm thinking is, was the rifle not a 308 or 306 round? Was it a smaller round?
306.
Yeah, 306. Was it a 22 or something?
No way, dude. That thing was huge.
Then why didn't his head blow off?
Because he didn't shoot him.
No. You're way off, dude. Way off.
What are you gonna say now, Biscuit? You're way off.
I saw the ballistics gel, which is supposed to be a counterpart of a real human head.
How far off is he?
It was 150 feet.
So you're saying if someone is shot in the neck with a 30-06, his head will explode? I don't think
Well,
so.
that's what happened to the ballistics gel.
I hunt deer, Biscuit, with 30-06, and it's through and through. There's no explosions.
Well, apparently the exit wound is like massive on the other side when you hit a deer in the head.
Was it like a hollow tip design bullet, or was it just a straight hunting?
No, that I do not
That
know.
makes
That's
a
a
big
good.
difference.
That's a good argument to say. I don't know that.
Okay.
Maybe
well,
that's a
yeah,
good reason why the ballistics gel head blew up.
Solid core, hard bullet is going to go far and create a decent wound channel, but not have any bombastically huge exit wound.
So the type of bullet could create the penetration without the exit wound.
Oh, yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah, that's what they use for sniper stuff. It's a solid core, long distance round, not frangible, doesn't break up, no hollow point, just one chunk of metal that goes straight through, and usually has such a high velocity that it causes a massive amount of damage. You know,
There was also talk of Charlie Kirk wearing body armor because his shirt goes up like that. But apparently that was just because his chain got caught. You know, like his necklace chain got caught and pulled up his shirt as the bullet went through.
Sure.
Terrible.
I never really understand why people are so anxious to let the actual killer off the hook.
No, we know he did it. It's whether that's the weapon that he did it with, or because that just could be another weapon, not
Just
his.
something they found in the woods.
Yeah. We know he did it. He confessed to doing it.
Actually, I don't.
Based on that,
I don't know that he really
did.
confessed. He did.
Well,
turn
at
his-
least he confessed to his father in the past.
Yeah.
If those communications are legitimate, that was
Hmm.
unfair.
Yeah.
As for if it's more in the network than just that kid, that's my question. It's not a matter of is it that kid or not.
Well, I mean, there's no way to know at this point. Has anybody said that he was, acting entirely alone? I don't think that's been determined yet.
There's no more information than what's been officially released. The last
The
time
only other thing is that it was in chat rooms for weeks before talking about doing it, and apparently there was also messages on social media from these people that were in the Discord channel saying that something's going to happen at UCU or whatever it was.
Well, if Discord ever releases those transcripts and his communication style is different than the communication with his partner that was released, there's going to be a lot of speculation.
Yeah.
So I'd love to see that.
I thought someone told me that Discord made a claim that they examined his use of Discord and found nothing that he said that said that he was going to commit violence, or maybe it was just that they found nothing that showed him planning violence with more than with anybody else.
I think it was more that it was voicing his anger and hate at Charlie Kirk.
Well, he's not the only person that's probably voiced anger and hate at Charlie
Well,
Kirk.
obviously not, but
yeah. But I mean,
there was people showing posts a week before Charlie Kirk died that something was going to happen on the 10th.
Yeah.
Wow. Interesting.
Yeah. There's always people that see this.
Now, all this could be unconnected, but it's just something to mull on.
Yeah, this is kind of, there really are a million little details that, someone who needs to work, that's what a full-time investigator spends his time, is gathering the information and then connecting it together. And
who would that be? FBI?
They are certainly. I don't see why this would be an FBI case. It would be a local law enforcement, but local law enforcement can request assistance
Kash
from the
Patel
FBI.
seems invested in it, doesn't he?
Right. So literally, Kash Patel said Tuesday that the Bureau is investigating more than 20 people connected to an online Discord chat with Charlie Kirk murder suspect Tyler Robinson, confirming the chat's existence, which had been leaked, and that it is now part of an active federal investigation.
Interesting.
Well,
so
that
that
would
was
have
at the Judiciary Committee hearing this that I was watching.
that would have an interstate component, so that would be legitimate for the FBI to
It's
investigate.
just a matter of we're going to hear anything about it.
I mean, I personally have no thoughts that those 20 people are actually involved in the planning of it, but they may be implicated because they didn't say anything about what he was saying on there.
No,
it's tough.
They didn't blow the whistle, so they're complicit, maybe.
It's tough to get somebody for that in the United States.
Yeah, but it's just what I was thinking out loud.
It's not that you're allowed to, if you know someone is going to get shot, even you might have a criminal, depending on the law, a criminal component to that, but you certainly can be sued in civil court. But it's so hard to prove that they actually believed.
Yeah.
Because a lot of people
shit all the time on the internet.
Exactly, and what he said may be no different than like 1,000 other conversations where nothing happened. So it's hard to really to get somebody to who heard something that later turned out to be causal to make them be responsible for it because they didn't necessarily believe it.
But I think they just want to pin it on as many people as they possibly can.
Well, yeah, that is going to be, the left doesn't trust Kash Patel, and I don't completely trust Kash Patel. I'd like to, but there's too much.
He made a lot of mistakes in the early times of the investigation, didn't he? Like, we've got him.
I'm willing to cut him.
Oh, we've got him again.
I'm willing to cut him some slack for saying stupid shit. Some slack, but
Steve's
I don't
like,
know.
nope.
It's just a partisan would take advantage of a situation like this to.
I mean, if it was professional, he would have kept his mouth shut until he had all the details and then released it at the end.
That's right. That's exactly right. He must have felt there. What was the pressure that made him say they had the suspect in custody?
Well, the dude that they grabbed that said I shot him, that's now in prison for child pornography on his phone. That's most likely the dude. That's most likely what made him say that dumb thing, because he's like, "Oh, we got him." Oh, wait, oops.
I mean, the higher profile the event, shooting or whatever, the more careful you have to be with every single word you say. Every letter.
You risk inciting more political violence when you
right, exactly.
I can't say that he's a good public speaker. I watched the committee for both days when he was sitting in front of the committee, Kash Patel. He had talking point responses for the left, and on the right, he wasn't really a good speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Kelsey.
So I don't really care about the the mistakes of the words he says as much as action. If it's an individual that's just going to say talking points, virtue signal, and never do anything, it's just another status quo cabinet member. It's like it doesn't. It's nothing. It's just another day. We've been promised a lot. I don't know how much is promised to each side when presidents get in, but we've been promised a lot on the right, and I just don't know if any of it's really going to happen at all.
There's never been, in my time, a president that didn't, really piss off the far part, the far extreme, whether left or right.
Well, that's why you always get in the first half of the term, mostly that party in House, and usually what's the other one? Not the midterms. You've got the House, and then you've got the other one. Senate. Yeah, you normally get the opposition in Senate, and then you have the people who are in the presidency in House, and then after the midterm, you get a reversal. Usually,
I'm not sure it's going to work that way this time.
I hate to tell you, Biscuit, but and I even hate to say this because it's so elitist, but the average American the average voter is so stupid here that the most absurd things can switch the election. So, a handsome candidate, like really handsome, that might be enough to switch the vote so that they win. They could say nothing intelligent. So I don't.
So it's more of a beauty contest rather than a.
It can be that you wish that these elections were decided on merit. Entirely on substance, right? But
merit, yeah, hell yeah, dude.
But maybe they are, but that's not my sense.
The people actually listen to what the people who are going to be governing you are offering, and then you vote for what you believe in. But by the sounds of it, that's not how it works.
Yeah, you're voting for the ideals that you want to happen in your nation. So you're going to promise that. See you, Steve.
I did that.
Oh. Yeah, you're it's the carrot on a stick, right? You're voting for the carrot on the stick.
Yeah.
So I just would like to taste sounds gay, but I'd like to taste the carrot. Instead of taking the carrot off the stick and just beating you with the stick.
There are various YouTube channels and such that and it's Americans asking other Americans. They ask them it's designed to make people look stupid because they are stupid.
I've seen them.
But they ask questions like who was, the easy questions that you assume everybody knows. And
elementary school math questions.
Yeah, exactly. The simplest
and super simple geography.
I like when they show a picture of Jesus and then they show him Ronald McDonald and they know who Ronald McDonald is. Even though we don't know what Jesus looked like, there's an idea of there's Jesus.
A common depiction, right?
Right. Yeah. It's like, well, we're fucked.
That's Ronald McDonald, and that's the Hamburglar.
Yeah, that's right. That's that weird purple dude.
Right.
Sells chicken nuggets.
Look at those robes.
I mean, I've seen the same format here in the UK where they go to a super rundown, poverty-stricken, dumbass part of a town, and they'll ask questions to idiots, and then they'll cherry pick the worst of the bunch.
Yeah, that's the thing. If somebody gets it right 90% of the time, they're just going to cut those 90%.
Yeah,
because it's not interesting. But they'll do it here. They don't go to the poorest part of town. They'll go to a mall, or I think they've even gone to college campuses, and of course they only show the people that look stupid.
I'd love to see them put in some of the freaking elites of the students in there, ask them ridiculous shit, like what's the height of Mount Everest in the spring versus summer, or just something ridiculous. They're like, oh, that's 7.5 inches difference.
Right. The coefficient of expansion from thermal
last
and
thing-
heating causes the ground to expand by 6.7 divided by
that's wrong.
pi.
Yesterday afternoon, I was watching something on YouTube, and they were asking questions about how they felt about Charlie Kirk, and they only showed one chubby lass with a big, like, extra grande sized McDonald's drinks thing, and they asked her how they felt about Charlie Kirk's death, and she was happy, and obviously they cherry picked the one person in the university that
Yeah.
was happy because they only had one to show.
Oh man, and a lot of people fall for this all the time. The rage bait.
Yeah, it makes you wonder: was she a university student? Was she just a paid actor by
She
someone
could-
in the
right.
right?
Unfortunately, I don't think that
It was very caricature with the big, massive grande McDonald's. And she had the biggest grin on her face.
Such a sight would none of the things you describe seem extremely out of character that they would need to hire somebody to make it look like that.
And they only had one person, so it could be just one of the 2% of the university students that feel that way. For instance, I'm not saying that's an actual statistic.
So I'm not familiar with politics before Obama, really. I remember Bush Jr., but I just remember him being an idiot. I don't remember anything about politics or anything. Casey is saying here that the far left, far right narrative came out once Hillary lost. I do remember personally that the term extreme or far right was a big part of the narrative once Trump was in. I'm just curious if before that, has that always been a thing? Has it always been that the
Yes.
dialectic is always far left, far right instead of just the other party?
It wasn't. There always was a far left and a far right, and they were always talked about. But it wasn't so much a part of politicians' spiel to accuse.
From what I remember, wasn't it always a bit more bipartisan and a bit more civil?
Right,
Not
exactly.
as much
It
of a
was
shouting
more-
match between each other. Well, there was
was
probably
more
shouting
civil.
matches, but
It was more civil.
more professional.
The Republicans didn't call the Democrats far right, and the Democrats didn't call the Republicans. I mean, far left, and the Democrats didn't. Yeah, the other way. But whatever, they didn't call each other far left and far right. They called the actual far left the far left, and they called the actual far right the far
I
right.
don't know if it's like that in America, but do they normally call each other honourable and whatnot before
No more.
No, don't they do that? It's the law in our commons.
No, they.
In our house, you've
Not
got
only
to precede a statement of someone. You have to call them honourable lady
Yes.
or honourable sir.
Yes.
Only the judges here, right? Just Your Honor.
Yes.
And that's
The
not
politicians
mandatory.
not only seem to hate each other, they really do hate each other.
Yeah.
There's
I had a little bit
the
more
hate
respect
is
for Marjorie
all the
Taylor
way in
Greene with
Congress.
something she did it recently,
And
signing that thing. I think it was it about the Epstein thing for the? No, it weren't the Epstein thing. I don't think she signed something.
That's nice. 4 lights. That's a good one.
Anyway, it's 20 to 5. I'm gonna get myself off to bed.
All right. I appreciate your company here, dude. It's fun
All right.
talking to you.
No worries, guys.
all right, a lot of great having you. Come back again next week, please.
I'll try.
Yep.
Yeah, even
It
the
depends if my my circadian rhythm hasn't returned back to normal.
Yeah, I really I understand. It's asking any Brit to come on is a lot, but I'm still asking.
My circadian rhythm's out of whack right now, so I don't mind.
Okay.
We are the children of the internet.
I'm ending up having to sleep most of the day because I'm finding it difficult to sleep at this time of night.
We could be mean to you. That might make you go to bed early.
No.
Okay.
My body's just it's like my body clock slips like over time.
For me, it's just I get freedom from children at this time of day, and so once I found a group that I enjoy talking to, that was over. Every Saturday's locked in until I die.
Right, I'm gonna get off to bed. Catch you later, guys.
Right, have a good
See you,
week.
man.
Yeah, night, bye.
Yep.
I'm sure you want to call it to you, Last Dance. I just have a question.
Sure.
So during Biden's 4 years, I saw the United States change drastically, like the ideology of, what is a woman, stuff like that, things that my whole lifetime and the lifetime of all my family's generations, there was no question of these realities. And then all of a sudden, we don't know what that is anymore. And science is proving that that's not real and whatever. So we watched a lot of change happen in 4 years. And then under Trump, now we're watching a lot of change happen. We're getting, days of put in, like Charlie Kirk just got a day, an official day, not like it's a holiday for everybody, but there's cultural change. There's immigration law change. There's religious backing change. Like, we don't know what's going to happen in the next 3 years of change, but I'm expecting drastic volumes of change for the United States culture. My question is, in your lifetime experience, how drastic was the change every 4 years as presidents got in?
Not that much. It really wasn't, and it's giving me whiplash. Though these last, since Trump in 2016, there really wasn't that much change, but there was a lot of change, bizarre change in Biden, and now Trump. Even the Trump administration has changed in the last week with a kind of a different feel.
Since Charlie Kirk?
Since Charlie Kirk was killed, it's like they're sensing. I think they're sensing an opportunity. Some of them are, and Trump seems to be, and I don't like it at all.
I think,
but yeah, it is a lot of change. Every day something's new. There's a new executive order, or we're gonna, the National Guard is going to be going. It's dizzying, the amount of movement these last 5 years. And since I'm a conservative for the most part, I don't like that much movement. I like things to change slowly. We could be well thought out, get a lot of debate before they change. I don't like,
executive top down.
I don't, I don't want the new. I don't want the country reinvented every day.
I mean, it's almost like there's always one in the chamber, and they're slowly releasing those bullets to the public, at least every week, if not every day. There's something now. Like the H-1B visas that cost $100,000 annually. That's a top-down decision that we didn't even hear about until it happened, and it's going to cause massive change.
I think
for the better or for worse, I don't know, but it's going to cause change. And it makes me wonder how many people want to lock into the Republicans having it for at least 8 years, even if they don't really like it, because they don't want the whiplash to go back the other way drastically every day on the left.
Yeah. Yeah, it's all bad. I can't believe that people are, enjoying this time, thinking they're not going to get bitten in the ass when a Democrat takes over and takes control of the apparatus.
For anybody that's wanting to create a business in any way, shape, or form, like, how can you have job security in that if you know that a presidential change could mean your whole platform is deplatformed?
I like to conserve, Mr. Kelsey, so I'm a conservative.
Conserving the old ways?
Yeah. I like to think change should be slow and proven, not a fad.
Do you agree that the United States of America was founded on Christian principles?
No, it's close. It was founded, it was founded on deist principles.
Okay, so one nation under God is a generic format.
Yes.
Okay. Do you believe that
It was also founded to allow as a haven for religious people.
Right. Do you believe because of that our nation flourished as well as it did as a basis?
Because
there was religious freedom.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, I do as well. And
I definitely
therefore,
think
if that is changed, even if it's forced Christianity, it will be the end of the nation.
I don't know if it's the end of the nation because I'm not that smart, but it's a scary concept. And you know, there's always been friction from having all these different religions in the United States, but it's worked out very well. Catholics, Maryland was a Catholic haven, originally, and so
Mary's
anyway,
land.
I think that the fact that there's space for religious freedom and for religious dissent to form, so that new congregations can form. I think it's been a very definitely a strength. For one thing, it means people are not wasting time and resources on war. I mean, that's that alone, because everybody understands or should understand that you're free to worship the way you want. There's less effort devoted to forcing compliance with your one particular religious belief.
Do you have any thoughts or comments toward Sharia law coming in democratically and changing the Constitution through articles?
Well, today it would be, of course, unconstitutional. But yeah, over time, there's no guarantee that the U.S. Constitution will endure for even 100 more years. It's kind of the fact that it does is just kind of because we all sort of agree, but the we all can change drastically. And I wouldn't assume that if the United States became a majority Muslim nation that we would abandon the Constitution necessarily. But, I also wouldn't find it surprising if I could live that long or, go ahead in time. I wouldn't find either result particularly surprising.
Let me say it this way. The educational systems, I believe, are indoctrinating youth with propaganda and ideologies that are pushing them towards communist and Muslim law sets. And so when the elders who are holding onto their seats tooth and nail are out of those seats and the next generation, even the one under them, comes in, I can't see conservative or at least republic law sets and beliefs being upheld. I see them personally crumbling into a church state, but even if it's not that, shifting into something else that America is not. So,
yeah, I always worry about that, to be honest, but we've done better. I mean, I'm encouraged that some of these liberal fads, have been, reversed. The trans fad seems to have peaked and is declining rapidly, almost as fast as it rose. For a while, there was a reaction to the Biden administration's jawboning to kick conservatives off of media. And for a while, it seemed like the right was a free speech, pro free speech. And Trump had his, on the first day of office, Trump did an executive order committing the federal government to support free speech. But that seems to have gone away the last, since Charlie Kirk was shot. So that's a lot of progress that seems to have evaporated.
I mean, we'll see where it goes. If it's going to continue to roll, if it's going to snowball, that sucks. I don't know how long the Kirk event is going to last. I know that it's not done yet, but I'm not expecting a draconian state yet. So I could be wrong. I hope that, I don't know. I don't see America mending. I see progression towards an end. So I'm black-pilled, you could say, but I'm happy to be wrong. I would happy to see people choose to sit down like we're doing now, have a conversation, be democratic about it, and figure out what the right thing is for everybody. But that sounds like a fairy tale.
Yeah, I'm a wishful thinker, but then I criticize wishful thinking. So
Right.
I don't know. I'm inconsistent within myself.
Do you want to respond to anything that Casey has said to you? And
No, I think he's just angry at me. But I mean, bloodline, the phrase bloodline doesn't sound like a conservative ideal. That phrase sounds more like a racial ideal than a political ideal. And to me, I mean, the Republican Party was actually founded as a one issue political party. And that issue was anti-slavery. And their first presidential candidate they ran was Abraham Lincoln, and he won. Now, it's been a long time since 1861, whenever it was. So, it's not the same party, but it wasn't about bloodlines, and it still shouldn't be about bloodlines, and that the Conservative Party should not be about bloodlines.
I mean, you can call it. So, I mean, I don't know if the issue is with feeling like you're liberal and you said you're conservative. So, like, he's calling you out because you're not conservative. I think.
Well, I'm willing to be called a classical liberal because I'm consider myself a libertarian, but I'm not a Democratic Party liberal, not that kind of a liberal, not a progressive, which might be a more accurate phrase.
When it comes to corruption, so, I mean, the Democratic Party's in, everybody's calling out the government for bullshit. The Republican Party's in, everybody's calling out the government for bullshit because there's corruption, period, across the board. If a Libertarian Party got in, would you really expect anything different when it came to the whole of
I would definitely would. I would. Let's say there's three branches of government. So, let's just imagine a libertarian president won. The president, it wouldn't be that dramatic. But let's say they took over, but they somehow won all three branches of government. It's judges are appointed and serve for life, so you can't really take that over. But
right, not anytime soon. Hopefully.
But let's just imagine that there were libertarians on the bench, libertarians in both houses of Congress, and a libertarian in the presidency. I think
you have the majority.
Have a majority. I think it would be vastly different.
Because they'd all fire each other, so there's no government, or like what?
They'd all just resign, set the White House on fire like the British did, and. No, I think that they would do a whole. They would drastically reduce government spending. The budget, not only would the budget be balanced, but the debt would be, being reduced very rapidly. I think there would be no adventurous military actions overseas. For better or worse, there would be no Ukraine funding. Ukraine would be on its own, or Europe.
So world policing would be taken off the board.
World policing would be off the table. The size of the military and the military expenditure would, be drastically reduced. Every aspect of government.
Don't you think that would be too much of a risk I mean, I can understand the world policing aspect to coerce the whole world in a certain direction, but to reduce your ability to protect your own self as a government. Doesn't that seem too much?
So what do you mean by that?
So if you're going to decrease your military,
yes,
then you are decreasing your ability, in essence, to protect yourself.
You are. It's true. But if you move, if you change to a purely defensive posture, as opposed to what we have now, which is you can't really be called purely defensive. It's a highly leveraged to be highly offensive. Now, having a great offense is definitely a deterrent, so it has a defensive aspect. But we have more. We almost don't need tanks, right? What do we need tanks for?
Old warfare. It doesn't.
All we need is nuclear missiles to deter attack. Of course, you still have to keep upgrading so that you're a step ahead, or at least at parity.
I've already argued that drone warfare is showing us that tanks and planes are now old-fashioned already.
Right. Tanks allow you to occupy territory. That's what they do. And they not as well as you point out now, but if all we're here is to defend our homeland, we're not rolling tanks. We're not going to roll them through the United States.
Hopefully not.
We probably want a few just in case somebody forgets to attack us with nuclear missiles and just swims ashore, or they invade from Mexicans decide to invade.
If you have a good stratagem, and you say you keep your tanks at the bottom border and the top border, just in case there's a land invasion, whatever, cool.
Yeah.
You believe that if we reduce spending to just be a defensive force and have a strategy to deal with offense when we need it, I don't know. I feel like sometimes the arguments would have to just work out so perfectly for it to be successful against an attack. It has not the exact thing. I don't want to disrespect you here, but it feels like a debate against ANCAP, of no longer having a military where, you just pay private forces to defend you and it's all business and free market based. It's like, if we back off of our model too much of a degree, you better hope you're right, because if you're wrong, you don't have anything anymore.
Yeah, you're right. It's risky. It's hard to imagine, because every time you change something, the world changes in response to it. So it's hard to imagine a world where we're not, a superpower that can, seriously could consider invading any country. It might not work, but we could think about it and pretend that it would.
Our success rate is higher than we want to admit.
So what would a world be like? Here's what an optimist would say, and I'm not agreeing with it. If we disarm, then we would see that a lot of our adversary arms, let's say Russia and China, a lot of their armament is in response, is actually defensive, in response to our high arms, and that all across the board there would be a lowering of military expenditure and a lowering of tensions, and war would be less common.
That's definitely optimistic, but I'd put it in the
optimistic
category.
I'm not sure I believe it, but I just think a lot of our military spending and a lot of our foreign policy and a lot of our rhetoric is kind of based on, it's based on World War II and the Cold War. And it's stupid to ignore history. So we should learn history. The history of World War II informs a lot of our military. A lot of it is designed, believe it or not, to prevent sneak attack. No more Pearl Harbors. There's a lot. That's a lesson, and it's embedded throughout
the
military. And the Cold War, kind of proved the value of being spending as much as you can on military and trying to outpace the enemy, not just.
Yeah, power is the model. Power dictates.
But it wasn't just that we. People say, well, you know, it was Reagan's Star Wars that basically toppled the Soviet Union. Well, it's not that simple, but the point is that we could always, because our industrial might and technological might were tied together, we could always render the current generation of Soviet weaponry vulnerable to our next generation. Then the Soviets could catch up, but then we would have a next generation that would, the Soviets would be defenseless for 10 years. But that arms race never ends, and it might.
I have 2 points of challenge, because based on recent history, and I don't know about before that,
right?
It's because when let's say we de-escalate, we get rid of our military power around the world, and we just become defensive, we're not going to destroy our weaponry based on recent history. We're going to sell that or give that to other nations that need it for their own reasons to defend themselves. So war is going to be happening. And the other aspect of challenge is, if we become kumbaya and back off and become defensive, other nations are going to still live by the code of power and fill in that vacuum and push hard. That's the more logical response than for them to be like, oh, we're all burning our weapons now. Sweet.
Right. I mean, I'm trying not to make a pacifist argument, because I don't believe in pacifism. Pacifism doesn't make the world peaceful. It makes the worst person, the winner.
What does that also do to the what is it, the neocon model, where war creates economy?
All right, you got Incarnation.
Hey man, welcome.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey guys, how you been?
All right, good to talk to you. I'm getting ready to end this pub at any minute now, so you're,
Yeah, all good. I was just coming to say hi. You don't
Okay.
need to.
I appreciate it. It's good to hear from you. How you doing?
Not too bad. It's life in Canada right now.
Yeah.
We don't really know. Tell us.
Yeah.
You're scared about the little weird, weird things going on in the U.S. right now, and
Yeah, I mean, it's a little scary from my point of view. I don't know what it looks like north of the border.
the sleeping giant that is, I don't know.
He's kind of farting. Is it gonna be a shart, or is it just gonna, just a moment?
Yeah. Is he gonna shit upwards or is he gonna shit downwards?
Right.
It's gonna go right up his back north. Trust me. I hang out with Anticorp, and I only get to hear the aspect of like factory worker, like car industry. So I don't really hear anything from the north. It's honestly been quiet, and I'm not seeing anything in my feeds at all.
Yeah, car industry is definitely very scary. Like in terms of factories, I guess.
Do you feel like you're being affected? I know you have a drop ship or something like that. You have an industry, you have a job or a company that's based on receiving imports to then make money off of. So has your business model maintained, or are you trying to?
No, I had to completely shift away from that.
Okay.
It was, for the time being, it was not tenable due to how American tariffs and Canadian tariffs are being done.
Right. Has that changed at all since then, or it's maintained?
Right now, because the U.S. has added tariffs on South Korea, I essentially don't have a business right now.
Okay. I'm sure that there's a decent part of the pie chart that had to rework their model quickly. So I don't know how big part of the pie chart that is, but
my issue is that, like, from a Canadian standpoint, is that the main importer into the Americas is out of the U.S. So, like, if I imported directly into Canada from South Korea, then I would save a lot of money, but I can't do that because of contracts.
Are you content?
I content with
life as a base in general, like whatever you're dealing with, whatever projects you're working on, do you feel like you can actually move forward, or you feel like you're fucked?
Oh, I've pivoted into the car industry. Like right now, I'm working in a shop. I mean, I grew up working on cars and in the automotive industry. So for me, I just kind of just pivoted back into there so that I can get my money and pay my bills and go from there.
Right. I would think that that's excellent job security. It's just a matter of being paid what you're worth.
Yeah, I think given the current economy, I think I'm getting paid what I'm worth. I have Monday to Fridays, and I get to see my kid, so I can't really complain.
Yeah, that's fair. Being able to have a consistent work week and time off is, for me, when I had that set up instead of random part-time work everywhere, I loved having a set known time off.
Yeah. But it's worth making less money, knowing the fact that I can be more active. In my kid's struggling with a lot of homework, and like not homework, but like schoolwork. Like she's struggling in school, and I really need to be active. So having that job that's Monday to Friday, very consistent, allows me to be very on top of my kid.
Cool. Well, I'm glad that it's working out that way for you instead of a hit the fan and down and out situation. So that's good to hear.
Oh yeah. Hey, listen, as soon as the tariffs come off, I'm gonna reshoot back what I was doing. But in the meanwhile, I just different approach.
We have an upset that just happened with the H-1B visas. I'm sure you're aware of that. So we'll see what happens down here for large. It's not going to affect me personally, but when it comes to large corporations, I'm sure we're going to see some noise over the next couple of days.
Yeah. I don't know at this point if that's really just smoke and daggers for a much bigger thing that's going on. But what do I know?
Can you give me more context on that and like why you're saying that?
Well, your government is currently on a major attack against free speech. From the outside perspective, like this is reminiscent of Germany in late 20s.
What exactly are based on people losing their jobs because they were shitting on Charlie Kirk? That free speech?
Oh, even more than that.
What else are you talking about?
Your government has basically institutionalized the FCC and is now attacking. Okay. Is now basically has the media under its control.
Right. So we did cover that a little bit earlier before you got here. Last Dance knows the name of the gentleman that basically said we can do it the easy way or the hard way.
Brendan Carr.
And I mean, Last Dance called him out saying it was unconstitutional. We'll see if there's any kickback from that. But it's not like everybody's content with what's going on a side. Like,
so here's what has to
people lose their jobs.
The first thing that has to happen is that somebody needs to push back. If ABC, if Brendan Carr says we can do this the easy way or the hard way, and ABC's response is to just roll over and fire Kimmel, then that's not helpful. You have to say no. You have to call his bluff. And if he does something, you have to sue in court. You can't. It's just you have to fight back. If nobody fights back, we don't have anything.
I mean, isn't it speculation of what the hard way is?
Yes, it is speculation. It's pretty clear to me that he was a threat to use FCC power to revoke licenses or do something that they are statutorily allowed to do and punish the stations.
Yeah, and you have your DOJ that's weaponizing the courts. So if you're ABC, what recourse do you have? You're going to take the current administration to court with Pam Bondi, who's basically, circumvents the entire Constitution at her whim. And then what? It'll get appealed to the Supreme Court, who's at this point basically letting Trump walk away with murder. I don't know anymore.
I can't agree with the Supreme Court comment. And while Pam Bondi is definitely in Trump's pocket, we have the judicial system down here that's extremely liberal. So it's not all cupcakes for Trump or the FCC or whoever's in the cabinet to just get whatever they want. It will be fought at the judicial level. It won't go smooth.
The highest authority in the country is complacent to Trump right now. I don't understand what you mean by that.
I don't know what highest authority is
The
complacent.
Supreme Court. So
Oh.
the Supreme Court.
No, they're not in any way.
Oh,
Any of
shit,
these,
they are.
no way. If like the FCC thing got to the Supreme Court, Trump would lose 9-0. There's no doubt.
Well, it won't get to the Supreme Court because there's nobody to push it to the Supreme Court because the DOJ is bought off, and the Supreme Court is very favorable to Trump. So why would you even waste your time?
The Supreme Court is not favorable to any politician. They are their own people. They have their job for life. They're not afraid of any politician.
I would disagree with that. From the outside in, I would say that doesn't seem to be the case right now. But that's just my opinion.
So if this Supreme Court has ruled against Trump, would that be a contradiction to what you're saying?
They can't because they effectively told Trump that he cannot be charged while he's president. So they've literally told him he can get away with murder, and they're letting him.
No, they didn't say that, but that's a different, unrelated subject.
Well, no, it isn't, because Trump can break the Constitution and he can force people all the way down the entire judiciary to do what he wants. And then the card is, if it gets to Supreme Court, well, it's already been deemed that the president can't be charged with any crime, and he just has to pardon whoever is complacent with him.
I don't understand how that works in, say, the FCC scenario.
Okay, so let's say you want to say that the current administration is breaching the Constitution, so you would have to take it to the court to do that.
Yeah, so let's say the FCC removes the licenses of stations that carry Jimmy Kimmel.
Yeah.
Then you have to sue the government, and you win. No judge anywhere along the line would declare this unconstitutional. The broadcasters would keep broadcasting.
Well, at this point, it hasn't gone there yet, but we do have governmental pressure to get Kimmel off the stand. And to your point, ABC hasn't pushed back. But I think part of the reason why they haven't pushed back is because the DOJ has been weaponized, and if it gets to Supreme Court, they're probably going to lose.
The Supreme Court is not part of the Department of Justice.
It is basically where it'll end up if it runs its way through the court system. It'll end up at the Supreme Court.
Yeah, but they're not part of the Department of Justice.
Well, no. But if the Department of Justice fails, or you appeal a Department of Justice decision, where does it go? The Supreme Court. The Supreme Court is ultimately going to be the arbiter of what is constitutional or not, right?
Yeah, and they're very. Yeah, they're not going to. This is such a blatant First Amendment violation. If what I suggested happens, the Supreme Court will rule against the Trump administration.
I think my point is exactly. My point is, if it was that slam dunk, why haven't they done it?
Yes, that is the question, because they have the right to.
Why hasn't ABC,
yes,
for example, pushed back? Well, one reason it might be that they just wanted to fire Kimmel anyways.
Oh, I agree with that. I agree with that. Like fundamentally, the problem with this case is that you can make a legit argument why Kimmel shouldn't be there anymore. Like, he's an old host. He's been doing it for a million years. His ratings aren't great, but they're not bad either. But like, you still have Trump on record saying, he should get fired.
Right. It's if it is a scapegoat scenario, they play that card, they can point the finger at the other guy and be like, well, fuck that guy. And they're like, take him to court. And they're like, no thanks.
But another reason may be that the FCC threats, maybe they pushed the calculus over the edge, let's say.
Well, actually, you know why this hasn't been brought to court yet? Because they didn't actually officially fire Kimmel.
Yeah, I know. He's on hiatus, or they They just took him off the air, but they didn't fire him.
Yeah, exactly. They just canceled the show, but they haven't technically fired him, which means that they haven't broken any laws. They just canceled the show.
Well,
I don't understand I don't understand the point.
I mean,
the point is that there isn't any law that says you have to or you don't have to run a particular show, right? A company can decide not to run a show. There is no law that says you have to run a show, but there are laws against firing people.
Okay.
Well,
so if
you're saying they lose
there is.
because he's just sitting in the middle of nowhere and they didn't actually fire him.
Yeah, exactly. So his contract is he still has a contract with ABC. His contract's not breached, which means that none of this has to go to court yet.
Yeah, that isn't the kind of court case I was looking for. I'm looking for somebody has to push back. If everybody caves, if the police knock on your door and say, I want to search your house, and and if you never say, no, I didn't do anything wrong, if you say, go right ahead, then what are you going to do? You can't say they violated your Fourth Amendment. You let them in. It's the same thing with Brendan Carr threatening ABC. They caved.
Jimmy sue? Or does he not have the right to sue because his employer abided by? Okay.
It's too indirect, the government action there. The courts would say, it's ABC that fired you, and ABC could have decided not to fire you, and seen what happens and sue the government. It's just too indirect for that to work.
What about going after ABC for putting him on hiatus?
Well, I think the issue, like the reason why people are kind of up in arms about it is because Trump is on record saying like, well, I'm going to force the FCC to pull licenses from ABC. And if FCC does pull the license from ABC, they may as well just go bankrupt. Right?
I'm not going to be overly technical, but the license issue is more complicated than that. ABC itself doesn't actually have any licenses, nor do they need any. It's the individual stations that are licensed, the local stations.
Right.
I mean,
obviously I understand it's a lot more nuanced than how it's presented. But like at the end of the day, like if the FCC has some control over the revenue that ABC is able to generate, like they're fucked.
Yeah, right, exactly. If FCC, dries up all the places that ABC can broadcast, over the air, then that's essentially screwing ABC as well. But I mean, this is not the first time Trump has done this. People forget the same thing happened with CBS when Trump sued CBS. It was maybe only 3 months ago or 4 months ago. The parent company of CBS, Paramount, settled and paid him up.
And then released South Park the next day. See, at least Paramount pushed back a little bit. They're like, here, we'll pay you off because it's not worth. But then they released South Park the next day, which
No, they fired somebody too. I forget who, but I mean, you have to push back, especially on obvious violations. The Supreme Court cannot go out on their own and say Trump can't say that. That's just not how it works. There has to be standing. Somebody has to be sued. It has to work its way through the courts, and it has to get to the Supreme Court. So it is work, but absolutely you have to fight back.
What is the prediction for this then? Does ABC just keep its head down and we move forward, and we have to wait for the next infraction?
Well, what's funny? I think because of Trump's comments and Brendan Carr's comments, there is a sort of backlash to that. And my comments about ABC caving, a lot of people are unhappy with ABC caving. I think there's a chance that there'll be a backlash where ABC will feel the pressure to reinstate Kimball just so they don't be seen as caving to an authoritarian demand.
And then wait.
All right, there are 4 lights.
Yeah, I also see something similar, Last Dance, in the sense that I think a lot of I don't know. It seems like everybody's waiting till 2026 before really getting heavy with anything. I don't know if that makes sense. It's like if ABC gets the sniff that Trump's going to lose power, some level of power in 2026, I think you're going to start seeing people push back a little bit more than they are now. It's weird.
I don't know.
I'm sorry. What causes the pushback if someone loses power?
Well, 2026.
Oh, the midterms.
Yeah, you don't want to. When someone seems to be at the height of their power, like Trump, it's probably not the best time. You definitely want to wait till there's at least a scent of blood in the water before you put yourself on the line. So, I mean, corporations are lazy and cowardly.
As long as they're making money.
Yeah, I don't know. Corporation. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Kilsey. I didn't see you there. Hey, Mr. Kilsey.
Hello, guys.
I didn't even see you in there. How long were you in there?
Just a minute or two.
Okay. Well, I apologize. Yeah.
Do
So,
you think there's going to be another infraction? Do you think that the FCC is going to continue to beat down?
I don't know. I think there's been a lot of there's been enough Republican opposition to the FCC's action, enough heat from the right.
Okay.
That I think Brendan Carr will not say something like this in the near future. I'm not sure.
Was that testing the water, or was that just a mistake? Was that just
I don't really have a lot of confidence in Brendan Carr. I think I just don't think I think he sees his job as having Trump's back, unfortunately.
I would say that half the cabinet or more is that way.
That's a shame because people, they take the oath of office to support and defend the Constitution, not to be the president's
lackey.
I must admit that the MAGA movement is definitely a different vibe.
I mean, it doesn't mean that you can't have, a right-wing ideology in the presidency, but there is a line. You have to be a constitutionalist. You have to believe.
Right. It feels like, last dance. I hate to say it, but this doesn't feel like American conservatism or right wingism. I'll be honest. It doesn't feel like it would.
I agree. It doesn't. It's
we've swung all the way from the same experience on the left to now doing it from the right wing perspective. That's my view of America right now.
Yeah, except in this case, it's much more. The president is much more explicit, and Brendan Carr is much more explicit about the censorship goals. The Biden administration was terrible on censorship, but at least they were careful enough that they understood that they don't ever want to be. They definitely want to kind of hide and mask their censorship.
Until they're out and they can release that information.
Yeah, and when they were called on it, they said, "No, we didn't. This is not censorship."
Also, I would also like to point out just before, and I don't want to get into too much in the conversation, but it's something worth looking into. This is bad for everybody because it doesn't matter what administration, but TikTok USA will likely be predominantly owned by the American government by this time next year.
But didn't all the social networks say that we want you to censor this, we want you to censor this? Basically all the social networks said the US government was controlling us.
I mean, you have Facebook and Twitter that has a record of obeying directives.
They didn't say they were controlled. They said that they were pressured. Maybe I'm splitting hairs, but that was their language. I mean,
to my understanding, there was an actual directive from the federal government to Facebook and Twitter.
It wasn't that direct. It
was very direct.
They would say, here's a list of accounts that appear inauthentic. we would like you to look at them.
It was also kind of like, there's a story about to come out about a laptop from hell from Joe Biden's son. Yeah, just label it as Russian disinformation.
When it comes to the TikTok switching to an American-owned, American government-run, to me, I mean, what's the difference between China government running it and American government running it? I don't really really know what the difference is going to be.
Not enough to think it's a big improvement.
I mean, I don't see it as an improvement. I just see it as a shift in power.
Are we talking that the U.S. government? I've been I haven't been paying much attention to TikTok. Why would the U.S. government want to run a social media company?
Incarnation of buddy.
Well, because kids have got TikTok brains. They are becoming more stupid by watching TikTok videos.
Well, so Last Dance, China communist level propaganda. You want Soviet style propaganda. You want Chinese communist propaganda. TikTok is the vessel for that, my friend.
If I don't know if the U.S. government would buy it, I would hope they would, take the servers. I don't know what it means to buy it, but
would you really trust the current administration to do that?
No, to liquidate the assets. And
would you trust the current administration to do that? And not just the current administration. Let's say that this administration gets like full control of TikTok. Do you trust the next administration to actually let go of that control?
No, I don't trust them to have control. It isn't. The whole thing sounds absurd. It's hard for me to even process.
Have you ever been on TikTok?
Not more than a handful of set. Not only to look at someone's video that provided a link to said video.
With booty twerking.
No,
they're the ones with the best links. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, often just Migrande videos, I think, is the only ones I've ever.
Very different content.
Yeah.
Well, there you go. There's a bad example. McGrande's on TikTok.
Not his videos, but ones that he provided a link to.
Corporations dictating what young people see, or my generation, old generation. TikTok is not just for the youth. It's definitely a major influence for all generations. Who controls that algorithm? I mean, do you expect the algorithm to change drastically from what is it, 10-bit or BitCent or 10 cent or whatever the hell the company?
I saw a massive shift in Facebook and Twitter the second that Trump won the election. The shift in content, the shift in just like bot activities and how like posts are made. There was and for me a very, very noticeable shift in media and propaganda post-Trump election.
On Facebook?
On Facebook, on Twitter, on Google, on pretty much any platform that's associated that basically any of the billionaires you saw at Trump's inauguration, there was a clear change in their platforms after Trump got into office.
No, they're mostly technocrats.
I haven't seen anything like that.
Yeah, I noticed it hard.
Though, everybody here that the Trump's inauguration had a very interesting display of technocrats.
Yep.
Yeah.
That was interesting.
Because they all bought him off, man. Like Trump is like a crypto vessel, right? Like he's I
don't know, man.
He's the crypto vessel.
If
he's the crypto vessel.
Okay, they bought him off, whatever, but I can still see, even if they didn't buy him off, he was highlighting them because he knew that they were so powerful for influence that he made a spectacle that they were on his team. It was like, when you look at true power and you look at information and control, so many people that were on that stage, it's just like, holy crap.
Yeah. Have you guys ever seen V for Vendetta?
Yes.
No, I haven't.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Well, remember the 6th of January or the 7th of January.
5th of November. 5th of November.
No. I'm just saying. Or what's the day that Harambe died? Remember the day after Harambe died, because I still blame like the death of Harambe as the like clear shift in world politics.
Come on. Okay. I hope you're high now.
Yeah, I'm obviously kidding there.
Guys, I'm gonna end the stream, but that doesn't mean that you guys can't talk to each other on this. It just won't appear.
I'm gonna go to you guys. I'm gonna give 5 seconds to Anti-Corp stream, and then I'm my brain shot. But I appreciate you guys coming on late. Last Dance. I appreciate talking to you again. Always a pleasure.
Yeah, I've been missing Incarnation and haven't seen Mr. Kelsey in a long time. So great talking.
I appreciate you guys sticking.
Always good to see you, Last Dance.
I appreciate you guys sticking around there for a few extra minutes to talk to me.
Yep.
Cheers, guys.
You guys have a great week and hope to see you again soon. Take it easy. And thank everybody who showed up before. Great show, and I appreciate everybody's contribution. Almost everybody. I love everybody, and I appreciate almost everybody's contribution, and that includes the people in the chat. I try and look at all your comments, and you have great information, and you're hilarious. So I appreciate everything. Have a great week. Hope to see you again next week, and take care.